All right. Thank you very much. I was about to announce that we did not have the live stream, but apparently we do. So no, it's just internal. Okay, so we're hoping the live stream will be up soon. And seeing that we have our board members, I hereby call the November 2024 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:37 a.m. And I understand that Member Rodriguez is participating in this meeting from a remote location. So Member Rodriguez, I see you there on the screen. Consistent with recent changes in the laws governing our meetings, I must ask you the following. Would you confirm that you are present?
Yes. Good morning.
Would you confirm that there is nobody in the room you are participating from remotely?
There is no one in this room.
All right. Thank you. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag, and Vice President Glover, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. We will be clearing the room for a closed session mid-morning and taking up closed session after item 3, reports from the 2024 Student Advisory Board on Education. There are 3 addenda to the agenda. Item 1, 2024 State Board Screening Committee recommendations regarding appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, Advisory Commission on Special Education, California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission. Item 2, 2025-26 State Board of Education student member, recommendation of 3 finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. Item 3, reports from the 2024 Student Advisory Board on Education. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 13, and the proposed regular consent items are items 6 through 12. We have a few changes in the agenda. We will reopen item 1 later this afternoon to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft September 2024 meeting minutes. We will reopen item 1 for a second time towards the end of the day to report on our liaison assignments. Item 9, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress Regulations was withdrawn by the State Board on Tuesday, November 12th, because the permanent regulations that were the subject of this item were accepted by the Office of Administrative Law. That is an accomplishment. It takes a while for that to happen, and submitted to the Secretary of State, which has obviated the need for further action on adoption of emergency regulations at this time. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Those will be displayed on the screen as we go through the meeting. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We also ask callers to please turn down the volume on their computers if they're following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign up using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help the staff track the in-person speakers for each particular item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 16 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. I'll now open item 1, which is our State Board projects and priorities item, and I will turn it over to State Superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I'd like to start by welcoming our Student Advisory Board members. We look forward to your presentation and the focus on how we get input and voices on school boards all across the state, which is the law, and a good law, not just because I was the author of the bill, but because we think it's a great thing to hear from our students. And I would note that in one of our 58 counties now, students are able to vote in school board elections, and I believe that that should be the way that we should go in this state to welcome the voices of our students. So we look forward to your presentation. I'd like to also acknowledge that this is Native American Heritage Month, and that we should acknowledge the many contributions that the first people of the state have provided to us, and that there will be many celebrations, including one hosted by CDE later this month. And I want to, as a note of personal privilege, thank board members who represent tribal communities who have done great work for us. And as a note of personal privilege, that I will have a chance to visit the Yurok community this week to celebrate veterans. And thank you to our board member for your incredible work and for the invitation. While this is the first meeting after Veterans Day, I want to say thank you to all those who have served this nation and those who currently serve this nation. I want to share some good news. As we start out, we have selected several California Teachers of the Year, and you'll have a chance to meet them, including Matt Winheim, who is a middle school STEM, aviation, and mathematics teacher at the Space Aeronautics Gateway at the Magnet Academy in Palmdale Unified School District. Kristen Loprell, who's a high school mathematics and AP calculus teacher at Grossmont High School in the Grossmont Union High School District. Robert Mauger, a high school career and technical education, transportation, automotive teacher at Corona High School in Corona Norco. Nicholas Westfall, a high school physical education teacher at Alexander Hamilton Senior High School. We also have selected two principals in California have been selected as Golden Bell Award winners. We have Principal Paulette Smith from Madison Elementary School in San Leandro Unified School District, and Principal Belinda Averill from South Lake Middle School in the Irvine Unified School District. This is a national recognition, and they are among 9 school leaders selected from the 2024 cohort of National Blue Ribbon Schools. And to that point, I would also like to acknowledge that California has received a selection of 30 schools in the National Blue Ribbon Schools for 2024. 30 schools out of 356 recognized throughout the nation for their efforts to create powerful learning environments and to work on overall academic performance and closing of opportunity gaps. Can we give a round of applause for our Teachers of the Year, our Golden Bell winners, and our Blue Ribbon schools? I'd like to continue that and just say thanks to all of our educators, teachers, classified staff, administrators, especially in the areas of special education. I'm just going to put it out there in the open. This week, there's been a lot of consternation about what's going to happen to special education because of threats that have been made to abolish the U.S. Department of Education. I'm going to be really clear. Education is the cornerstone of our civilization and our democracy. And I've been approached by so many special education staff who are concerned that a threat to abolish the U.S. Department of Education means that there would be no special education in California. I don't know if the live stream is back up, but I want to be clear. We will always deliver on special education for California students because it is the right thing to do, and it is guaranteed by law. IDEA could not be more clear that every student with an IEP or a 504 plan or other is entitled to certain benefits. In California, counts on the federal government for almost $8 billion for special education. And we will stand to protect special education. So we don't want any of our special educators or school psychologists or speech and language professionals or one-to-one aides walking with their heads down, because no matter what, California will protect California education. And so I want to be clear about that for those who I've heard from. And we will continue to work with Congress and other advocates to protect education in California and really in this nation. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of providing what is right for students all across the country, and we will work to preserve that funding for California students, even if we have to fund it ourselves. And so let us continue to focus on accelerating learning in this state, in the many great opportunities that we have. You know, the voters have just passed Proposition 2, which gives us $10 billion to support education in pre-K through 12 and in the community colleges sector, so that our students have first-rate environments to learn in, and we know that these environments support learning. I hope that you all will join me as we continue to provide supports for our Native American students in the state. We provide millions of dollars in grants for after-school programs and mentoring programs and tutoring programs. And you know, I'm excited to work closely with the Yurok tribe and Yocha Dehi Winton Nation and Wilton Rancheria and other tribal communities in the Sacramento area and throughout the state. We have much to be grateful for and proud of, and we will continue to work on things like improving graduation rates for Native American students and reducing chronic absenteeism and addressing homelessness for our students. You know, they say that a rising tide lifts all boats. And if we work harder to support our Native American students and Black students and Latino students and low-income students, we will see a rising trend for all students in our state. And so in that way, I also want to mention that on Friday, we will also be hosting a webinar on Black student achievement. And we will talk about how we support and overcome racism. When students get text messages in this country that say that they're going to be enslaved, we realize that we still have work to do to overcome the impacts of racism. And I'm thankful to the governor and many of our law enforcement agencies who are working with us to investigate these threats that have popped up just in the past week, to say that we will support all of our students. And we invite you to participate in the Black Student Achievement webinar on this week. I would also mention that we will continue to support our immigrant families, and that California has an incredible tradition of supporting immigrant families. And we've heard from families who are fearful that students may go to school and come home and their parents won't be there. And we know that this has a mental health effect on many families, and we want to remind anyone who's seeking mental health support for any reason to use 988, a number that you can text or call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for anything to get support. But we want to send a message that we will work with our schools to support them as we support our immigrant families, because it's the right thing to do. And in California, if students stay home out of fear of some deportation consequence, that not only hurts their learning, it also hurts the financial stability of our schools that are already reeling to deal with and counter declining enrollment. And so I'm grateful to organizations like Californians Together, who've already offered to work with us on how we help our schools as it relates to any fear about deportation consequences. And we invite any other organizations that wish to work with us to reach out. I'll close with this. We are going to be working with 250 school districts across the state in what we're calling the Move the Needle effort. We're very proud that there's been some growth for students in many areas of proficiency on statewide test scores. And we'd like to continue to build that. And so we're working with 250 school districts that have received the Learning Recovery Block Grant, expanded learning dollars, have received professional development grant, educator effectiveness grants. We want to work with these districts to leverage the power of all these grants together to continue to grow and expand the work of the Move the Needle cohort. I want to thank Dr. Darling Hammond for participating in the first meeting and first convening of this cohort. Some of these districts are very small without resources, but they have important resources like reading coaches and specialists, and we believe that we can leverage the power of all these grants in tandem to help drive student support. And so, Madam President, we proceed with our heads raised high, thanking our educators and families for their persistence, even when things are difficult or cloudy. We will stand for special education. We will support our Title I schools. We will support financial aid for California college students, and we will continue to preserve and protect education in the great state of California. This concludes my report.
Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking Superintendent Thurmond for all the important work that he and the department have done to both launch schools this year, and I have great confidence that we will protect and preserve and improve California public education. As the fourth largest economy in the world, we will work with the federal government where that is possible and do our own California thing where that is necessary for our students. So appreciate that. There is a great deal to tackle right now, and I also want to welcome the Student Advisory Board. I saw some of you in your bunny pajamas out there at 5 in the morning when the alarms went off at the residence. And we are all dressed up. You look terrific in your suits and ties. We are ready for a long day, and we're excited that you're here with us. As you may have seen, the post-election, the governor did call a special session of the legislature to protect Californians' rights and access to critical services and programs. And for our part, we're going to continue to work collaboratively with our education partners to be sure that all of our children have the opportunity and the environment in which they can thrive and learn and succeed. I do want to mention that our hearts go out to the Ventura County educators and parents and students who continue to feel the impact of the mountain fire, which closed close to 100 schools and impacted more than 60,000 students. We are grateful for the efforts of CAL FIRE and the California Office of Emergency Services to contain the fire and help start the recovery process. On a positive front, we do celebrate Native American Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the diverse and rich culture and history and traditions of Native people in California, and also to educate everyone, to raise awareness about the struggles that Native people have faced in the past and as well as in the present. And I hope we can find meaningful opportunities throughout the month and then the year. These months where we celebrate things are useful for consciousness raising, but really we need to be thinking about the work that we're doing all year round and not limit it in time and space. As we move into the fall and winter months, our work certainly doesn't slow down at all. As Superintendent Thurmond mentioned, we recently released the statewide test scores, and the department will be presenting those results in more detail later on, so I won't go into great detail, but I do want to acknowledge that we are continuing to turn the corner on the pandemic, and we had gains in English language arts and math and science. And even as we have seen increases in the numbers of vulnerable groups of students, in this year there was an increase of more than 60,000 low-income students in California. Since I joined the board, since you came on board, we went from 58% of our students to 65% of our students being socioeconomically disadvantaged, growing rates of homelessness. In fact, those students in that category improved even faster than the state average on the test this year. So the investments that we're making, I think, are paying off. Black and Latino students showed positive score trends in math across all grades and in English language arts across most grades. Students experiencing foster care saw larger than average gains in many levels. So I think that we're leaning in and supporting students in ways that are beginning to show a payoff. In many school districts, the significant increases really do tie together with the programs that Superintendent Thurmond mentioned, with community schools, with the investments in TK, with the investments in meals and mental health. And I think that all of those things, plus the investments in professional development, are beginning to show their effects. As you know, the governor and the legislature have also supported after-school and summer learning, and that will continue. So many states did that during the pandemic. We are in this for the long haul in California. Addressing literacy has been a particular focus of Governor Newsom's administration, of Superintendent Thurmond's administration. The state invested in professional development and adopted new policies that comprise our literacy strategy, including the funding for literacy coaches in more than 800 schools and new assessments for pre-service teachers. We will be hearing about the new screener for risks of reading difficulties that will come to us for approval in January. At our last board meeting in September, we heard a comprehensive presentation from the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium about how to understand the results of our assessments and how vital it is for continued gains that we have an accurate understanding of what's being measured and what the scores mean, and that we communicate that clearly, and we'll take that issue up again today as well as we lean into evaluating and improving student learning. And later this month, we will officially release the remainder of the 2024 California School Dashboard, which is a key component of our accountability system, which includes the latest data on graduation rates and suspension rates, test scores, college career indicator, chronic absenteeism, and local indicators. And we are optimistic that we'll have more good news to share. Of course, those student achievement and high-quality schools go hand in hand with high-quality educators. And Superintendent Thurmond congratulated our Teachers of the Year, and I want to add my congratulations to them and to the recipients of the Terrell Bell Outstanding School Leadership Awards, which honors school leaders who are committed to education as a powerful and liberating force in people's lives. Principal Paulette Smith from Madison Elementary in San Leandro, Principal Belinda Averill from the South Lake Middle School in Irvine Unified were among those announced by Secretary Cardona just recently. And we appreciate them and all of the educators they represent for their hard work and dedication. Finally, in bittersweet news, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate Jessica Holmes, who has been offered and has accepted a position as the Program Budget Manager of the Education Systems Unit at the Department of Finance. This is a wonderful opportunity, and Jessica is eminently qualified to take on this responsibility. Fortunately, we will be keeping her in our family as she will work closely with us in shaping the governor's education budget. We are excited for her, but she will be sorely missed by all of us here at the board. Appointed by Governor Newsom, Jessica served as State Board of Education's Chief Deputy Executive Director for the past 3 years. She's been indispensable in developing and implementing our California for All Kids TK through 12 initiatives in many, many areas, too many to mention, but in particular in recent months, she has stepped in to lead the work of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel, which has been an enormous task. We didn't realize when the bill came our way what it was going to entail. Her breadth of experience, her expertise has been instrumental in fostering cross-agency collaborations with agencies such as the Health and Human Service Agency, the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, the California Natural Resources Agency. Prior to coming to us, and I will just say in this period of time, I have learned so much from Jessica. And I think all of us have. She is extraordinarily knowledgeable about almost everything that goes on in education in this state. Before she came to us, she was with the Department of Finance as a finance budget analyst, so that's been an enormous body of expertise. She was before that a math and engineering teacher at Futures High School in North Highlands, California. And she served as a fiscal and policy analyst in HHS during the Schwarzenegger administration. So she's had an amazing set of experiences that we have profited from in so many ways. You've made an indelible impact on the board, and we look forward to continuing to work with you and celebrating your achievements. On behalf of the students of California, we do have a certificate for you and a hug, and Brooks will do the honors.
Madam President, we invite Jessica back to do some guest teaching in math and engineering anytime you like. We welcome you back. Congratulations.
I will be brief because I know we have a lot of important work to do today, but I just wanted to say it has been an immense honor to serve all the members of the State Board. I can't tell you how inspired I am by not only your great expertise and your heart and your love for this work, but also the fact that you guys really enjoy each other and I think, are able to accomplish so much more because of your excellent commitment to each other and to the students of California. Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent. You've always been so supportive of me. Linda, you are an amazing North Star and beacon for all of us, and I look forward to continuing to support both the priorities of the board, of you, and of the Newsom administration in my new position. And finally, state board staff are the best staff of any state board in this country. Not that I've met any of those other people, but I can't imagine that they come anywhere close to the folks that work here, and I'm just so grateful for the time that I've been able to spend with them. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, we are going to jump into the agenda. I know we're all looking forward to hearing the reports from our outstanding Student Advisory Board members, and so let the program begin. We are going to start with item 2 of our agenda with the recommendation of finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. And while we've just welcomed Julia to the board, and we're thrilled for this year that you will spend with us, it is already time to begin the selection process for next year's member. So the State Board of Education Screening Committee recommends that the State Board approve these 3 finalists as identified in the item addendum. And the item will be presented by the Screening Committee Chair, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond, and good morning to everyone. As you all know, and we say this every year, the student board member selection process is always a highlight of the work that we get to do. And as in years past, we have had an amazing group of applicants this year. Just as a very quick reminder, every year high school students in their junior year are invited to submit an application to serve on the State Board of Education as a student member. And last year, really under the requests and probing of many of the students that were part of the CASC and around, we were encouraged to look at additional ways to increase the applicant pool. And I will say we were quite excited to see the increase in size and diversity of applicants that applied this year. We used strategies such as expanding outreach to student organizations, enhancing social media efforts, providing a media toolkit for partners, and featuring a commentary by last year's student member in EdSource. So there were a lot of efforts that took place between last year and the submission of applications this year to really cast the net across the state of California and encourage a wide range and diverse group of applicants. And this year we had 63, let me look at that number, yes, 63 students that applied, and that is more than twice the amount of applicants we had last year and in the years before. So I say to all of the students and all of the adults who helped in that effort, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was indeed a pleasure to read all 63 applications and get us to this point today. The screening committee, which is made up of myself, board members Escovedo and Lewis, also, Board Member McQuillan assisted in the first phase of the student member recruitment process, and we narrowed it down to 12 candidates when we met in October. Those 12 candidates attended the Student Advisory Board on Education Conference, which took place right down the street, as President Darling-Hammond said, and was graced with a fire drill at 5 a.m. this morning. And at that conference, they made presentations to student delegates, and those student delegates selected from the 12 6 candidates for us to interview. So we had an opportunity, joined by student member Clausen, to interview those 6 candidates, and we were extremely impressed. And can I say to the students who are here in the room and those who might be in the overflow, what a difficult decision we had in front of us. I will tell you, President Darling-Hammond, I floated to the committee, how can we just add about 6 or 7 members to the board? That got vetoed for various reasons, but it was extremely difficult to narrow down to the 3 that we will recommend to the governor. So first, I would like to acknowledge 6 of the students who were selected by the screening committee as semifinalists. So as you hear your name called, please come get your certificate. Board Member McQuillan will be at the podium to present it to you. So our 6 semifinalists were Edward Abascal from Saddleback High School, and that's within the Santa Ana Unified School District. Eduardo, you may come forward. Congratulations for being a semifinalist, and thank you again for the submission of your application. We also had Lennon Coffin from Irvine High School. Lennon, please come forward. And Irvine High School is in Irvine Unified School District. Congratulations to you. Arnav Dagar from Canyon Crest Academy, which is within the San Diego Unified School District in San Diego County. I also want to acknowledge one of the students who is not here with us this morning, but Jasmine Garcia from Davis Senior High School in Davis Unified School District in Yolo County also was a semifinalist. We had Bridget McVeigh from El Cerrito High School in West Contra Costa Unified School District in Solano County. Come on up, Bridget. Congratulations, and thank you for taking the time to apply. And also Zariah White from De Anza High School, which is also in West Contra Costa in Solano County. We thank those 6 semifinalists as well as the others that made up that 63 student applicant pool for taking the time to apply and the interest in serving on the board. Now I'd like to acknowledge 3 of the students who were identified as candidates for the student board member position that we had opportunity to interview yesterday. And again, as your name is called, please come forward and receive your certificate from Board Member McQuillan. Justin Chu Griffith from West Campus High School in Sacramento City Unified School District in Sacramento County. Congratulations, Justine. Tarun Rajesh from Dublin High School within Dublin Unified School District, Alameda County. Congratulations. It's such a pleasure to meet you as well. Anna Maya Ravi from Washington High School, which is in Fremont Unified School District in Alameda County. So to those 3, thank you so much for taking your time yesterday afternoon. It was indeed a pleasure. And board members, I do say before I give you the 3 finalists that we're bringing forward for recommendation, again, how phenomenal this group of students really, truly is. We sat in awe with those who have created their own businesses and nonprofit organizations to address areas of need and concern. And we sat in reflection as to what we were possibly doing as high school students, because we were doing none of which these phenomenal students are doing. And I had to reflect on my time on MTV, but that's a conversation for another time and another place. But these students are absolutely phenomenal, and they are putting action into thought and doing some phenomenal things. So it is at last my pleasure to announce the 3 finalists that we'd like to bring forward for your approval for recommendation. If these names are approved, these applicants will be forwarded to the governor's office for consideration, and that the governor's office will make the final selection of the student who will sit as the 25-26 student member of the State Board of Education. So for our 3 recommended finalists, I would like you to introduce yourself at the podium by telling us your name and where you attend school and the name of your school district. So first, I'd like to start with Devanyesh Agrawal from Dublin High School, and that's within Dublin Unified School District in Alameda County. Congratulations to you. And please introduce yourself, as I've already said all of the things I've asked for you to say, but please do it a lot better than I did.
Of course. Thank you so much. My name is Divyansh Agrawal. I'm a junior from Dublin High School from Dublin Unified School District.
Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Next, I'd like to bring up Vanessa Ajeki, and she will tell you what school she attends and the district.
Thank you. Good morning, State Board of Education. My name is Vanessa Ijike, and I attend Whitney High School, located in the ABC Unified School District. And thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. Thank you. And our third finalist is Rochelle Milvani. Rochelle, come on up.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Melvani. I go to Monte Vista High School in the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. It's such an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And President Darlene Hammond, that concludes my portion of this presentation. And after public comment, I will be ready to bring a motion forward to the board.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get the public comment slide up, and the phone line will be open for public comment. The live stream is, I'm told, now working, so people can see and hear us. Members of the public wishing to call in to provide comment may do so by using the telephone number and the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask other board members who participated in this year's student selection process if they have any initial comments. We'll start with Member Lewis.
Good morning. Thank you. I can only echo what Vice President Glover Woods has already said. It was just a pleasure to meet and to interview the candidates yesterday, the ones we interviewed online, and to read all of your applications. And like what's already been said, you guys are doing phenomenal things, and it's just encouraging, and it's very hopeful for the future of our communities, our schools, and our country. And just thank you all for taking the time to submit your applications and to go through the process.
Member Escobedo.
I just appreciate the leadership that everyone exhibited during these interviews. The activities from environmental science to, working on social justice. I mean, I'm just floored the amount of time and dedication that you're providing for your communities. And at the same time, by the way, I did look at your transcripts, A+s everywhere. A's, amazing scholars. A great combination of amazing human beings and brilliant people. And we need this in our world. Continue leading your communities. Continue helping all those who may not be doing as well as you, right? A good leader is not someone that just strives on their own, but brings others with them. So again, it is an honor to be in your presence. Thank you.
Awesome. Member McQuillan?
I want to say just ditto to the other members what they've said. It was fantastic to read all the papers. I'm so hopeful for the future of our state of California and all the leaders that we have present here today. Thank you it was an honor to read the papers. So thank you.
Member Clausen?
Yes. Thank you to the top 12, everyone who applied. I'd also like to uplift the fact again that we had double the amount of applications this year. And I'll credit also Anya Iapon, the former board member, with the work that she did to make sure that we had a bigger pool of applicants and a more diverse pool of applicants this year. This was actually one of the parts of the position that I was most looking forward to when I was first appointed to the board, was getting to be a part of this process and watch the top 12 and then top 6, then top 3 really demonstrate the advocacy work that they are already doing. They're already doing the work, they're already being leaders, and they will all continue to be. And, something that really stood out to me is they are all already thinking outside of their own perspectives and uplifting others, whether it's in their speeches, when they were engaging with all the delegates at the Student Advisory Board on Education, or interviewing with us. And I'm so proud that they are students in California. I'm proud to get to know them. And I look forward to supporting all 12 and seeing all the work that they will continue to do, and then eventually supporting my predecessor. Or my successor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any comment in the room, public comment in the room?
We do not.
And on the telephone?
There are a few callers. I'm not sure if it's for this item, but I will open the phone line now. Good morning, State Board of Education. You are now live. You have 1 minute. Please start your public comment. Okay, hearing none. Next caller, you are now live. Please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Oh, and they just dropped also. I'm sorry. That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. So we're now open for board discussion. Any board discussion? Other than what an amazing group of young people. All right, I'm ready for a motion. Yes, please, Member Glover Woods.
Be very formal here. I move that we approve the 3 finalists that have been shared with you during my comments today.
And a second, Member Lewis. All right, Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Clausen. Yes. President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis. Yes. Member McQuillan. Yes. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. And thanks to Vice President Glover Woods and the screening committee members and to all the students who took time to apply and to participate in this year's process. And now we get, as a treat, our reports from the Student Advisory Board on Education Conference. This is item 3, and the item will be presented by the student representatives who participated in the 2024 SABE conference. We've been waiting for this for some time, and the item has an addendum, if you're looking for it, which is the conference report. First, I'd like to ask Board Member McQuillan and then Student Board Member Clausen, as this year's liaisons, if they want to share any comments. Member McQuillan?
Again, this is a real treat. I look forward to this part of the year also. It's just fantastic, the topics and subjects that are near and dear to all of our hearts. Looking forward to the presentation, so thank you.
Member Clausen?
Yes, absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to be there for the Student Advisory Board on Education and help out when I can, but honestly, they really didn't need my help. I was trying to think of feedback for their proposals. They are so strong, their speakers are excellent, and they've been pouring in so much work, long days, early mornings, late nights, to make these proposals feasible, realistic, but also aspirational for what we can do as a state and what we can do for our students. And I look forward to hearing the final products today.
All right, very good. After the at this point, I think we're ready for the presentations, and we have various presenters for these items. Each presenter will be introduced by Akshaya Allah, Education Policy Director of the California Association of Student Councils, with a brief introduction by David Shijun Bey, this year's state president of the council. And David, please begin.
All right, thank you. Good morning, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is David Shijun Bey, and I'm a senior at the Orange County School of the Arts, having the privilege of serving as the state president of the California Association of Student Councils, or CASC, for the 2024 to 2025 year. This year's Student Advisory Board on Education has been especially rewarding, as directors and delegates alike have shown incredible resilience and flexibility throughout the past 3 days. Hearing the unique visions of students from all across California coalesce into a collective movement of change has reaffirmed the power of youth. Of course, this experience could not have been possible without our 12 dedicated student board member candidates, the current student board member, Julia Clausen, who oversaw the election process with grace, supporting our candidates to her fullest capacity, and lastly, our core conference team, who worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. This opportunity to create and share our proposals has been an unparalleled experience for our delegates. So we thank the California Department of Education for dedicating the time to honor our voice. Your recognition of us as not only students, but as emerging change makers is what propels us forward. And for that, we thank each and every one of you. Without further ado, I welcome the CASC Education Policy Director, Akshay Allah, for more on today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely introduction, David. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members. My name is Akshaya Allah, and I am a senior at Whitney High School in Placer County. I'm the Education Policy Director of the California Association of Student Councils and the Director of the 2024 Student Advisory Board on Education. This year marks the 61st anniversary of the Student Advisory Board on Education, which started in 1963 and has given students throughout the state of California a voice to propose changes in the education policy system to the State Board of Education. Decades later, students continue to make these proposals in the span of 3 intensive days. The delegates standing behind me are bright, talented, and always open to listen and learn. Their love for life, passion for change, willingness to make the necessary sacrifices, and desire to put the work in inspire me and so many others. This year is monumental for us. Behind me and outside waiting sit 61 delegates from all throughout the state who have traveled to Sacramento to make a difference within their education system. The proposals the students provide before you are completely of the students' own creations, made up of experiences and knowledge of students who live in the California education system. Unlike other interest holders or experts in the education field, our qualifications are quite simple. Every day we wake up and we go to school. We see the areas for improvement and we seek to create that change. Today, the 6 issues that we will be presenting are those that this body has decided are priorities that need to be addressed in our education system today. I come forth to you with a delegation of students ready to enact a positive change. Our delegation came to consensus on 6 topics as priorities to be addressed: special education, campus safety, multilingual language learners, school nutrition, mental health, and post-high school preparedness. Finally, CASC Day President David Bay will present a proposal on avenues for student voice on behalf of the CASC State Council. I would like to thank SBE staff member Rick Reyes for working so hard to make this conference possible. I would also like to thank all of the board members so much for this amazing opportunity for our students to present their proposals and recognizing the importance of student voice. Without further ado, I'd like to present our first presentation on the topic of special education, presented by Yuri Kim. Thank you.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Yuri Kim, and I'm a sophomore attending Arnold O. Beckman High School in the Tustin Unified School District. The California Education Code states that all persons in public schools, regardless of their disability, gender identity, nationality, race or ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, are entitled to an educational experience free from discrimination. This core belief is the foundation of our public education system. California is home to one of the most diverse populations in the country, and this doesn't end with our schools. In every region of California, there are students with unique needs that require specialized support, whether those needs stem from cognitive, emotional, or physical differences. As one of the largest special education providers in the country, California serves nearly 851,000 individuals in our special education programs, one of them being a student from Mountain View Los Altos Union School District. Alyssa, a 12th grade student with Down syndrome, was placed in general education classes. However, instead of the acceptance her family had hoped for, she faced extreme ostracization by her peers. Her classmates, unaccustomed to her differences, often left her out and made insensitive remarks. Without support, she found herself increasingly isolated, and it became so overwhelming that her parents had to transfer her to another school. The isolation that many special needs children like Alyssa face can make it nearly impossible for them to assimilate into the student body. This hinders their motivation to attend school, the driving factor behind chronic absenteeism, which affects over 33% of special education students. In order to level the playing field for students in special education, we must challenge the paradigm of this division. On behalf of the Student Advisory Board on Education's delegation, we strongly recommend that the State Board of Education add language under the special education subsection of services and resources, as well as the equity subsection of promising practices on the California Department of Education website. This language should promote statewide mentorship programs, primarily through a partnership between the CDE and Special Education Local Plan Areas, or SELPAs. In these programs, teacher-recommended general education students would participate in a joint program mentoring special education students in a 1-to-1 ratio. Prospective student mentors would submit applications to be reviewed by their local SELPA in order to enter the program and would receive service hours for their efforts. The language on the CDE website would also highlight existing exemplary mentorship programs to mimic, demonstrating the feasibility of such programs. Through a peer mentorship program, students like Alyssa, who often feel isolated or overlooked, will finally have the chance to experience friendship and belonging. They'll have someone who cares, someone who sees them for who they are beyond labels or stigmas. This peer mentorship is more than just pairing students. It's giving these children a chance to feel seen, valued, and supported, things every student deserves. For some, the lack of inclusion for special education students in public schools may seem like a negligible problem. But for those kids, this is their life. Their existence, to be alive and different at no fault of their own, is to miss out. They spend nearly every waking moment with the same dogma imposed on them, to learn how to fit in. This is incredibly harmful rhetoric, and the continuation of this idea in our systemic institutions will only lead to a worsening disparity. For these reasons, we implore the board to recommend this program, ensuring a future where every student in California is equipped with the tools to succeed, both in school and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there comments? Member Olken?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being such strong advocates for our students with disabilities in the state and recognizing their rights and their potential in such a meaningful way. Really appreciate that. It's important and it shows a lot about who you are. I have sort of a question so I have a question about the mentor programs that you described as potential exemplars. I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about one of them, if you know of them. And then I have a second question, which is a little different, which is I'm thinking about the word mentor and how a lot of what you're describing is the attempt to destigmatize students with disabilities. And I'm wondering, so mentor tends to suggest that one group has something to teach the other group. And I'm wondering if you can think of some ways that the students with disabilities might also be able to be mentoring or teaching those who they get paired with. Because I think that's really how we start to change stigma. So that one's a very practical question and one's maybe a little bit more philosophical.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I can answer this question To start off, we have some examples in our proposal under previous examples, but something I can personally attest to is a program that's implemented at my school, Beckman High School in Orange County. It's where students are recommended by teachers to be mentors or buddies of a sort to students in the special education, physical education programs. So they support these students and offer that more specialized support that you can't really find in schools because there's a lack of aids for these special education students. And I can personally attest to how much this program has positively impacted our student population, definitely in terms of inclusion and the open-mindedness on campus. Programs like these, they are truly a teaching experience. They teach us that these students in the special education programs, they're kids, just like myself and my peers back there. They're students with hopes and dreams and wants, and they deserve that access to an enriching education. Every student in California does.
Thank you so much.
And then in response to your second question, so the way that my group envisioned this was that it would be a bit of a give and take situation. So obviously the neurotypical students that are able to mentor these students in the special education programs would be able to teach them the social skills necessary to thrive in post-secondary education and whatever plans they may have after high school. And then in terms of the relationship that the special education students can give back to the mentors, they can provide them that perspective that they're going to, because when you're in high school and these special education programs are often segregated from the general education program, this offers them that perspective that they need in order to grow their empathy and fully function as members of society. Because when you're out there after high school, it's everyone, you know, you're not sheltered. So to be able to have that experience and that worldview that you get from interacting with these students, I think that would be really valuable in adequately supporting them as members of society. Of course.
Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Thank you so much, Yuri, to your entire group for coming up with this item as the liaison from the board for our students, our advisory commission for special education. I was very pleased to see this as an item today. I have a question about the process that you participated in to get to this, and I was just wondering if the team had a chance to talk to students with disabilities in the development of this proposal, and if not, if you're interested in learning more, I'm sure we could arrange a staff member to just have a little bit of a briefing. The Senate Bill 291 passed last year, and that added 2 student commissioners to the advisory commission for students with disabilities for the very first time this last school year. So we were excited about that. And anyhow, just kind of a simple question. Just wondered if there were students with disabilities consulted in the process. And you don't have to mention any names of students, but just more generally. Thank you.
Of course, yes. So we did discuss this extensively, you know, having that aspect of voice from students with disabilities. So we weren't able to actually directly speak to a student with disabilities that is in the special education program, but there were many members of our group that has had extensive experience with special education students. I personally work with students, neurodivergent students, very regularly, and we did have other members of our group who felt the same way. So that was what led to this proposal, because we, as students, recognize the lack of integration in our schools and how this could benefit the special education population on a broader level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that really brilliant presentation, and consider deeply what the implications are in many ways for integrating students with special needs into the school population in a way that is supportive, communal, and empowering. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we will. Group 2.
Our second presentation will be on the topic of campus safety, presented by William Lee. Thank you.
So imagine sitting in your classroom and you're listening to your teacher when you suddenly hear loud bangs in the hallway. Your heart begins to race and your mind is suddenly filled with questions that no child should ever have to think about. What is happening? Are those gunshots? What do we do now? Am I going to die? Sadly, though, these are the thoughts of many confused and scared students all over the country. They are left wondering what to do in situations like these because they were never taught how to properly handle a crisis. Students not being properly educated on these preventive and responsive measures unknowingly put their lives in danger during a crisis. The unfortunate reality today is that these safety threats that target our campuses are becoming more frequent, dangerous, and deadly. This really should not be our reality, and something needs to change. Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond, President Darley Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and all esteemed members of the board. My name is William Lee. I'm a junior at University Preparatory School in Redding, California. Today, the Student Advisory Board on Education would like to address a critical issue regarding campus safety. We have identified a lack of prioritization, availability, and communication of standard safety and education and response measures in schools. In the light of rising safety concerns, students, teachers, and parents alike find themselves asking the same question. Are we really this prepared for emergencies? Well, the answer, students and staff lack the preparedness they need to stay safe in these emergency situations because of the outdated and inconsistent safety protocols and communication. So therefore, we recommend the State Board of Education to create an in-class presentation containing preventive and responsive measures in regard to campus safety for elementary, middle, and high school students. We further recommend supplying additional educational resources for students, staff, administrators, and parents. These presentations can also be added onto with previous safety plans of the community, district, or school it is applying to, and thereby effectively conforming to the particular needs of any campus. The CSSP, or the Comprehensive School Safety Plan, would also be included in this presentation. Now, there are two main reasons why we believe this recommendation would directly address the campus safety crisis. One, developing a more structured format that encompasses the best safety practices for each school will increase understanding of emergency procedures, reduce the anxiety, and the risk of harm during a crisis. Two, having an almost statewide safety framework based on school level will make the safety procedures throughout the state more similar to each other. This will allow for the existence of an almost standardized procedure that is familiar to every school in the state, ensuring that every school has sufficient and accurate safety procedures. This will equip staff and students with a more, but not an exactly, homogeneous knowledge on what to do in any threatening situation, regardless of school location. Well-informed students and staff are more likely to respond appropriately to also prevent an emergency, which can reduce the number of incidents. By offering additional resources that can be promoted throughout the schools, such as follow-up emails, handbooks, videos, and more, we can then foster a school environment where students feel safe, supported, and focused on their learning. When students are confident in their school safety procedures, they experience less anxiety, which contributes to a more positive mental health environment. It can also increase attendance rates as parents feel more comfortable sending their kids to school environments that are absolutely safe. The State Superintendent of Public Instructor and Director of Education, Tony Thurmond, would make the outline for the presentation, which would result in minimal cost. Safety should be the #1 priority on any campus. By establishing our recommendation to implement a reliable framework for emergency preparedness, we can equip California schools with the tools to ensure the safety, well-being, and academic success of its 6 million students and future generations. Only with the aspect of safety taken care of will the students be able to focus on their education and teachers can focus on teaching. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members? Member Roscoe Gonzalez?
William, thank you for your presentation. I'm a classroom teacher, and it's really important what your presentation's about. I appreciate your proposal's emphasis on adaptability and inclusivity. My question to you is, campus safety often involves multiple stakeholders, parents, teachers, law enforcement. How does your proposal plan to engage these groups effectively to support your initiative?
Wait, you mean law enforcement or
Yes, teachers, all stakeholders, teachers, students, parents. How do you plan to involve all stakeholders, including law enforcement?
Law enforcement. Well, the law enforcement when they can they can do the presentations in either in a form of either an in-class presentation or an assembly, depending on what the school needs. It's optional that law enforcement can come to volunteer and talk at the assembly, which can increase student engagement because I don't think students would want to keep listening to the teachers' voices and want to hear at least hear something else in their lives. And for the teachers, they will also read the new safety procedures and be accustomed to it, so that they are more familiar on how to respond to every school emergency. Which can also mean that if for any reason a teacher needs to transfer their employment to a new school, they can be somewhat familiar with it, and so then when they at the new school, they're not going to be like, what should I do? So they're at least somewhat familiar with what to do, and readapting to the new procedures won't be that challenging.
Yeah.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, William. Thank you so much for the presentation. As you started your presentation, one of the statements you made just really struck me, which is the safety threats are more frequent. And as saddening as that is, it's definitely a fact. Safety threats on our campuses are happening a lot more frequently, and it does beg that question, are we prepared for an emergency? So my question is in regards to the standardization of presentations, of safety presentations, and how it may allow for adaptability or flexibility depending on the area. So I'll preface my question a little bit with this. We know that threats of safety can come in a variety of different ways, let's say from an active shooter to a fire situation on campus and various other things. Right. And we also know that throughout our state, our school facilities vary as well as far as amount of space, location. Some are in more highly populated areas, some in less populated areas. So my question is, did your group have opportunity to talk about how these standardized presentations would, allow for the adaptability based on the local situation and the local geographic area where they may be, where it may occur?
Yes. So we thought about this a lot last night, in fact, and we're thinking more of more of an outline that we can do, and the quote unquote standardized procedure can kind of have contents that we kind of need, for example, we recommend that you address fire crisis, active shooter, neighborhood any walkdown, and so we're thinking we can leave this slideshow a lot more adaptable by making it more of an outline, so that schools can make changes to it by simplifying it or adding onto the presentation for different schools, campuses, districts, and even grade levels.
Wonderful. Thank you, William. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Other comments from board members? Yes, Member Carlson.
Thank you, William. I don't have a question. I just want to compliment your group on your proposal, then also you on your speech. School safety is something I'm very passionate about. Just when you started your speech, what the anecdote that you started with was really profound, and it's very unfortunate. That's something that we have to think about often. It's unfortunately relevant to students across California. And I just wanted to compliment you and your group on, how your proposal addresses the toll that worrying about safety concerns takes on mental health, both for our students and our educators and our administrators as well. And I think you approached it very well, and then also, left room so that this could be adapted on a per region, per school basis, because our state is so diverse and so large. So congrats to your group, and congrats to you. Thank you, William.
Thank you. And I'd like to once again thank President Darling Hamid, Vice President Glover Woods, and all esteemed members of the board for your time and your attention to our proposal. Thank you.
We appreciate it. And let me ask if we could have the members of Group 2 to stand up, and then we're going to ask the members of Group 1 so we can see everyone who worked on these proposals. Can we see the folks who worked on the school safety proposal? Please stand up so we can recognize you. And also the group that worked on the special education mentoring proposal, please. Thank you. We appreciate all of the analytic power and heart and commitment that you're bringing to these presentations and to the analyses. And I know we have to move people in and out of the room at this point, so I'm going to ask that we bring Groups 3 and 4 into the boardroom. And members of the board, this is your chance to get a cup of coffee. I'm going to get my cup of tea.
Tony and I just have a little fun. I know. Shit passing in the night. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. So, yes. Overall.
Still early.
Yeah, still in good. But yeah, it's. Hi.
This very efficient process all worked out. All right, we are going to reconvene. I think everyone's here, please.
Oh, I'm connected via hardline? No, I'm connected via.
What was that?
Just a moment. Clay, we can hear you.
Morning. Morning. Imagine a 6-year-old girl who recently immigrated to the United States. Neither she nor her family speaks fluent English, and she's thrown into a local elementary school with LPAT text on her first day. Some extreme emotion may appear, and ultimately this is going to lead to overwhelm, being scared, and even start to cry. Well, that wasn't the case for me. I felt nothing because I didn't even understand what an LPAT test was in the first place. The test was just a pile of stapled paper and a pencil on the desk. And little did I know that that was going to lead to a downhill from there. I realized that I didn't have any sort of communication with anyone. I got bullied for my pronunciation and grammatical errors. I hoped for someone who would come and rescue me, talk about my test score, and teach me English, yet no one was there to rescue me. After 3 excruciating years without any response, I had to save myself. But however, there has to be a better way to improve this for everyone. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members. My name is Alyssa Jung, and I am a sophomore attending St. Margaret's Episcopal School. I am bringing attention to multilingual language learners in California and how we can bring more support. In the current California education system, English language learners are required to take the LPAC test annually. Out of roughly 6 million K-12 students in California, English language learners makes up approximately 19% of the population, approximately 1.1 million students. However, only 18,000 students pass annually, and those who do not meet the requirements must retake the test the following year. English language learners do not receive support after the LPAC testing process for improvement, which can be reflected based on the reclassification rates. Ultimately, districts maintain an inadequate status quo for English language learners due to lack of understanding of the students' needs. With consideration, our team has decided to propose a pilot program set to be recommended on a district level, more specifically on a school-to-school basis to support local students with additional resources. This program will require program coordinators to reach out to English language learners with additional support and peer-to-peer interaction to help them with LPAC testing, translation, and bonding conversations to help them expand their language comfortability. This will be implemented by collaborating with existing after-school programs mandated by the Department of Education. And after-school programs such as expanding learning will mean a district official is on school grounds for this program to take place, and this will also enable the district advisor to be a supervisor for this program as is based on peer service. The pilot program will be passed by the California Department of Education under the funds of Prop 98, and more specifically, under a pre-existing sub-branch of LCFF addressing English language learners. It relocates current funding of English language learners towards our solution, which costs approximately $2 million. This will be piloted in the Santa Ana, Oakland, and Fresno school district over 4 years. We selected the following school district as they retain a smaller population and a larger quantity of English language learners as they retain in said district, which makes the program the most effective in both cost and process. This will be essential in our community to ensure basic equality and justice involve everyone in safe space without restrictions, and that districts are to follow the guidelines when providing support with critical counseling between high school students teaching peer student age K-12. More specifically, the methods of action are up to interpretation from district to district regarding specific policy, time, and place. Ultimately, with the additional support offered by this program, English language learners will receive helpful feedback to break away from language barriers. With the implementation of this pilot program, more data will be able to collect it and analyzed to provide more customized assistance to English language learners. Communication should not be a barrier that blocks us from one another. Inclusion and diversity strengthen our learning environment and growing it into a more accepting community. Sometimes I think back on how many other students are there facing the same situation I faced back in my childhood. And now we can change that. Let's create a system that allows every child to thrive regardless of their linguistic background, and education should be a pathway to empowerment, and by prioritizing inclusion, we can ensure that no student is left behind. we can build a more connected, resilient, and compassionate community for our future generations. Thank you.
All right, board members, comments? Yes, Member Escobedo.
Thank you so much. I may share your clip with our next December 3rd regional English learner meeting with. So thank you for your passion. Any thoughts about the pilot program? Any pilot programs that you've seen work in California? I know you kind of talked a little bit about the dual immersion program, some other initiatives, but any other successful pilots research that you've noticed? Yes.
So I'm aware of the current pilot programs are funded under the California Department of Education, and it's ultimately based on district to district, and that's why pilot programs are being a successful trend right now, because they are customized to what different regions are like with their own needs. Because if we were to pass something for like from the state level directly, it may lead to like inflexibility and stuff like that. But ultimately, by us trying to path through pilot programs, it will be able to get a more flexible results and see it through different results and data across different districts. That's why we wanted to have like a more customized instead of trying to have like a fixed standard for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other board members? Comments? All right. Thank you very much. And I'd love to also congratulate the members of your team. Could you please all stand for us? It's a very important issue, and we really appreciate you bringing both the personal experience and the policy framework to us for consideration. Thank you. Group 4.
Our next proposal will be on school nutrition, presented by Kevin Herr. Thank you.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members. My name is Kevin Herr, a junior from Sunny Hills High School and a food fanatic. The importance of a healthy diet is no mystery to anyone, as it is imperative for the well-being of not only our physical health, but also mental. Luckily, our state has already made tremendous strides in providing free lunches to all high school students. For me, it has become a tradition for my friends and I to wait in our lunch line, catch up, and afterwards share a meal together. And that's only possible because school lunches are free in California. However, despite the progress made, the stigma surrounding what is served is, needless to say, not always so positive. This is a case shown in the Perry Undum study, which showed that 64% of students claimed that if there were more food options, they would actually eat the school food. Additionally, as a pescatarian student, I know firsthand the limited vegetarian options, and the only available option without dairy is frozen sun butter sandwiches. To combat these issues, we must ensure that student input is considered and reflected in the conversation. There is still work to be done, and we must strive to do better. We propose that the State Board of Education recommends to the California Department of Education provide resources to help LEAs implement student representatives into pre-existing wellness structures established by the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010. The Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act mandates at least one local educational agency official to ensure compliance to local school wellness policy. In addition to this mandated position, this act permits students, parents, board members, administrators, faculty, and community members to participate in the development, implementation, periodic review, and update of the local school wellness policy. While resources detailing how to implement parents, faculty, and community members are provided in the CDE website, information regarding how to implement student representatives is absent. The impact of this lack of information is substantial. From all school districts in California, districts that have actually implemented student representatives are few and far between. As a student of the Fullerton Joint Union High School District, I contacted Ms. Chowdhury, my school district nutrition director, in an attempt to implement student representatives at our wellness meetings, where our school menus are decided. While she was very supportive of the idea, she explained how she was previously unable to include student representatives because she lacked the information and resources which pertained to implementing this student position. Our proposal is a direct solution to this problem, where local educational agency officials are finally provided the resources needed to promote student representatives. Our solution would require little to no cost to implement, as the only funding needed would be directed to organizing and distributing these resources. Examples include uploading the resources to the CDE website, as well as distributing these resources via email to LEAs and district superintendents. This minimal cost will lead to substantial progress in advocating for students' voices across all of California, with students finally being able to address issues that affect us, like our school menus. School nutrition is literally the energy we use to fuel our education and lives, so we should have a say in it. This is an opportunity for our voices to be heard in a system that directly impacts us. We are the voices of the future, and we must have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And just for the record, I think that you said you were a pescatarian, not a Presbyterian. That's what came up on the. We're all interested in the limits of AI. That was definitely one of them. Thank you very much. And let me see if members of the board would like to comment. Yes, Member Patillo-Bronson.
Thank you for the presentation and for highlighting an issue that clearly is near and dear to the hearts and stomachs of so many students around the state. I think it's certainly a resonant idea that students should have some voice in what is actually going to go into their bodies, and that I think strikes a chord. I would love if you might talk a little bit more about the food waste potential, or the potential to reduce food waste, which was mentioned in the write-up as well.
Yes, exactly. I think with the student representative, they are able to address issues, not only our school menus, but address issues like the food waste. The current school menus don't really resonate with a lot of students, hence they throw the food away and there is more waste. With student representatives, they're able to have a say in, these are the foods that we actually want, potentially limiting the food waste. And not only that, I'd like to share like a personal anecdote where my school has taken the initiative to limit food waste by putting bins right outside our cafeterias. So if there's any like fruits or veggies they don't want, they can leave it in there for someone else to grab. Those are creative ideas, but the result of it is still substantial food waste. And so these are changes that happen from an adult's perspective. They aren't the ones waiting in the school lines. They aren't the ones experiencing, why we are putting this food in the trash. And so if we have a student perspective on that, we're able to approach those issues in a different way.
Thank you. Other board commentary, Member Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. Very energetic. And you had me reflecting on, I used to run the student advisory meetings for the LCAT. And every year when we got the students together and we give them the survey about what changes you want to see in your school, better food in the cafeteria was the #1 reason. So you definitely hit on something that's very important to students. So in part of your report in the results, you mentioned how when students have better meals, it impacts both the student and the school. Can you just kind of expound on that, what you found? How does it benefit the students, and how does that benefit their academic performance?
Yeah, of course. I think, like, personally speaking, as a student, so many times in class, I'm sure, like, if you have ever, like, taught in a classroom, students are always hungry. They always want to pull out snacks, and, like, they're just, like, sometimes it, like, distracts us from our work. And so if we make sure that the food that they're served is something that they'll actually eat, we'll be more focused in class because we don't have to worry about our stomachs. And also, like, another way that this impacts the school, talking to Ms. Chowdhury, she explained to me how a lot of our funding does come from the participation we get with our school menus and, like, how many students actually get the school food. And if we are actually able to create like better school menus, more students will end up getting the food, and in turn, it will create more funding for our school's nutrition. And I feel like that will be beneficial for students as well as our school.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Seeing none, thank you so much. Let me see all of the members of this group of food advisors. Thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate your very sensible proposals. Thank you. And I think we're going to see another shift of students going out and coming in. I'm going to ask the board members to stay put because this should take only a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We took our break. Okay. Thank you so much. Proceeding on to Group 5.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Ryan Lin, and I'm a senior at Irvine High School in the Irvine Unified School District. 1 in 6 youth have mental health conditions such as anxiety or depression, according to the National Alliance on Mental Health. Mental health conditions that lead to severe consequences such as self-harm, alienation, or even suicide, which is the third leading cause of death among people aged 15 to 29. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Student Advisory Board of Education to discuss the ongoing issue of poor mental health in students. Throughout high school, I too struggle with mental health problems. Over the years, academics are becoming more and more competitive, and as I took on more extracurriculars, stress was commonplace for me, and anxiety became my best friend. As the eldest son of 2 immigrant parents, I often felt I had no one to turn to on campus. Overload, combined with a lack of mental health education and time management education, only served to exacerbate my anxiety. Looking back, having a peer who is similar in age with a perspective on my issues would have helped support my freshman self's mental health immensely. So this leads us to our proposal. We strongly recommend the State Board of Education urge the California Department of Education to promote a best practice program to connect upper grade high schoolers with incoming or current students on campus, depending on each school's unique situation. This program, which we recommend to be active during lunch or free periods during the school day, would serve to guide younger students through high school, providing education on mental health and necessary life and time management skills. So to discuss implementation details, we are proposing a best practice program in hopes that local school districts will be more willing to implement the mentorship program. Rather than a standardized, rigid policy, a best practice program with flexibility and wiggle room will allow local districts to adapt it to reflect their needs. Using the current school infrastructures and retailing them for mental health mentoring, our policy would minimize fiscal costs. This, along with the flexibility of the program, would incentivize schools to implement it, and because it can be adjusted and tailored to each specific campus, it would be much more effective. In fact, our proposal is backed by studies conducted by agencies such as the American Psychological Association. They found students with effective time management reported 20% less anxiety and stress. We also highly recommend that mentors for local middle schoolers or incoming freshmen go through a thorough screening process to ensure the safety of their program. We understand maturity may be a concern. However, with the screening process, we sincerely believe that qualified juniors and seniors in high school will be selected to bear the responsibility of mentorship. However, I want to reiterate the importance of peer counseling in this process. Peer-to-peer consulting is critical in this process because peers communicating with each other will help mentees feel more comfortable reaching out for help, and the proximity and age will instill a sense of relatability, increasing the likelihood that a student is willing to listen to their mentor. However, ultimately, the method of selection for potential mentors will be left up to the school districts to decide. This localized approach our proposal brings, guided by district-specific needs, ensures that the program adapts well to each community. This promotes student well-being and leadership development across California. Our policy will benefit the 3.2 million high schoolers and middle schoolers who need time management skills and mental health education, skills of dire importance to good mental health. Through our proposal, mentees will have someone to look up to and trust, alleviating feelings of loneliness and isolation. Upper grade mentors will develop leadership and empathy skills that will be necessary even beyond high school. The connections established between the two lead to long-lasting friendships, creating a more inclusive and supportive school environment, and reducing absentee rates as student happiness and motivation rise. For these reasons, it is in the State Board of Education's interest to support our recommendation to urge the California Department of Education to promote a best practice program on upperclassmen to incoming student connections. I hope for a California with students happy, stress-free, and connected. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, discussion? Questions?
Hey, Ryan, thank you.
Member Lewis, yes.
Thank you for your presentation, and we all know that mental health is very concerning and very important.
Is your microphone on? Okay.
I believe so. Maybe I'll use this one. Is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you. My question is, in your proven results, you've mentioned the Link Crew program that currently exists in schools now. How do you see a similarity between the peer mentors and their service that they'll provide for students to that of the Link Crew? That's part one. And part two, would there be any recommendations for any type of specific characteristics that you would look for the mentors that relate to the mental health?
Yeah, that's a great question. So addressing the first part of the question that you asked, So Link Crew is actually, for me and a couple of my peers that I worked with, it's actually a program that's in our schools. And we found that Link Crew was good at providing, I guess, like a buddy system for incoming freshmen. But that system lasted pretty much until, I guess, the first semester of their freshman year. Our program that we propose is something that where a senior or a junior can help guide the incoming freshmen or, I guess, new students in campus throughout their high school career. And then it's like a friendship that they can take with them even beyond high school. In addition, Link Crew, our program provides more guidance on mental health and time management skills. And this focus is different from Link Crew in that aspect. And then addressing your second, could you clarify the second part of the question? Sorry.
The difference between the two, and are there any specific characteristics other than the Link Crew mentor that you would look for in the mental health mentor?
Yeah, each school district is gonna vary in the way they select their mentors, but the general consensus that our group decided on was for first the mentor to be a leader in the community, someone with high attendance rate, because if they're not present to guide the younger student, then there's really no point in being there. So a high attendance rate, someone who's proven to be a leader in their community, they don't necessarily have to have the best grades, they just have to be able to uplift the younger generation.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, just piggybacking on that question. Lots of programs that use mentors actually have the mentors in their own professional learning community and getting their own kind of training or mentoring. So do you have any thoughts about what kind of support for the mentors, what kind of training or support for the mentors might be helpful?
So yeah, going off on like my experiences with like Link Crew and things like that, most of the time these mentors are trained by either the school counselors or maybe like a teacher who's like, for my school, our advisor is actually the leader of the ASB, our school's ASB. And then so these teachers could help train the potential mentors in time management, mental health education that they can then pass on to the younger students.
Okay, that's great. One other, this may not have come up in your group, but schools are places that can create a lot of anxiety. And I wonder if you had some ideas for what we ought to be working on to reduce the provocation of anxiety in school.
So, yeah, when we were discussing potential causes of anxiety, we pinpointed it to a lot of different factors. There's academic stresses, social stresses, and maybe just outside factors that students may or may not be able to control. And so our proposal focused on the academic stresses, which I can attest, and the rest of my peers can attest, that academic stresses have contributed a good amount to increasing stress and anxiety amongst ourselves. And we decided to focus on that for our proposal.
Are there things that schools could be doing to reduce that stress?
So there's always going to be a competitive environment in schools, and schools can always provide, like, for example, wellness centers in my school to kind of, as a place to ease off and forget about all the craziness going on in high school. So,
thank you. That's wonderful. I want to see the rest of the group stand up so we can recognize everyone for this very thoughtful and helpful proposal. Thank you very, very much. Group 6.
Our sixth presentation will be on the topic of post-high school preparedness, presented by Fia Nicolescu.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and other esteemed members of the board. My name is Fia Nicolescu, and I'm a junior at Bella Vista High School in the San Juan Unified School District here in Sacramento. Starting in elementary school, children are conditioned to believe that college is an end-all, be-all final destination. That's when they start to believe that the path to their dream career is linear with little to no room for mistakes. One of my close friends was determined to get into a four-year college all his life so he could become a doctor and make his dad proud. But when he had to drop out because of health-related issues, he lost hope in his future, and it took him years to get back on track. With so much pressure to follow the same linear path and so little exposure to a wide variety of careers, by the time students get to high school, it's not shocking that they're stressed about the future and forget that college is a stepping stone, not a final destination. But the problem starts far before you even step foot in the 9th grade. It begins in elementary and middle schools, when children start ruling out unfamiliar careers and paths because of what they have or haven't been exposed to. That's why we recommend the SBE to encourage local education agencies to host career pathway exploration events at least twice a year for K-8 schools during instructional time. Our proposal would build on the Freedom to Succeed executive order last November that created a new master plan on career education. These events will be implemented individually at schools on a grassroots level, potentially through collaboration with PTAs and partnerships with local labor unions, corporations, nonprofits, and organizations like FFA or Future Farmers of America. Local education agencies will be encouraged to represent different pathways and options at these events so that their students can begin to imagine themselves in different careers. High schoolers from local CTE programs can also volunteer to speak at local elementary and middle schools about their experience, while also getting service hours. Low resource areas can utilize virtual events and other webinars to make sure their students get similar opportunities. Because of the autonomy provided to LEAs under this proposal, there would be minimal fiscal impact on the state, and LEAs are free to use existing programs, grants, and other connections. American Student Assistance found that 80% of guidance counselors said their students were highly overwhelmed about college and career decisions. And according to the California school dashboards, just 44% of students leaving high school were considered prepared on the college and career indicator. Even if someone could grow up to become a talented mechanic, if all they've heard their entire life is their parents telling them they have to go to a four-year college and become a doctor, by the time they get to high school, trade school won't even be on their radar. And conversely, if someone doesn't see themselves going to a four-year college, they may feel like they're out of options and choose to stop trying in school altogether. When elementary and middle schoolers start placing themselves in boxes of what they can and can't do in the future, that fixed mindset doesn't just go away in high school when we finally start ramping up career exploration. That's why exposing young students to a diverse array of careers, stories, and perspectives has the potential to radically change the future without radically changing curriculum. It's critical to plant the seed early on. If we wait until high school to start talking about the future, it's already too late. For some, this could be the difference between leaving high school hopeful for the future and leaving with no idea of where they want to go. Once again, we ask for the recommendation of local education agencies to host career exploration events at least twice a year for K-8 schools. We want education to move forward not just for some students, but for every student in California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, comments? Yes, Member Clausen. And I see Member Rodriguez also. So Member Clausen first.
Thank you, Fia. Thank you so much for your proposal and your group's proposal. I'm incredibly excited by this, and I also want to thank you all for thinking about how we can include many age groups, because when we think about career technical education and prepping for college and all the pathways after college, we think about high schoolers, but I think you really start out early so we can include K through 8, which is fantastic. And you talk a lot about collaborations with groups within our communities who can help. So could you expand on what types of resources or partnerships would support schools in implementing this proposal?
Of course. So many schools or districts also have a PTA, which I was talking about, and many of those members may be well connected inside their community, so they may be able to leverage those kind of resources to get partnerships or even potentially come in and speak about their career during the day, during instructional time. So using those kind of partnerships and also just using connections that people at school may have to other members of the community could be really helpful for implementing this.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Nicolescu, for your presentation. I am definitely very interested in all that is about college and career preparation. As a high school teacher, we have a lot of opportunities for our students for career fairs, et cetera. And I would love to hear what you envision at the K through 8 level, what these career fairs would look like, and how can we ensure that all students have access to, like if their schools don't have active PTAs, for example, or parents don't have access to a variety of careers, how can we ensure equity across the state?
Thank you. I think that's a really important question. So for the first part of your question, our career days would be based off of the ones that we had in high school. For example, when I was in elementary school, we had a couple career days where a couple parents from inside the class came into school and talked about their careers. And even though some of it may have gone over our head when we were 5 to 10 years old, I do remember some of those presentations, and they still make me hopeful for the future and make me even want to pursue some of those pathways. And for the second part of your question, it's really important that these low resource areas also have access to the same opportunities. So I was mentioning that they may be able to leverage like virtual resources or even access to some webinars if people aren't necessarily able to come into class. But even if in those areas, local parents may still be able to come and visit the class or even just have teachers outreach to members of their student body or student council and see if they could get a parent to come in and talk about their job.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your advocacy.
Any other board comments? All right. Member Olken, you look like you're winding up to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to call out one piece that I really appreciated, which was the opportunity for high school students to be able to, who are in CTE programs, to share their experiences with younger students. And I was actually going to say this at the last one, but one of the things that we've heard in several of these presentations today is students helping other students. And I just really appreciate that sense of collective responsibility and a sense of collective success, which is often opposed to, getting to your question a second ago, President Darling Hammond, sort of the culture of schools, which can also often be about individual achievement. And these students are sort of calling us out on that and helping us think about ways that we can encourage collectivism. So anyway, thank you for that.
So much. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. And let's ask all of the members of the group to please stand up so we can appreciate you. All right, thank you. And I think we are up to group 7.
Our final presentation today will be on Avenues of Student Voice, presented by State President David Bay.
Okay.
Good morning again, esteemed board members. To reintroduce myself, my name is David Shijun Bay, and I'm the State President of the California Association of Student Councils. Today, CASC, the State Council, and the thousands of students we impact yearly bring before you a call for progress, a step towards a future of representation in career and technical education. Within California's student population, roughly 15% of students participate in CTE. As students living the impact of policies that shape our education, our careers, and our livelihoods, the 800,000 CTE students across California remain without a voice, especially in spaces where decisions are made about their future. The existing infrastructure, state investments, and ambitious initiatives being rolled out all aim to enhance college and career readiness. But without the input of the students these programs are meant to serve, we risk misaligning vision with reality. On behalf of the Cass State Council, we firmly recommend the addition of a student board member on the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee to the State Board of Education. As systems are currently in place with the Instructional Quality Commission, as well as the Advisory Committee on Special Education, using an annual-based review cycle with the selected committee, the implementation of an SBM would make use of existing protocols in a manageable fashion. But let us pause and remember what is at stake. We're not simply discussing regulations and policy. We're discussing the future of our country's youth. Consider the term CTE concentrator, pupils who commit to more than 2 credits within a field of study, or the CTE participant, a pupil who has completed at least 1 course in a career program. These are students who find benefit in exploration, committing time, energy, and passion into their potential futures. Yet, when these students look to the state for guidance and support, they see policies crafted without their input, their perspective, and often without addressing their personal needs. Despite dedicating themselves to building the skills that will drive California's economy and society forward, they remain spectators to the entire process. Without student voices, the millions allocated through Perkins 5 or the Golden State Pathways program failed to meet their full potential. These funds intended to uplift students, revolutionize career education, can be put into jeopardy, being underutilized or misappropriated. How can these resources truly benefit CTE students if those same students are left unheard in the decision-making process? How can we ensure these funds reach foster youth and English language learners, the low income, and those without stable housing? By creating a CTE system shaped by those who live it daily, we create a system built on those who understand what it's like to balance academics with career training, who knows the challenges of limited resources, and who can directly speak to what works and what doesn't. The student on the Workforce Pathways Committee provides not only guidance, but serves as a reminder that the decisions made in the room impact real lives and real ambitions. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members, by creating a space for voice and input, you send a powerful message to every CTE student in California. That California, that you are committed to creating an education system that serves all. Thank you.
Board member comments? Member McQuillan?
Thank you, David. Great presentation. And so important that we have student represented on all levels. Would you suggest students be involved at their local as well as at the state Joint Pathways Advisory? If you would expand on that, please.
Yes. So obviously, local boards with student board members aiding on the LCAP exist, but there are obviously no equivalent representation on the state level for CTE-focused policymaking. Obviously, we very much highly encourage students on the local level to push forward for CTE education. And obviously today here, we're pushing for the state level as well.
Any other? Yes, Member Clausen?
Thank you, David. I don't have a question, just a comment that I fully support this proposal. I'm very excited by it. I believe that students belong in every places where decisions are being made that affect them, their peers, their siblings, and those who will follow after them as well. And students deserve not just to have a voice in what policies are, but also how policies are implemented across the state, both at the state and at the local level. So thank you for bringing this to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Member Escobedo?
David, great job. So 15% of the population, right, are going through a CTE, some form of CTE. So as you strategically focus on getting, hopefully, representatives from that population, how share with me what would you do or what suggestions would you have to have the most qualified student who've experienced not just one course, but perhaps the whole alignment of programs in CTE?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. So we kind of have a selection and are recommending a selection process that mimics the IQC, which has an appointment framework with an application period, initial review from current board members, CT educators, and advisory committee members. And within this application, students can express their experience with CTE education, and therefore, through a shortlist, interview, and a final selection process, we'll be able to ensure that the student board member on this committee is the most experienced and well qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I ask the rest of your team also to stand and receive our recognition and gratitude? Come on, don't be shy. A small but mighty team. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, esteemed board members, for not just hearing, but listening to the proposals presented by the Student Advisory Board on Education. I hope that very shortly we can work together to turn these ideas into actions implemented by yourself. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you very much. At this point, we want to see if there's public comment. So we're going to put up the public comment slide for those who may want to call in using the phone number and the access code that will be on the slide that's coming up now. And is there any public comment in the room?
There's no public comment in the room.
And is there any public comment on the phone? We'll take a...
We do not have any callers in the queue.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we want to thank our Student Advisory Board members and their advisors and all of the folks who made it possible for them to be here with us today and for those wonderful proposals. And this concludes this information item. And we're now going to take up closed session to discuss and or take action on the following legal matters: MSC versus state. And we're hereby adjourning to closed session at 10:41 a.m. Okay, we are reconvening. And I guess we have reopened the doors. In closed session, the board discussed or took action on the following legal matters: MSC versus state. And we're going to move on to item 4. Item 4 is the Local Control and Accountability Plan template. Adoption of the revised Local Control and Accountability Plan template. The CDE recommends that we adopt the proposed revisions to the template and instructions and allow the CDE in collaboration with the State Board staff to make any necessary typographical or formatting corrections as the documents are prepared for posting on the CDE website. The item will be presented by William McGee, nice to see you, and Joshua Strong of the CDE. Will, please begin.
Thank you, and good morning, Board President Dr. Darling Hammond, Vice President Dr. Glover Woods, Honorable Board Members, Chief Deputy Officer Nicely, In the community, my name is William McGee with the Student Achievement and Support Division, and we are happy to bring this item back, which started at our September board meeting. We will have Josh Strong, our administrator of the local agency system support office, come and present. I was honored to be in the presence of he and his team when they were discussing your feedback and this item in person. Very fruitful discussion, and I learned a lot. So I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thanks, Will. Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. My name is Joshua Strong. I'm the administrator of the local agency system support office. In terms of background, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this because we went through this in September, so a lot of this is review. Also, we've been allocated 15 minutes for the presentation, and I want to spend the majority of that actually looking at how we've been responsive to the template, to your comments and the feedback that we've received from educational partners, rather than rehashing all of the requirements. As you all know, the LCAP is a required 3-year plan that all LEAs are required to do. Senate Bill 153 required some changes to Education Code Section 52064.4, which requires us to make some changes to the LCAP template and instructions. And that summary of the previous discussion is provided in Attachment 1. There are 3 attachments total to this item. Attachment 1, which provides the summary of things thus far. Attachment 2, which is the current LCAP template and instructions, and Attachment 3, which are the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions. As we discussed in September, the required revisions require us to integrate the Learning Recovery and Emergency Block Grant, or LREBG funding, into the LCAP for the next 3 years, beginning with the 2025-26 school year. That will be effective for the following 3 years, so the last 2 years of the current LCAP cycle, the first year of the following LCAP cycle. In terms of what we're required to include in the instructions, we have to include an identification of all of the planned expenditures using LREBG funding within the LCAP. We have to require the identification of at least one metric to measure the impact of each action or service that is supported with LREBG funding. We have to include a requirement for LEAs to articulate the rationale for why they have selected particular actions to include within the plan based on the required needs assessment. We're required to include in the action description an explanation of how research supports each of these selected actions based on the identified areas of need identified within that needs assessment. And we have to include an encouragement for LEAs that are receiving technical assistance and county offices that are providing technical assistance to use that process of technical assistance in order to conduct the required needs assessment, to identify the particular actions supported with LREBG funds, and to conduct the analysis of how the implementation of those actions is going. In addition, we're required to include a requirement for LEAs to reevaluate their needs assessment at the end of 2 years. But as we've mentioned before, that will be added to the annual update template that will close out the end of this 3-year cycle. It'll be a natural part of that 3-year cycle closure, and so that will be part of that template that we'll bring to you in the future. So in terms of proposed revisions, in September, we brought you 2 options, pros and cons for both of those options in terms of how this could be approached. Option 1 proposed to require that LEAs articulate all of their LREBG actions and responses into a single goal, and Option 2 provided LEAs with more flexibility in terms of being able to utilize actions throughout existing goals. And as we shared with you, the majority of the feedback from educational partners statewide was in terms of favorability for flexibility, which was also something that resonated with all of you. At your September meeting, you provided us with feedback to proceed with option 2, to add instructions that require the LEA to identify whether or not they have unexpended LREBG funding, to add instructions that require LEAs to identify the actions that are being used that are being supported with LREBG funding, and to add the sentence, LEAs may also provide information about their strategic plan, vision, etc., to the general information prompt in the plan summary of the LCAP template. We took your feedback, we went back, we discussed it, we looked at how and where to add these particular pieces, and then we took those revisions out to the field through another statewide webinar. At that statewide webinar, we received some additional feedback, specifically that there be additional proposed instructions that provide greater clarity around the requirements for LEAs and what those are, as well as providing additional information and links to resources to support LEAs in conducting the required needs assessment. And so those have been incorporated in the review of the proposed, in the proposed revisions. So at this point in time, I'm going to switch over to the item itself. This is specific to attachment 3, and I will try to make it a little bit bigger so that none of us suffer from eye strain trying to look at this. So the first thing that I'd like to do is on the template itself, draw your attention to the inclusion of the additional piece within the first prompt, based on President Darling Hammond's request that LEAs are also know that they have the flexibility to provide information about their strategic plan, vision, etc. As you might recall, that was originally included within the instructions. It's still in the instructions, but it's also prominently provided within the actual template itself. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip down to the instructions and highlight some areas for all of you so that you can see the way in which your feedback, as well as the additional feedback that's been provided, has been taken into account. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the track changes so that we can all actually read it. So the first thing that I would like to point out is just the layout of the instructions. The way that the instructions are laid out is done in such a way so that the requirements are nested within each other. That way you can see what requirements specifically are related to each other. You can see that the first thing that we ask LEAs to do is to identify whether or not the LEA has unexpended LREBG funds for the applicable LCAP year. So all LEAs are going to identify whether or not they have those funds. They either do or they don't. Then if they do, the LEA will be required to provide the goal and action number for each of the actions that will be funded, either in whole or in part, with LREBG funds, as well as providing that explanation of the rationale for why they selected those particular actions. The rationale can be grouped so they can have multiple actions that have the same rationale, or it can be done individually. We've also provided flexibility within the instructions for LEAs to be able to provide the particular rationale as part of the action description itself, if they choose to do so. But at a minimum, all LEAs will be required to identify within the plan summary whether or not they have unexpended LREBG funds, and if they do, what specific actions they need to, that educational partners need to look at in order to see the actions that are supported with LREBG funds. So then if we continue from here, the majority of the remainder of the revisions are way down in the goal and action section. And within the goal and action section of the plan, here, you can see that we have provided some additional hyperlinks to specific information related to the needs assessment. We've provided a link to the LREBG program information page where LEAs can find a description of both the allowable uses of LREBG funds as well as the requirements for the needs assessment itself. We've also included the hyperlink to the resource that has been developed by the geographic lead agencies to walk folks through that needs assessment process. It's a Google worksheet that allows LEAs to plug in information from their local data as well as from the California School Dashboard. It will identify what student groups they need to be looking at and then provide them with some specific questions that they can reflect on in order to identify specific actions that are in line with their current planning processes. So it also provides them with additional resources that they can utilize in order to identify those particular actions. And so all of that has been added in response to the educational partner feedback. You can see down here that within each of the actions supported with LREBG funds, LEAs are required to identify the action as an LREBG action. They're required to include an explanation of how research supports that action. They're required to identify the metric or metrics that are being used to monitor the impact of that action. And they're required to identify the specific amount of LREBG funds that are being used to support that particular action. So those are the revisions that have been made to the plan, to the instructions. You can see that how they respond to the feedback that you provided, as well as the feedback that's been provided by educational partners statewide. So with that, I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint. Just in terms of additional supports, in order to support LEAs implementing these LREBG funds, the School Improvement and Support Office has posted information on its LREBG program information webpage. We also have links to the other information that we've described on that page as well. Again, the geographic lead agencies and the System of Support Office at the department have developed the Needs Assessment and Evidence-Based Resources Workbook to assist LEAs, and I've discussed that. And then we have a specific training that's planned for implementing these instructions. That's scheduled for January 14th, Tuesday at 2 o'clock. We're going to be going over not only the instructions, but also providing some examples of what these things would look like within the plan to give LEAs an idea of how they might respond to particular pieces within the action description, within the plan summary, et cetera. So with that, again, the recommendation is that you all adopt the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions and allow the CDE in collaboration with SBE staff to make any necessary typographical or formatting corrections as the documents are prepared for posting on the CDE's website.
Thank you so much. At this point, we're going to put the public comment slide up to open the phone line for public comment, and folks who want to call in can call the phone number and use the access code shown there. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison, Vice President Glover Woods, if she has any initial comments.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. And my comment is, again, just a huge appreciation, Josh. The responsiveness of you and your team to the feedback and comments from our educational partners, the board comments and requests, and adhering to what was required as a result of the legislation. Just a phenomenal job capturing all of that and maintaining the template format that everyone has been using the last 2 years to get us through this 3-year cycle. So I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you and your team have just captured every thought, idea, and have those support resources in place as well for LEAs to be successful with this new requirement. So thank you so very much.
And I want to plus one to those comments. It really is very helpful to both be thinking about the streamlining to the extent that we can do it, and also opening up the template to the invitation to, use your portrait of a graduate strategic plan at the beginning so that districts can begin to see it again as something that guides strategically, that guides their work, and that the public can understand in that way. So we're pleased to see it, and we'll see if there are any clarifying questions on the panel. You all learned this last time, so. And with that, is there any public comment?
There are 3 public commenters in the room. Will Sarah Lillis, Diana Wu, and Lindsay Tornatore please line up at the back?
Take a short break, Josh.
You have 1 minute to speak.
We're not hearing you very well. Is your mic on?
Green means go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. Just want to echo the appreciation for the hard work of Josh and the CD staff and the State Board staff for being so incredibly responsive to the feedback from the field, particularly as it relates to integrating into the summary. So really, thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. Access supports option 2 for the draft LCAP instructions. Oh, sorry, I'm a little shorter. Okay. The draft provides a flexible approach that respects the diverse needs of LEAs by allowing them to integrate the LREBG actions into their existing LCAPs. The flexibility is essential for LEAs to be able to align their specific context and operational needs to the LREBG while supporting the strategic objectives in the LCAP. This is especially important because the changes will occur during the middle of the LCAP cycle. So thank you all for your support.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We support the CDE's proposed revisions to the LCAP. We want to lift up the comments from our Education Management Coalition letter. We continue to support option 2 because it provides maximum flexibility. The California County Superintendents also strongly support the addition to the plan summary section, inviting LEAs to provide information about their strategic plan or vision. We think this invitation is a first step in the right direction away from compliance and toward more strategic planning. County offices will add guidance for LEAs on this specific prompt in this year's upcoming LCAP coaching process. Finally, want to acknowledge Josh Strong and the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Ongoing communication. Thank you, LASSO, for incorporating your feedback from the statewide input webinar into the proposed revisions. Thank you.
This concludes public comment in the room.
And we have 3 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1162. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. My name is Cindy Livers. I'm calling on behalf of Riverside County educational leaders. We joined the Education Management Group's coalition letter on this item. Riverside County is home to one of the smallest school districts in the state with just 29 students. And we also have the state's 7th largest school district with over 50,000 students. We believe option 2 would offer districts of any size the most flexibility. They could have either a single goal or they could integrate actions to improve student outcomes that are supported by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant into their existing LCAPs in a manner that makes the most sense based on their local needs. Thank you very much for your work on this, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8898. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and honorable state board members. This is Allison Osorio with Public Advocates. We appreciate the Department of Education's responsiveness in incorporating the plan summary into the LCAP template. This enhancement allows local educational agencies to integrate LREBG-funded actions into their existing LCAP goals while aligning with local priorities and context. This approach better enables LEAs to present a more cohesive plan while also holding out the possibility that these funds can be effectively tracked by stakeholders and community members. The plan's statewide trainings and ongoing guidance from the department will be essential for successfully implementing these new requirements. This comprehensive support will help ensure that these changes achieve their intended purpose of enhancing transparency and accountability. We thank you for your work in fulfilling the statutory requirements in accordance with the Kayla J. settlement. Your commitment to engaging stakeholders and considering diverse perspectives has strengthened the changes in the LCAP template. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
This is Robert Manring from Children Now. I wanted to thank the board for hearing our suggestions and thank Josh and his team for the multiple opportunities to provide input. In particular, the changes made address the concern raised by Children Now and its equity partners, specifically to add a section to the plan's summary reflections to list all of the goals and actions supported by these learning recovery funds, and providing that opportunity for a centralized location for the needs assessment and explanation of the rationale. We think these changes from the September meeting will make the settlement much more effective. Again, thanks for all of your opportunities for input on this issue.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 4405. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. This is Anna Iokomides with Los Angeles Unified School District. We would like to lift up the comments from the previous commenters from AXA and the California County Superintendents in the EMG Coalition letter in support of option 2 and in appreciation for CDE for working with LEAs and our statewide associations to come up with a solution that's working for us all. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 4.
All right, thank you. Is there any further board discussion on this item? All right, can I get a motion? Vice President Glover Woods?
I move that we adopt the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions and allow CDE in collaboration, of course, with the SBE staff to make any necessary changes as it relates to typographical or formatting corrections.
And a second, Member Escobedo, thank you. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Clausen. Yes. President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Will and Josh. Applause for the LCAP template. Woo! You know, small battery, small charge, right? Item 5, this is our last item before lunch, is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. The request is for approval of the proposed revisions to the student score reports and reporting achievement level descriptors and updates on program activities. And this item will be presented by Cheryl Cotton. Welcome, Cheryl. And Shad Portney of the CDE. Cheryl, please begin.
Thank you. There you go. This is for Superintendent Thurman, President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Mary Nicely, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. Again, I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of our Instruction, Measurement, and Administration branch here at the department. To assist with this item today, I have Chad Portney with me. He is the Associate Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division here at the department as well. The item before you today is an action item and an information item. Today's presentation will cover the following: California Department of Education's recommendations for approval, the Reporting Achievement Level Descriptors, or ALDs, and the Student Score Reports, or SSRs, the 2023-24 State Assessment Results Release, as well as details on the changes to the ALDs and SSRs. And finally, we'll return to CDE's recommendation for approval. So I will hand over the presentation right now to Chad Portney, who will present the remainder of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Cotton.
Deputy Nicely, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, board members. I'm Chad Portney, Associate Director of the Assessment Division, Assessment Development and Administration Division. Sorry, got to give you the full name. I have Dr. Mao Vang, Director of the Division, Marianne Arcella, Executive Director of ETS State Student Assessments, and Tony Alpert, Executive Director of Smarter Balance, to help with questions in case I need to phone a friend, which I'm sure I will. In this section, I'll provide an overview of the CD's recommendation for approval. The CD recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the following. Proposed revisions to the reporting achievement level descriptors, or ALDs, and labels for the Smarter Balance summative assessments for English Language Arts, or ELA, mathematics, and the California Science Test, or CAST, as provided in tables 1B, 2B, and 3B. Proposed revisions to the SSRs for the Smarter Balance summative assessments for ELA and mathematics, the CAST, and the initial English language proficiency assessments for California, or LPAC, as provided in attachments 2 and 3. Oops. Wrong way. There we go. Before discussing the details of the ALD and SSR changes, I'll provide a brief overview of the release of assessment results for 23-24 California Assessment of Student Performance in Progress, or CASP, and the LPAC. Results were released to the public on October 10th, 2024. The CASP results show continued progress made by California's kindergarten through grade 12 students in ELA, mathematics, and science. Overall, the percentage of California students meeting or exceeding standards increased. Across nearly all grades in 23-24 compared to 22-23, students identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged earned a larger improvement in both ELA and mathematics than those who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged. Each grade has a specific scale score range, so the mean or average scale score is different for each grade level. Overall, average scale scores on ELA, math, and science assessments continued to increase. As this slide indicates, in ELA, grade 6 had the largest increase of 3.4 points, while in mathematics, grade 8 had the largest increase of 6.2 points. Additionally, in mathematics, Black, African American, and Hispanic Latino students showed positive score trends across all grades. The percentage of students in each achievement level can be aggregated across grades. For ELA, the percentage of students scoring at level 3 or 4 in 22-23 was 46.7% and increased to 47% in 23-24. For mathematics, the percentage of students scoring at level 3 or 4 in 22-23 was 34.6% and increased to 35.5% in 23-24. Finally, for the CAST, the percentage of students scoring at level 3 or 4 increased across all grade levels from 30.2% in 22-23 to 30.7% in 23-24. Although we again saw an increase in the proportion of socioeconomically disadvantaged students from 63% in 22-23 to 65% in 23-24, an increase of more than 60,000 students, this slide demonstrates the positive change across ELA, math, and science for this student group, as well as students who are Black, African American, and students who are Hispanic or Latino. This slide indicates the percentage of students at each performance level for the summative LPAC for 22-23 and 23-24. There is an increase in students at level 1 in 23-24. This may be associated with data showing that newly identified English learners had lower initial LPAC scores than those in previous cohorts. Detailed aggregate results are available on Test Results for California's Assessments, or TRCA website. It includes a single homepage for all CASP and LPAC assessments, aggregate test results at a glance, filters for student group and school type, summary reports by school, district, county, and state level for all students and by student groups, comparisons, changes over time, performance trends by student group, and research files. Now I'll move on to the proposed changes to the reporting ALDs. For the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments for ELA and Mathematics and the CAS, student test results for overall performance are categorized into 4 achievement levels that describe the relative accuracy and complexity of students' performance within their grade level. You will recall that at the September board meeting, the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium gave a presentation on the What Do the Scores Mean document. They shared that the purpose of the document was to provide more information about what is being assessed and what the scores mean. In part, the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium highlighted that their assessments are aligned to grade level content, and students who achieve level 2, 3, and 4 are demonstrating a continuum of grade level knowledge and skills with increasing accuracy and complexity. This is illustrated in the graphic. It also indicates that students at level 1 do not consistently demonstrate grade level knowledge and skills. While the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium has updated the descriptors to help the public better understand how to interpret student performance on the assessments, it's important to note that the test itself, the cut scores, and the achievement levels are not changing. Reporting achievement level descriptors are brief descriptions of the knowledge and skills students demonstrate on the assessment within each score range. The proposed achievement level descriptors more accurately interpret student performance on the Smarter Balanced assessments. Levels 2 through 4 represent grade level performance with increasing accuracy and complexity. Level 1 indicates that students demonstrate inconsistent grade level performance. Students who achieve a level 2, foundational, must correctly answer grade level content consistently to achieve the level as compared to level 1. You will recall from the Smarter Balanced September presentation that students who achieve levels 2, 3, and 4 demonstrate a continuum of grade level skills. As a result of this brief, the CD is proposing an update to the labels and reporting ALDs for general ELA, mathematics, and science. The current reporting ALDs are provided in tables 1A, 2A, and 3A, and the proposed ALDs are in tables 1B, 2B, and 3B of the agenda item. Level 4, currently labeled Standard Exceeded, will change to Advanced. Level 3, currently labeled as Standard Met, will change to Proficient. Level 2, currently labeled as Standard Nearly Met, will change to Foundational. And Level 1, currently labeled as Standard Not Met, will change to Inconsistent. As a reminder, approval of the proposed reporting ALDs and labels will not impact the comparability of student assessment results from year to year, as they do not change the level of rigor of the assessments, nor do they change the scores for each achievement level. If the reporting ALDs and labels are revised, and given the lead time our contractor will need to implement changes, CD recommends that updates be made to the student score reports for next year, 2025. The first 3 revisions are updates to the SSRs to reflect the updated achievement level labels and simplify language and graphics. The 4th revision will provide more information to families on the ELA essay. And the last revision is to include a 6th page to help local educational agencies or LEAs facilitate duplex or double-sided printing for the combined ELA math and science SSRs in grades 5, 8, and 11. Currently, there are only 5 pages, and they would really prefer a 6th page so that they're not starting the next students on the previous one. This slide has the proposed updates to the achievement level labels. These revisions better reflect the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium reporting achievement level descriptors. This slide has proposed updates to the area performance level labels. These labels are for the performance area claim results. Recall that we have 2 types of claim reporting for Smarter Balanced assessments as a result of the adjusted test blueprint. Individual claim results reported at the aggregate level, and composite claim results reported at the individual student level and the aggregate level. The CDE also recommends a minor revision to the 25-26 initial LPAC SSRs to the written language skills composite description of students in kindergarten through grade 2 to further support parents and guardians in understanding the skills expected for this composite. The description for these grades is revised to remove the reference to writing an opinion and replaced with a reference to writing letters, words, or sentences. The previously SBE approved written language skills description will continue to be used for students in grades 3 through 12. If the SBE approves the proposed revisions to the reporting ALDs, the CDE and the SSRs, the CDE will work with the assessment contractor over the next year to update the following: SSRs, communications and trainings for families, including the Starting Smarter website, reporting materials, communications and trainings for LEAs, the California Educator Reporting System, which we call SERS, reports on the test results for California's assessment website, and other relevant CDE web pages and reports. We've also received feedback requesting additional outreach about this change to parents and families. The assessment division will provide updates to educational partners during interest holder meetings. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Let's put the public comment slide up so that if anyone wants to call in, they will have the phone number and the access code to do so. And then while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, we'll take some clarifying comments from Member Orozco Gonzalez and myself as liaisons, and then see if there are clarifying questions from the board, and then we'll go to public comment. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chad and Deputy Cotton and the entire assessment team for this extensive work on this presentation that had many conversations around the decision to adopt these new descriptors: advanced, proficient, foundational, and inconsistent. I think it's a meaningful change that acknowledges the diverse ways students demonstrate knowledge and skill. This shift represents a step forward in creating a clear, asset-based assessment framework that fosters a stronger, more transparent partnership between schools, families, and communities. There are some concerns about ensuring that families, parents, families, and community members understand these changes and what they mean for our students. I think that the outreach efforts should go beyond technical support to educators and testing administrators, and that the involvement of families at each level is vital to the success of this initiative. Comprehensive engagement will help build that trust and understanding around the assessment levels and prevent potential misinterpretations. For clarity regarding the students in level 2, which we discussed in our last meeting about foundational, is especially important. Families need assurance that this level reflects student making progress and supports college and career readiness over time, even if the students are not fully proficient yet. And in reflection of this data, sitting in my data teams, in the classroom, the updated descriptors are especially valuable to teachers. By providing more precise, nuanced levels, these descriptors allow teachers to tailor instruction more effectively to meet each student's needs, knowing that each student is at a foundational level. For instance, signals a targeted opportunity for support, for intervention. This distinction empowers teachers to scaffold learning experiences and monitor progress in ways that align with students' individual learning paths. I know that next week we'll have parent conferences with my families, and it's really important to stress that students in second grade have that foundational level, and that there's many opportunities for intervention and for support. And I think the conversation leads more to an asset-based conversation where we can say students are foundationally at this level, but they are not yet proficient on the standard, and steps of moving forward and creating a plan, an instructional plan for schools to see how they can tailor instruction. So I think that this is definitely a progress moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to just add a couple of comments. I do think that the proposed changes, which we talked about, in the September board meeting, and Smarter Balance came and presented the cross-state agreement about how to describe the standards is really helpful to us. Across I guess it's 12 jurisdictions that are served by Smarter Balanced. Questions had come up about what the standards mean for quite a while. What does it mean to nearly meet the standard? Nobody knew what the answer to that was. What is the standard? It was often misinterpreted as grade level standards when it really was intended as the proficiency standard. So I think giving this additional information, giving these descriptors that were worked through by the multiple states that are part of the Smarter Balanced Consortium will help us be clearer about what is involved in the assessment. The other thing that became that came to the surface in the conversations was that Smarter Balanced not only writes all of its items as grade level standards items, but it's a question of the extent to which one masters those and the complexity of the items. And we looked at examples, and I think we want to begin to be able to publish some of those kinds of things as well. The examples that we saw that showed this is the kind of item that you can answer at an advanced level or a proficient level or a foundational level will also help people understand what they're trying to teach toward and what they're trying to support their students towards. So I think the goal of it is to become increasingly informative and increasingly educational about the assessments so that people can, indeed teach to them. I think the other thing that many people had not really fully appreciated is how much more coverage of the Common Core standards the Smarter Balanced states have vis-a-vis the other state tests across the country, because we don't measure just reading. We measure reading and writing and listening and research, even for third graders. That giving this kind of information about what are the standards and then how are we enabling students to meet the standards will help us in the march forward that we are, engaged in. So I really appreciate the department taking this up, helping us move forward. And I look forward to us figuring out how we can do so most educationally with as much information to educators and to students as possible. We can take clarifying questions if there are some for Chad or his team. Yes, Member Patillo-Bronson?
In the item description of which groups were consulted with, it appeared that parents were not among the focus groups, but I just wanted to confirm that.
That's correct. We have not had a chance to run these by parents yet, although we did communicate this to districts in September and hoping that they're using that one pager to communicate some of this information to parents.
Any other clarifying questions? I think if that is, Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Thank you, Board President. Just to clarify, I did a side-by-side with the current student score report and the proposed one. And on the current one, there's a statement that says the goal for all students is to reach the standard met or standard exceeded level, which means that they meet expectations for their grade level. And that is not existent on the proposed student score report. Is there why is that?
I think part of the reason that was changed is the whole idea of recasting what level 2 really means, because really, as President Darling Hammond was saying, there has been a misconception about what level 2 means and that you're not on grade level if you're at level 2. And so this was an effort to kind of include that and not give people the idea that if you're not at a 3 or 4, you're not at grade level at all.
So this is the problem, Member Yoshimoto Tauri, that the Smarter Balanced states were trying to address because this misconception was widespread. So being more accurate requires, explaining what is it's a complex assessment system, and explaining it in its in the fact that moving from foundational to proficient is moving in complexity, but not necessarily in ability to understand the core content. So I don't know if you remember those examples we showed. It might have been helpful to show those again today. Because they're both, some of the items they showed us were both at grade level, but at a proficient level, you can answer them with greater depth and complexity. And so that's part of the reason why the language has changed, is to try to be more accurate about that.
Maybe my next comment's more for discussion. But I would just say that I think for me, it's conceptually, I understand that, and I think that that's very valid. I think for me, the implications, I'm a few steps ahead thinking about the implications. Like, for example, does the media report we're 47% proficient or we're 68% proficient?
This would not change any of that. So, the standard met is the proficiency standard met. That will be exactly the same.
Thank you.
There's no changing of any cut points or standard levels. It is just the descriptions that help people understand what does each of the cut points mean. Any other clarifying questions? Okay, then I think we want to take comments.
There are 5 people signed up for public comment. Please line up at the microphone in the back. Lorraine Richards, Cristina Salazar, Sarah Lillis, Lindsay Tornatori, and Diana Vu.
There we go, we got a green light. Hello, State Board members. My name is Lorraine Richards, a classroom teacher representing California Teacher Association. CTA does not have any immediate concerns. In fact, the following comments were also stated by multiple members up there. Educators are more concerned with how test scores are used, that the descriptions of student performance align with standards, and the labels and descriptors are clear and usable for parents. We appreciate the thoughtfulness put into this issue. Going forward, our hope is that test scores are not used to denigrate schools where students and educators already face numerous challenges, but are used to target funding and support for students who need additional help. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, board members. Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. We appreciate the attention to the updated level descriptors in the student report scores. We want to just put a special attention to level 2 because we're concerned that as written, it would be misleading and confusing to parents. We want to make sure that parents clearly understand where their students are and are able to advocate for appropriate services as needed. We would like to see this vote delayed until January to allow for parent and community input on the descriptors. For specific detail on what we're asking for, we included that in the LCFF Equity Coalition letter. Thank you.
Good morning, Board Member Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. I also want to share concerns that the board is taking the significant action on revising the descriptors and the SSRs without first engaging with families and educators to understand the implications of the shifts in the signals that these descriptors and the SSRs will send. These reports are essential tools to support families in engaging with their students and with their teachers to advocate for their children and address their learning needs. And we've heard from many of our community partners that they find the new language confusing. We need to make sure that how we talk about these tests not only accurately reflects the content of the assessments, but also provides students, families, and educators with the information they need to support their students, their learning, and their growth. We believe these are significant changes that require more outreach and vetting with California community partners, families, and educators before they are adopted. Thank you for considering our comments.
Good morning, board members. Lindsay Tornatori on behalf of the California County Superintendents and the Regional Assessment Network. We support the CD's recommendation to revise the achievement level descriptors and appreciate the asset-based language. However, we echo the concerns of our colleagues that we heard from Californians Together, Teach Plus, and also Children Now. Outreach to parents, families, and communities should have been prioritized to ensure everyone had multiple opportunities to engage in discussions about the changes to our system prior to the changes being made. But in moving forward and developing additional guidance, in our letter submitted yesterday, we highlighted the need for clarity on college and career readiness. We request guidance from the CDE as how the updated labels change the conversation around supporting our students, especially those who are at level 1 or 2. The county superintendents and our regional assessment network are standing by and eager to provide support to the CDE as they roll out this much needed guidance to the field. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA supports CDE's recommendation to revise achievement level descriptors and the labels for English language arts, mathematics, and science. The updated descriptors will provide clearer, more meaningful interpretations of student performance and help administrators and educators and families better understand the significance of the assessment results. To assist with this effort, ACSA also recommends stronger outreach to families, educators, and all education partners. Thank you.
There are 7 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 7841. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Joanna French, and I'm the Director of Research and Policy Strategies at Innovate Public Schools. We are deeply concerned about the proposal to revise the student score reports and reporting achievement level descriptions. In my time as a researcher and staff member working with families for over 5 years, I've personally witnessed the challenges that families and community members face when it comes to accessing and understanding statewide assessment scores. The proposed changes to these assessment level descriptions, while we recognize they are intended to be asset-based, would make the data confusing and misleading, particularly for students at levels 1 and 2. We are concerned that by describing level 1 scores as inconsistent and level 2 scores as foundational, we will only serve to make this data more challenging for families and advocates to understand where students are at in terms of proficiency, let alone lift up the needs of our most underserved students. We are also deeply concerned the State Board of Education would make this significant change without meaningfully engaging families and educators. Please do not make these proposed changes to the student score reports and achievement level descriptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 5383. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond and Board. My name is Nadia Razi from the Partnership for Los Angeles Schools, urging the Board not to approve Item 5 and allow more time for meaningful stakeholder input. The proposed achievement level descriptors reduce student performance to a permanent label rather than assessing a student's current progress towards standards mastery. Particularly concerning is the ambiguity of levels 1 and 2 of the proposal, as the terms foundational and inconsistent may be misleading and may cause confusion for students and families. The negative impact will be felt most among high-need students. In line with the Alliance for Students, we fear that this change will make it even more challenging for families and advocates to elevate the needs of underserved students and ensure that they have access to equitable resources and support. Please create opportunities for educators, students, and families, those most directly impacted by this change, to share their perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6461. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
My name is Tanya Kraft Perry. I am a mother of 3 children enrolled in Compton Unified School District, a parent leader with Innovate Public Schools, a member of the Family Engagement Committee with National PTA, and an educator. I've been advocating for data transparency for years, and I have found that there are many barriers that exist for families to understanding the terminology used for data that is publicly available, including that for CAS. Thus, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed revisions to the terms used to describe student achievement levels. Although describing level 1 scores as inconsistent and level 2 scores as foundational is an attempt to be more asset-based, I see this as an additional hurdle to providing transparent data that holds our institutions accountable for meeting the needs of all students who will be most affected by this decision. Has the board taken any actionable steps to engage students, families, and community members in discussing these proposed changes before coming to this decision? If not, I urge the State Board of Education to deeply and meaningfully pursue the expertise and
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8414. You have 1 minute. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Molly Maloney. I'm the Director of Policy and Data at Go Public Schools and a parent. GO is deeply concerned about the proposed revisions to the CASP score reports and achievement level descriptors. While we understand the goal of adopting asset-based language, we worry that these changes risk making critical data more confusing, especially for families of underserved students. Referring to level 1 as inconsistent and level 2 as foundational could obscure the reality of students' progress, leaving families unsure of how to best support their children's learning. Additionally, these may underrepresent the true academic gaps in student needs, which are essential for informed advocacy and resource allocation. We urge the board to engage families and partners before proceeding with such a significant shift and to ensure CASP data remains transparent and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 6032. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and honorable state board members. This is Allison Osorio with Public Advocates. Any new achievement level language should clarify, not obscure, students' academic standing and support needs. We urge the board and department to communicate with families so they clearly understand what it means to demonstrate foundational skills versus meeting standards. It's critical that parents and the public understand that level 2 performance means more work is needed for students to consistently meet standards at a broad range of complexity. We recommend working with other Smarter Balance states to assess how well families understand this new language through focus groups and input from parents and family advocacy organizations, particularly evaluating whether this approach is more effective than prior language in helping families understand student performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Robert Mannering from Children Now. As you can see from the multiple letters on this issue, the new descriptors seem to raise more questions than provide answers, and that will lead to confusion throughout the field. We find that the proposed engagement process seems backwards, with the planned engagement with interested parties coming after this decision has been made instead of before. Parents often overestimate their own students' preparedness, and these changes in labels are more likely to reinforce that over-optimistic perception. Children Now recommends maintaining the current report format for the 2025 cycle, then engaging with educators, students, and parents prior to making changes for the 2026 cycle. At a minimum, we recommend delaying until the January meeting to give staff more time to engage with interested parties. The current descriptors focus on student preparedness and whether those students are ready to do standard level work at the next grade level or in college and career. It's unclear what these new descriptors mean about the preparedness of students moving forward.
Thank you, caller. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 0493. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, board. This is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman with Californians Together. I want to reflect on what President Darling Hammond said in terms of the descriptors, the new framing of the descriptors, and that we would like them to have increasingly informative language. And when I look at the Smarter Balance one-pager and their descriptors, they have increasingly complexity included in their descriptor. So if we look at level 2, they say that grade level knowledge and skills is accompanied with a limited range of complexity. That limited range of complexity would inform parents that there's additional work and additional support for their students to meet perhaps proficient level. We do not have any language in our proposed descriptors that even aligns with SBAC to show a need for increasing informative language for our parents. And so I think it is important for us to take time,
Thank you, caller.
Get input from our community and our parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 5.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we want to open up for board discussion, and I do want to flag the last point that was made, that we would want whatever we do to be fully reflective of the Smarter Balance guidance, for example, with respect to issues like limited complexity. And if we were to move forward, we definitely also need to be thinking about the parent engagement around these. The goal would not be to change anything about college and career ready. Those, standards, as I said, stay in place. It's really about the descriptions of what met or nearly met actually means. So opening it up for comment from the board. Yes, Member Escobedo.
I think I think this creates more transparency, actually, the change of language. However, we're dealing with a mindset issue where our mindset of what one means and what a two means, right? Meaning you're not making grade level standards, and I've been to many parent-teacher conferences with my kids, and that's the message that's conveyed. So I think this language actually creates more transparency, is more precise. However, obviously, at all levels, parent, teacher, administrative level, we need to we through information, through some of the data that the Smarter Balance brought up, for example, a meaningful share of students at level 1 and 2 entered college and succeeded, right? That's really important to convey, as we're sharing the why of the changes of these terminology to help our educators, to help our parents fully understand how to work with their students and have those important conversations when they're with community or at a parent-teacher conference. So I think that's be really critical that we ensure that we empower our educators, right, our partners, in what these words mean. Language means a lot. So I do believe this change creates more precision, more transparency. However, the why, I think, is very critical that we convey the why.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. I agree with Member Escobedo as far as, again, providing more clarity with the new descriptors so that some of that misinterpretation doesn't occur. I'm also hearing quite a bit through our public comment and otherwise the need for input, the need for more opportunity for the field to understand not just the what but the why before moving forward. And I know that typically is our way of doing and having making these level decisions. Also, what struck me was the looking for the consistency in language with what is in the Smarter Balance brief. And I know I would feel more comfortable if we were able to ensure that the language we're proposing and approving aligns with what Smarter Balance is saying, because that clarity is indeed needed. Just similar, President Darling Hammond, to what you shared to, again, move away some of the misunderstandings. I think if we could take some time to communicate more to the field and hear feedback from them, it will help to perhaps put away some of the concerns that this is a huge overhaul in how we are looking at things, because as was said at the very beginning of the presentation, cut scores are not changing, the rigor of the test is not changing, the expectation as it relates to the levels is not changing. It's, in a sense, clarifying the language of what those levels mean so that teachers can be more responsive to it, as can families. But they can't be more responsive if they're confused on what it actually is going to mean. So I just kind of throw that out there as we have our conversation, that perhaps looking at how we can support and address that concern of everyone not feeling they understand what is indeed happening and having some angst behind it, how we might be able to address that in our conversation and our decisions.
I just ask Chad, since he's right here with us, whether if we were to do more examination and feedback between now and January and reconsider this in January, whether it could still move forward for the 24-25, 25-26. Let me get in the right year here. Score reports.
I was just speaking with Mary Ann, our contractor, and It is still possible for 24, 25 student score reports. There would be some risk because we'd be delaying the contract, or we may have to, there would be some risk to us releasing scores on time, for example, not the October 15th, but 2 LEAs, which we usually do in late May. That might get pushed back slightly. So it is possible, but there is some risk involved.
No, that may be a path that we want to. Yes. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
That would be very concerning if the score reports were released a lot later, because as an educator, we look at our data over the summer. That's how we prepare for our intervention. That's how we allocate funding, and we structure our classes and our data teams in the summer. I mean, I know we have several meetings, so that delay of data, I think, would prevent us from really meeting the needs of all our students.
And just to clarify, I'm not saying like towards the end of the summer. I'm saying like a few weeks. It would still happen during the summer, but maybe not right at the end of the school year when most people are getting out at the end of May.
Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
I appreciate the general movement to think about how to frame a student's progress in terms of an asset-based approach. And that is super resonant and I think is a step in the right direction. And I think it's important that we don't lose sight of the fact that parents aren't looking at cut scores. That is a level down that I don't think is fair to even expect parents to look at. I think the headlines are largely what folks will concentrate on, and particularly the language in the prior or in the current existing standard that actually says in level 2 may require further development to demonstrate the knowledge and skills. And as a parent, I would take that as a flag to take action, right? To think about how to meet with your student's teacher, your tutoring over the summer, whatever it might be. But it's a flag that parents need in order to know when to intervene. And absent that language being incorporated into the new level 2 foundational piece, I think it's really tough to imagine that a parent would be able to know what to do in that context. I also just think we have to be open to actually hearing directly from parents. I'm just thinking about our morning presentation with the students, and I think that message just came so clearly through, the idea that, of course, you should consult the people who you're aiming to reach. And in this case, the SBAC scores and headlines are for educators, but they are also for parents. And making it clear and understandable and having some sort of focus group or consultation, I think is really, I think it's pretty basic that we would have to do that in order to know that we're not creating undue confusion, especially for the kids who are most vulnerable. Like I would actually, there might be some greater flexibility if we were talking about the 3s and 4s, because you're not asking parents to engage and do something differently. But particularly if a parent has a child who's scoring in the 1-2 range, you don't want to inadvertently create a situation where they think everything is fine. The data point that keeps coming to mind is from Families in Schools, and they have a stat, which is that, and this is national data, but that 80% of low-income kids don't read proficiently by the end of 3rd grade, but 92% of their parents believe that their kids are all right. And figuring out how to make sure that parents can be well-informed partners, I think, is very much part of what we owe them.
So one of the things I'm hearing is that in line with the point that was made earlier about elaborating the level of limited complexity versus, et cetera, the more elaborate achievement descriptors that allow us to flag things like may require additional actions would also be something we'd want to be taking a look at. So I think there's some questions here about the elaborations as well that may need to find their way in to what we ultimately vote on. Yes, Member Clausen, and then I see Member Yoshimoto Tauri, I see Member Lewis. Did I miss anybody else? Did I miss you? No, okay. Holler at me if I do. Okay, Member Clausen.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Something that stands out to me, so in the document there is a sample score report for parents and families, and it shows what the initial, what the current language would look like, and then what the updated language would look like. And that's what I'm looking at, and that's what's standing out to me, because the language that we use to communicate not just to parents and families and educators, but also to students matters, so that they can have autonomy and confidence in their own education. And I'm looking at this letter and I'm thinking about, students who would be receiving this and looking at this language, the word choice that is used, and then also like the icons that are used for like at or near standard with the approximation sign. And this has a much more positive feel. I think it is more empowering and it promotes more autonomy. And so I feel better about the language that is used here, but I do have concerns about student engagement in the process. And I think students as well as parents and families should be engaged, and we can tap into existing councils and leadership structures at the local level, because I think students deserve to make their voice heard on this topic, because these score reports and understanding their scores is incredibly important for Californian students. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think next is Member Yoshimoto Tauri and then Member Lewis. Did I miss anybody? Okay.
Thank you. I'm glad that you asked the question, Board President Darling Hammond, about January being an option. I think the family and parent voice is very important in this, as they're the end consumer, one of the end consumers along with students. And I would say student voice as well with that. And I do want to be clear. I think that the move to conceptually what the consortium is helping us with across states is positive. I think we like to think, often it's easy to think about students sort of as black and white, figuratively, like just thinking about like it's so cut and dry to think you met a score, you didn't meet a score. And for being a parent, I know that's not the case. And I also know that being that I have students that just started college, getting a 2 is not the end of the world. They still have a road to college. So I think that really it allows for more an asset-based understanding. I may be an outlier on this, but I don't think the word inconsistent is asset-based. I think if any one of us were called inconsistent, we would be like, what? That's not very nice. And so I would encourage us, if we have the opportunity, to look at something more like, for another term, maybe developing or something like that. And I did want to mark that we do use, and I know it's a different assessment, and I've read through the September item, I've read through some of the other historical items, but we do use the word foundational understanding for the CAA, for the alternate assessment, and that only has 3 achievement levels, but descriptors, but we do use the term foundational understanding there, and but are very explicit in that by saying students at this level of foundational understanding, of course, subject matter content, but when provided with frequent prompts and supports, and may need frequent supports to complete tasks and activities. So it would be a completely different descriptor, I understand, if we were to rewrite it possibly for this assessment that we're talking about today, but at least I wanted to highlight that because it makes it very clear to a parent or a family or a teacher that a student at a level 2 would still need the additional interventions to be proficient. And I would say on the student score report, if in fact a level 3 is still our goal, that we still keep that on the student score report.
Member Lewis, I think you're next.
Oh, just a few things that I was thinking about listening to the discussion, the callers who've come in, and the presentation. And thank you for the presentation. the things that are sticking out to me is that there's support, overwhelming support for the change for the achievement level descriptors and a change in the student score report. And there's also the concern about the engagement of parents and how important that is. And I really appreciate Member Patillo Bronson's comment about referring to the students and about how important it is to get the opinion and the input from the stakeholders. And then with regards to the timeline question and the concern about if we delay to January, there's a risk of not getting the reports out on time, and we really want to honor the teachers and the work that they do when they get those test results and try to make changes for kids. So I'm just wondering here, and was thinking about when we're providing intervention for kids and we're teaching, and we always say that, the time is flexible, And so I'm wondering here is we want to make the reports more usable for families and for educators and everybody involved. Does the change have to take place within this next year, or if there's time to get the engagement that we want? I just feel like it's better to move slow to go fast. I'm just wondering if that's an option. That since there's a lot of concern, there's some of the letters had a lot of clarifying points, around 2 and 3 and things that we want to make sure that when we put something out, when we approve something, that it's really going to work for the parents.
Yeah, I think you're making a point that we're hearing around the table. General support for the direction, need some time both for precision, a little bit more precision in what we are proposing, and for some vetting. I think what I would suggest is that we do those 2 things between now and our January meeting. And then, by then, I think we put Chad and our ETS colleagues on the spot by saying, hey, would it take you more time? I think they could have a much more precise understanding of what their timelines would need to be if we adopt a more precise, better vetted version in January. And if that's not possible to do without, delaying the score reports, in a way that's problematic, then we can think about whether it's punted to the following year or whether we implement it. But I think we'll have more information then to know what the question would be about the time frame. Is that fair, Chad? It's a little hard on the spot to be like making that to figure that out. Member Olken.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that as I'm listening, I feel like I hear 2 pieces. One is we want the language to be more reflective of the intent of the assessment, and and then the other one is we want to make sure that all of our key stakeholders have input into any change we make. And I think being clear which part is which is really important. So because the intent of the assessment, we learn from the assessment creators and the teachers who are using it to understand student achievement, right? Like that's, so there's and then there's an education piece also for families to understand what the test is actually saying and not saying, like what the results are actually saying and not saying.
Right.
And so part of what we're hearing is we want to make sure the language is really clearly reflecting the intent of the assessment and the results. And then there's another piece that's we want to make sure people understand that.
Right. So there's 2 pieces, and they have to come together.
And I think there is a little bit of confusion about, like we can, by delaying the one that we're going to be able to, I think there's confusion about where each one of those is, like where it's a question of
It's a question of reflecting the assessment, where it's a question of being
needing users to understand it better, or those.
And I would just say that we have revised the score reports regularly So that is not something that can't be done even after if we adopt the, smarter balanced terminology, hopefully in as clear and precise a way as possible with all of the signals. But it could also be revised for the year after that too. I mean, it is something that is not in concrete. As we just revised the score reports last year too, so it's not like we can't continue to improve it. I want to go to Member Orozco Gonzalez and then to Member Glover Woods.
In my comments, I mentioned how I think the outreach efforts need to go beyond technical support to educators and testing administrators, but the involvement of families at each level is vital for any initiative when we come to these student score reports. I think it's important to have and to implement a more inclusive community outreach to ensure that parents and families fully understand the nuances of these achievement level descriptors. I know personally, because I lead the professional learning workshops for parents, that the same workshop I have for educators, I literally duplicate it for parents. And there's so many questions and aha moments for parents. And I think that if we give them the opportunity to understand that what we're trying to do is make these student score reports more useful to them so that they know how to best target the needs of their children and how to guide whether they have interventions like you mentioned in the summer for tutoring or for questions that they might have for the teacher in the classroom of how to help their child move forward. And it just comes down to the fact that we need to have more professional learning opportunities for our community, for our guardians, so that they know that how to best support their child. And so that's what I'm listening to you when you say, Sharon, about how we can provide supports and what I'm hearing from our board. And I think that goes with any time that we make any changes that will create a lot of more questions versus helpful resources for parents.
So I think that there's, like, just to go back to Sharon's two pieces, I think there's this third piece, which is after we get a version that is that meets as well as we can those two criteria, there's going to be a need for professional learning after that too. And there's going to be a need for a lot of engagement with parents and students and families and educators after we do that as well. So there's both a pre and a post set of plans that we need to undertake. Member Glover Woods? Oh, we've got a little lineup here, like looks like mugshots or something.
The troops are circling here.
Do you want to make a comment before we go to Member Glover Woods?
I would like to.
Would you like to get closer to the mic and bring it down?
Yes, thank you. Mao Vang, Director for the Assessment Division at the California Department of Education. Thank you for letting me speak a little bit. Listening to this very robust conversation helps us to understand that we're doing the right thing. And I hear a lot of proposals and suggestions for technical edits and more engagement of parents and students and our education partners. We'd be willing to do that in the next and provide the technical edits to the proposed revisions that we have. So I just want to let you all know that this conversation means we are hearing you and our the suggestions. I have our contractor, Marianne Arcella, here. We'd be happy to work with our contractor and our education partners, work with parents and student groups, and get something quickly back to you in the next month or two. And I want to let you all know that we'd be willing to do that.
Thank you. We appreciate you very much. And the fact that you've got everybody up there pledging is very reassuring. We appreciate that. Vice President Glover Woods.
Mal, thank you for saying that because that's definitely where I was going. And let me just say that as the team is working on some of these technical pieces, being responsive to the comments that you're hearing here, can I also just underscore, I think it goes without saying, but I do want to underscore how important it is to do some outreach to the field, between now and when that comes back to the board as well. And I'm very much aware that we're entering into the holiday season, which may make getting a lot of feedback a bit difficult for January, but I ask our educational partners to perhaps assist in that. And I also really appreciate President Darling Hammond's thought of let's bring something back in January that's had some feedback, looked at those technical edits, all of these things that have been said. And when we get to January, see if if we're ready to move forward with the approval of the descriptors themselves and be clear on the communication that needs to go around there. And if it seems that it's not going to work, at that time consider, is this something that we want to have reflected in the 25-26 reports as opposed to the 24-25 reports. So it looks like we've taken this and made it into almost a two-step process, but we definitely need the feedback from the field. We definitely want to be clear in the descriptors, and based on our conversation, I will say this, President Darling Hammond has stopped talking. We definitely need to be sure we update these descriptors because there is misunderstanding in the field, and just as there's concern that the change in the descriptors is going to create misunderstanding and a lowering of standards, I would venture to say there's a misunderstanding of the descriptors now.
Yes.
And that needs to be clarified. So I think we can hit all areas, and I look forward to engaging in this conversation in January.
I just want to reinforce the thanks to our loyal team here for being willing to lean in and help us get to a place where we can get this back on the agenda in January, hopefully in a way that we can move forward that allows us to correct the current misconceptions and move forward with our other fellow Smarter Balanced states in, informing the field more fully. So this is, I think, a place where we don't need to take a vote. We can simply give you our feedback, and we will look forward to seeing you again in January. Thank you. And with that, we have earned ourselves some lunch. So it is 12:30, and we will get back by about 1. Let's give ourselves 1:05. Let's give ourselves 5 minutes to get back and forth, okay? Woo, I know. We are back from lunch. A little bit silly, but we'll calm down now. We did not have enough time for recess. We're going to move to the consent agenda. Regular items 6 through 12, and we need the public comment slide. And we're going to go through those items. I understand that Member Escobedo, having just gotten seated, will need to recuse himself from this vote. So we will see you later. And we're now going to open the phone line. This is for public comment on consent items 6 through 12. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on consent items 6 through 12 may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No, there are no speakers to provide public comment.
All right. And are there any callers on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. So given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 6 through 12. Member Olken, thank you. Do I have a second? Member Glover Woods. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo. Sorry. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Yes. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And we are reopening item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft September 2024 meeting minutes. and the SBE Screening Committee recommendations regarding appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, the California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission. And we will once again open the phone line for public comment. Can we get the public comment slide up there again? There we go. If you have comment, please call the number and use the access code shown on the slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No in-person public comment.
And do we have anyone on the phone?
There is one caller in the queue. I will open the phone line now.
Okay.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1938. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I actually have a comment for the VUSD. I think it's waiver 12.
Okay, we ask that you please call back when that item is being heard.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 1.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the September 2024 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes? Member Olken? Member Orozco Gonzalez seconds it. Any further discussion? Okay, Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We're now going to take up the State Board Screening Committee recommendations for the appointments to several commissions. We're going to once again open the phone line for public comment and ask people who want to phone in to use the telephone number and the access code shown on the slide that is about to be available now. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, I'll ask Vice President Glover Woods, who chaired this year's process, to share the recommendations from the screening committees for all of those commissions.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. And again, Board, just wanted to let you know for the applicant pool for all of these different commission seats, we had, again, a great group of applicants, and we thank everyone who took the time to apply for any of the seats for the commissions we were recruiting for this year. We did the screening committee, which consists of myself, Member Escobedo, and Member Lewis, did have opportunity to screen applications on October 9th and hold interviews later that month. We were impressed, as I have said before, with the difficult task we had in front of us. We had some very strong candidates. So first, I'll acknowledge the candidate that's been recommended for appointment to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. This will be for a 2-year term. And the person recommended for the appointment is Andrew Crow, who is the Deputy Director of Scholarship Prep, and he's being recommended to fill the category of parent of a child attending a charter school. In addition, for the ACCS, or our Advisory Commission on Charter School, we are recommending that the following members be reappointed for a 2-year term: Helio Brazil, Todd Fennell, Erica Jones, and Matt Taylor. Now, as it relates to the California Practitioners Advisory Group, the screening committee's recommendation for appointment for a 2-year term are Jennifer DaCosta, who is the Chief Academic Officer at Granada Hills Charter School. She's also a board member for High Tech Los Angeles Charter School and is being recommended to fill the local school board member category on CPAG. The second appointee that we are recommending is Susan Connolly Fox. She is the Associate Superintendent of Student Services for the Placer County Office of Education, and she's being recommended to fill the representative of an authorized public chartering agency category. We're also recommending for the California Practitioners Advisory Group that the following current members be reappointed for a 2-year term: Babatunde Ilori, Gabriela Tabitian, and Amy Wynn Hernandez. In addition, as it relates to the California Practitioners Advisory Group, we are recommending that Roddy Bunchoy be appointed chair and Corey Greenlaw be appointed vice chair of the CPAG. We have two other recommendations or commissions that we are providing recommendations for. There are 3 members on the Advisory Commission on Special Education that the screening committee is recommending be reappointed for 4-year terms. These individuals are Russell Machoud, Sarah Notch, and Matthew Wilkins. And lastly, it's my pleasure to announce that the candidate for the 25-26 Instructional Quality Commission student member is Anaya I apologize for mispronouncing Anaya's last name, Akakaruju, and she is a junior at Dublin High School in Dublin Unified School District in Alameda County. And Anaya's 1-year term will be from September 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026. So again, we say congratulations to everyone who applied, all of the candidates that we're bringing forward for recommendation, and we look forward to hearing the board's approval for these recommendations. Thank you.
And at this point, is there any public comment?
There's no in-person public comment.
Oh, I should, before we move to that, I should ask members Lewis and Escobedo if they want to add any comments about all of these wonderful recommendations that you participated in making.
No, I just want to add to Vice President Glover Wood's comments that there were some great candidates. We appreciate the application. It was a pleasure to interview them all, and just thank them for their interest in the positions.
I just want to add the amount of talent, that we were able to communicate with, just the great leadership that we have in California, and also this team. Thank you, Dr. Glover Woods, to being such an amazing leader in keeping us in line. It's just delightful, really, being part of this process, and thank you for your leadership.
All right. Do we have any public comment in the room or on the phone?
No public comment in the room.
And there are no callers in the queue.
All right. With that, any board discussion? Can I get a motion? Member Escobedo? Okay. And a second? Member Lewis, thank you. Brooks, I think you need to call the roll.
Do. Member Clausen?
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan? Yes. Member Olken?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. And now the item you've all been waiting for, item 13, which is the revisions to the California School Accounting Manual used by local education agencies. And this, I'm excited. This item will be presented by Elizabeth Deerstein of the CDE. And Elizabeth, we appreciate you being here. Please begin.
Nicely, and members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Deerstein. I'm the director of the School Fiscal Services Division. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the proposed revisions to the California School Accounting Manual, commonly referred to as CSAM. CSAM provides the accounting and financial reporting guidance for California local educational agencies, or LEAs. Before I talk about CSAM revisions, I'd like to highlight my division's role in school finance. The School Fiscal Services Division, or SFSD for short, is responsible for providing clear, consistent, and current advice and direction to LEAs on matters relating to budgeting, accounting, financial reporting, and fiscal solvency. CDE formulates this guidance with input from LEA representatives, including the External Services Subcommittee under the California County Superintendents, SACS Forum, which is a group of LEA business staff and auditors with whom CDE meets with periodically, and smaller working groups of subject matter experts we call on when needed. CSAM is the primary source of school accounting guidance for LEAs. This includes county offices of education, school districts, charter schools, and joint power agencies. CSAM establishes definitions, instructions, and procedures LEAs follow when recording their financial transactions in a standardized way, consistent with laws, regulations, and accounting rules. CSAM was initially approved by the State Board pursuant to Ed Code Section 41010, and the Board is required to approve changes as needed. Once approved by the Board, the updated version of the manual is available on CDE's website for access by LEAs and other interested parties. An important feature of CSAM that requires regular updates is the Standardized Account Code Structure, also referred to as SACS. CSAM is the formal document that establishes SACS, which is a statewide uniform financial reporting format used by LEAs. SACS is an account string containing a set of numerically coded fields. These fields are used in combination to classify revenues, expenditures, and balance sheet accounts to report an entity's financial position and the results of their operations. The structure stays constant, but the fields are updated as needed to reflect changes in laws, regulations, types of transactions, or accounting principles or practices. SACS allows LEAs flexibility to use additional coding in their records for more detailed accounting and financial transactions, but that detail is not reported to the state. This slide outlines the steps CDE takes to update accounting guidance. CSAM is updated periodically to reflect routine modifications due to changes in SACS codes, accounting pronouncements, legislative and regulatory actions that affect federal and state programs, and clarification of guidance in response to inquiries from LEAs. Anytime that there are changes in accounting guidance between the CSAM editions, CDE notifies LEAs of those changes through meetings and correspondence. SFSD then incorporates the changes into the next CSAM revision so that the manual may continue to be used as the primary source of accounting guidance. I'll go into detail in the following slides on what changes are reflected in the 2024 version of CSAM before you today. The last time we updated CSAM was 5 years ago in 2019. Typically, we aim to update CSAM every 2 to 3 years. However, this most recent update was impacted by a multi-year information technology project that took all our available resources to deploy. Now that that has concluded, we expect to return to our normal update schedule. I do want to emphasize that we have no pause, though, in providing accounting guidance to LEAs during this time as we continue to update accounting guidance through meetings and correspondence. Thus, the proposed revisions before you do not represent new guidance, rather they're just being incorporated into this version of CSAM. Currently, CSAM has 61 procedures. In this round of updates, we updated 50 procedures, received content and editorial updates, along with appendices B, C, D, and the glossary. Attachment 1 lists all the content areas that were updated and summarizes the changes for each. Of the 50 procedures that were updated, 16 procedures only received non-substantive changes for updating website addresses, statutory references, correcting punctuation, word changes for clarity or consistency. And these procedures are listed at the end of the summary in Attachment 1. Attachment 2 contains the text of all 50 procedures, 3 appendices, and glossaries that received updates that will be incorporated into the official CSAM manual. The procedures that received the most changes overall are ones that establish resource and object codes, which are components of the SACS code string that most commonly get updated. Resource codes track activities that are funded with revenues that have special accounting or recording requirements or that are legally restricted, for example, specific federal funds. The update before you reflects more than 120 changes to new and obsolete resource codes in Procedure 310. Object codes categorize revenues, expenditures, and balance sheets accounts. The current update contains more than 25 changes, 25 different changes, most of which were prompted by changes in accounting standards. The last major reason for updates to the 2024 edition of CSAM is to stay current with accounting pronouncements that are issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, known as GASB. GASB is the standard-setting body for accounting and financial reporting by state and local governments, including educational agencies, and periodically issues new statements to improve clarity, consistency, and transparency of financial reporting for state and local governments. In this edition of CSAM, changes for 6 GASB statements are being incorporated into the manual. As mentioned previously, CDE already notified LEAs of the impacts of these accounting pronouncements via correspondence and through meetings. You can see these statements concern various areas of an organization's operations. One example is GASB 96, Subscription-Based Information Technology Arrangements, which was developed in response to how government agencies use new technologies and provides guidance on how to account for financial transactions related to cloud computing software, cybersecurity, and data backup services. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the proposed changes as outlined on Attachment 1 and 2, and if approved, the revisions will be incorporated into the complete version of the manual and posted on our website shortly after the meeting, followed by a notification to LEAs that the manual is available. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We appreciate that. Can we put up the public comment slide? We will now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is being shown right now. So while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I will ask our liaison, Member Oken, if she has any initial comments.
Thank you. First, I just want to give a big thanks and shout out to Elizabeth and her team. They don't get to present too often here in front of us, but hopefully you see the importance of the work they do. Just to paraphrase, hold on. I'm stalling because I want to make sure there's appropriate time for public comment to queue up. So they're responsible for providing clear, consistent, and current advice and direction to LEAs on matters related to budgeting, accounting, financial reporting, and fiscal solvency. Those are really important duties, and we thank you for that. And in terms of this particular item, as you heard, there are numerous changes that needed to be accounted for in the CSAM. Because over the last 5 years, there's been many accounting changes in the ways in terms of what schools need and LEAs need to report. And so I'm just really thankful that we have a group of people who are staying on top of that and then helping those of us in the field get it right. So we're in great hands, and I look forward to a robust discussion on this item.
Thank you, Member Olkin. Do we have any clarifying questions from the board before we go to public comment? Seeing none, do we have any public comment in the room?
There's no public comment in the room.
Do we have anyone on the phone?
There is one caller in the queue. I'll open the phone line now.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Robert Manring from Children Now. Thank you, board members, for taking up this issue and approving the updated guide. I just wanted to bring to your attention one issue that I'm not certain where the right place to fix this is, but the local control funding formula has an equity multiplier that requires a supplement, not supplant, of the fund of the $300 million provided for that. We've raised this issue in the annual audit guide adoption and want to try and find a way to enforce that mechanism. Currently, there is no enforcement mechanism, and there's no way of knowing whether districts are indeed using this to supplement and not supplant that important funding source. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 13.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Do we have any board discussion on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Member Oken.
I move that we approve the changes to CSAM as proposed.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a second and a third. I think Member Escobedo. Thank you. Brooks, would you call the roll call vote?
I'd be happy to. Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond. Yes. Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Well,
President Darling Hammond, my power is over.
all right. Never think that. We're going to move on to item 14, which is the follow-up to the July 2024 State Board of Education study session on the California Way, the portrait of a graduate. This is an information item only. No specific action is recommended at this time. And I'm just going to sort of frame this up by describing kind of where I think we are with my colleague, Vice President Glover Woods. So our discussion of the portrait of a graduate is actually a continuation of the work that we began a decade ago. Since we adopted LCFF, we've been developing a system in California that aims to support the whole child, that values a range of important outcomes of education, including and going beyond test scores. Our multiple measures dashboard and our multifaceted college and career ready indicator, which may soon become a college career and civic ready indicator, is one element of that quest. And now here we are a decade later, and the world our children are facing is changing rapidly. Knowledge is exploding. Knowledge is actually doubling faster than every year now. Technologies are evolving. An estimated 30% of jobs that we have today will be eliminated or dramatically changed by AI in just the next 5 years, by 2030. So the speed at which the environment is changing, our kids are going to have to work with knowledge that hasn't been discovered yet, with technologies that haven't been invented yet, solving major problems that we have not managed to solve, including conflict and sustainability on the planet. So to guide our policy work, we need to consider where our children are going, what they will need, and how we can build a system that will help them get there, particularly when setting policies in our core focus areas of curriculum, assessment, and accountability. So we've seen that in our previous study sessions that states across the country have been creating portraits of a graduate or portraits of a learner in some cases to guide their work. At least 18 have done so, and in your packet you have a listing from a recent scan that was done by the whiteboard advisors of those 18 states and what they have looked at. Many districts in California have also created such portraits. And during the July State Board meeting, we heard from Lindsay Union, and we also heard from Anaheim Union High School District. Those that have developed portraits of a graduate that emphasize critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity. They described how those serve as a sort of North Star for them to prepare students for success. And they've moved to a competency-based system, really looking at those competencies as critical in this rapidly evolving world. We got a letter on this item from the county superintendents, which I appreciate. And they pointed to another bright spot in the San Diego County Office of Education's facilitation. They created 3 interdependent portraits: portrait of a graduate, portrait of adults, and portrait of the system. The portrait of the graduate outlines the attributes and skills and knowledge that students need to succeed in this world, preparing them for college, career, and civic life. The portrait of adults emphasizes the competencies and collaborative mindsets required of educators, staff, and leaders to create an environment that nurtures student success. And the portrait of a system focuses on building a coherent, aligned, and responsive educational infrastructure that supports these traits and these educators. And that is our goal in considering adoption of a portrait at the state level, to create a shared vision that can help us align every aspect of our work to our goals for our students, our supports for our professionals, and our design for our system. I'm going to pass the ball to Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you very much. And just to underscore a couple of points that President Darling-Hammond made, again, when we think about developing a California state profile of a graduate, again, what we want to be able to do is capture in a very comprehensive and aspirational way what students should know and be able to do upon graduation from our high schools. And I can't emphasize enough that this work has been underway quite a bit in states throughout our country, as well as a lot of districts right here in the state of California, and we'll hear more about that during our presentation. And for the districts or LEAs that have developed profiles of a graduate or profiles of a learner or portraits of a graduate, whatever term might be used. What we do know is that those districts have engaged in a very comprehensive, collaborative process to really learn from their community educational partners what a graduate from their schools should, again, be able to know and do. And what we also know is that states that have adopted a profile of a graduate or portrait of a learner have utilized those profiles, if you will, in a variety of different ways. Just to help ground and link to our past conversations, what we're looking at, again, is developing a document that can serve as a North Star for state board policy actions. And it's our intent to explore the development of that portrait so that it can communicate how we as a board approach those key decisions focused on preparing California students to succeed and thrive. And again, I want to underscore for those of us here on the board, as well as our educational partners and anyone who might be listening right now, it is not the intent, and nor has it been the conversation, to allow for this to result in any new requirements, any shifts and changes. It's solely to inform and guide our decision making and our communication. So I think that's important as we engage in our conversation to keep that in mind, because again, multiple states have adopted. They're utilizing it in various ways. I think it's important for us to stay grounded in how we would like to utilize such a document. And the last thing I'll say is process is important. Many of the states and even districts that have developed their portraits have used as a foundation other portraits that had been created prior to theirs. So that is very important. And the other aspect is that there have been opportunities for collaboration. So as we look at our process, we want to be sure it's one that provides opportunities for feedback from our educational partners and that also builds on the good work that districts have done in this area. So I look forward to our presentation. I look forward to our board discussion as we move forward with this.
Note that standing patiently at the podium is Ann Porterfield, who is a Senior Program Associate at WestEd. She conducted a scan of California District Portraits of a Graduate in 2023. She will discuss the findings of her study that analyzed over 50 graduate profiles developed by local educational agencies in their communities to help us consider what kind of features have been common in communities across the state. So, Ann, thank you very much, and please take it away.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I'll note that prior to becoming a researcher, I was a second and third grade teacher in Oakland Unified School District. You're likely familiar with WestEd, but in case you're not, here's WestEd's mission. I see some nodding. So I'll move right along. So what is a graduate profile? I think it was framed well prior to this presentation, but it's an opportunity for districts and communities to more holistically define student success. And it's done through a visual representation of the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that students should have when they graduate high school. And one thing I learned from doing this scan is that they vary widely. So I have a couple of examples to show you some of the variation. This is Davis Joint Unified School District's graduate portrait or graduate profile. As you can see, it's really clean, it's really simple. It has 6 competencies included. And to kind of show some contrast, here is Pasadena Unified School District's graduate portrait. So you can see it looks very different. It includes a lot more information. It includes some of those really common competencies, such as critical thinking and collaboration, but it also includes some less common competencies like healthy mind and body. And as President Darling-Hammond shared, some districts have taken it a step further and created portraits for adults and systems. So districts have approached this work very different, and as a result, the products looked very different. So the brief I wrote on graduate profiles in California has 2 sections. And the first is a scan of 54 publicly available graduate profiles in California. That's how many profiles were available at the time of the scan. My understanding is now there are closer to 100 graduate profiles in California. The second section of the brief includes interviews with LEA leaders on the process for developing graduate profiles. So first I'll discuss the scan, and then I'll go into some discussion about the interviews. All right, so in order to conduct the scan, I reviewed these 54 graduate profiles and identified which competencies were included in each. And then I tabulated how many graduate profiles included each competency. And here are the results. As you can see, critical thinking was included in the most graduate profiles. 85% of graduate profiles included critical thinking. 83% included self-direction. That's that idea that students can encounter different situations and navigate them. And then the next most common were communication and collaboration. Towards the bottom are the competencies that were included in fewer graduate profiles. So there's content knowledge, wellness, digital literacy, cultural awareness. And so looking at these competencies, I invite you to think about what skills you want students to have when they leave high schools, and are these the competencies? For me at WestEd, I really want my colleagues to be critical thinkers and effective communicators, but I also really want them to be good, empathetic people. So for me, that fits into the competency of character. That's something I want to see in my colleagues. All right, so now I'll share some findings from the interviews. And the purpose of the interviews is really to understand LEA's processes for developing graduate profiles. I quickly learned that all LEAs established committees to develop graduate profiles, so it wasn't led by just 1 or 2 people. As Vice President Glover Woods shared, it's really important to gather input on what should be included in the graduate profiles from educators, students, and community members. And those community members can include institutions of higher education as well as businesses. And the reason is because the purpose of a graduate profile is to create a shared vision for students, and a vision can't be shared if lots of different folks are not at the table. Third, so some LEAs leaders I talked to shared that they hired a consultant to facilitate the development of their graduate profiles, and they expressed more satisfaction with the end product. And that's because they were able to get more input. So the end product really felt more authentic and reflective of the community. And lastly, champions or advocates of graduate profiles help to foster buy-in and uptake, and it was really important to have those folks involved during the development process. Here are a few implications for the process for developing graduate profiles. So first, as you likely gathered, it's a significant investment to develop graduate profiles. As I shared, some LEAs hired consultants to facilitate their process. Others paid for graphic design. So those are just some financial investment, but it's also a really big time investment in order to do it right. It's important to have lots of folks at the table. So there are some resources that could support the development of graduate profiles. And here are some examples. They could include suggested representation for a design team or coordinating committee, processes for engaging diverse community members, survey instruments and interview protocols that are ready to go that could be used to help gather input, protocols for making decisions about what to include in a graduate profile. So some of the LEA leaders I talked to described their processes for deciding what should be included in the graduate profile. And some reached consensus, and others just had one or two individuals make the final decision. So having some protocols that could help reach decisions may be supportive. And then finally, once graduate profiles are drafted, protocols for gathering feedback. How does it sit with students? How does it sit with families? The next set of findings is on the competencies included. So how did LEAs come to include these competencies listed in the scan? And here's what I found out. Most LEAs reviewed other graduate profiles in order to inform the development of their own. So some just looked at one or two graduate profiles, some looked at many, and they took ideas from other graduate profiles to create their own. Second, LEA leaders generally accepted including the 4 C's in their graduate profile. So that's communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And if I go back to this slide with the scan, that's reflected here. So I grouped creativity into the innovation category. So the 4 C's, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, here listed as innovation, are among the top 5 competencies. So I thought that was pretty interesting. The third bullet point here, very few LEAs reviewed research to inform the development of their graduate profiles. And lastly, this final bullet point is more technical. The LEA leaders that had 8 or more competencies said, that's just too many. It's hard to remember them. It's hard to track progress towards them. So they recommended keeping the number of competencies included under 8. And that's all I have to share, but I welcome questions and discussion.
Okay. We're going to put up the public comment slide, and I think somebody here can do that, and then see if there are clarification questions for Anne while we're waiting for people to dial in for public comment. Any clarification questions or? Yes, Member McQuillan.
Thank you for doing this. Very interesting. In the list of LEAs, I don't see very many rural communities. Is that accurate, or?
The list is accurate. Those are all of the publicly available graduate profiles. There may be some that are not publicly available, developed by more rural districts.
And is that the list of the 50-some that you reviewed that you're looking at?
The list is it should be in the appendix in the report. Yes.
So just to note that there are now closer to 100, so there may be more rural districts that are represented. Yeah. Lindsay was one I know that presented to us that's a rural district that has such a thing, but it may be disproportionate. Other? Yeah.
Now that there are more than double of LEAs that have engaged in this work, Anne, is there any additional or updated information on the competencies incorporating those additional districts? Has anyone taken a look at that?
I would love to do an additional scan and include those additional districts. It's just a matter of getting funding to do the work.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Patillo-Bronson.
I was wondering if any of the scans actually, if most of them start in kindergarten, do any of them start in TK, and even more remarkably, do any of them start in pre-K?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it and get back to you.
Of course, our pre-K, TK foundations are sort of a version of the same idea, right? Any other clarifying questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Anne. We really appreciate it. It gets us going with some good information under our belts. We'll see if there's any public comment on this item, either in the room or on the phone.
In the room, we have 4 public comments: Lindsay Tornatore, Diana Vu, Roman Stearns, and Tom Adams.
And I will remind, before you get started, Lindsay, I'm just going to remind those who may want to call in to use the phone number and the public access code, participant access code that are shown on this slide.
All right. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. We appreciate the ongoing discussion, commitment of the board on innovation through the lens of our dynamically evolving learners. We submitted 2 letters, a coalition letter and another that shares lessons learned from the county superintendents regarding portraits of a graduate. Thank you, President Darling Hammond, for lifting up that letter. There are 2 aspects from that letter that I would like to emphasize. First, as Vice President Glover Woods mentioned, process is important. And in the development, we have observed the most impactful portraits are developed with broad collaboration, including IHEs and business partners, in addition to parents, families, students, staff. And the other, President Darling Hammond already mentioned, the bright spot in San Diego County, where the county office supports LEAs in developing 3 interconnected portraits. The message that these 3 portraits sends is that the adults and the system must provide the environment and conditions needed for student success, and that this is the work of all. Thank you for opportunity to provide input.
Good afternoon, board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates the clarity provided regarding the development of the portrait of the graduate and its role as a guiding document for the board. In lieu of developing a state-level portrait of a graduate, we believe it is more appropriate and crucial to encourage LEAs to engage in a community-driven process that allows them to shape a local portrait based on their unique needs and values. While the state can offer overarching guidance, the final product should be locally developed to ensure it truly reflects the aspirations and goals of each community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Roman Stearns, representing Scaling Student Success. Thanks for the work you're embarking on. As indicated in the Wested report, the process of creating a portrait of a graduate can be just as important as the product, because it can model best practice for the field, and in this case can reinforce the state's values. Specifically, by engaging 3 distinct groups of stakeholders, UC and CSU, the business and industry, and civic and community leaders, the state board can signal that a whole child vision, like a portrait of a graduate, is intended to prepare students simultaneously for college, career, and civic life. Furthermore, the state board can signal that equity remains at the center of state policy by engaging marginalized students and their families. I understand that the state board may not have a designated budget for this work and that the kind of engagement with stakeholders I'm suggesting requires resources. However, I expect that many organizations, including Scaling Student Success, would be happy to offer in-kind support to assure a meaningful process that supports the state's values. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Adams, former Deputy Superintendent for the California Department of Education, former Executive Director of the IQC, and former trustee of Davis Joint Unified. And I mentioned all those 3 things because they are connected in my comments. First of all, let me say that you are already familiar with the 5 C's. Education Code 60207 requires every curriculum framework to include creativity and innovation, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and construction and exploration of new knowledge. So those are already in your curriculum frameworks and subsequent instructional materials. And that law has been on the books since 2014. And as the former executive director of the Instructional Quality Commission, I know that content exists in those curriculum frameworks. Second, I'd like to also mention you would find, as President Darling Hammond has mentioned, that you would find similar values expressed in the preschool foundations. You should also find congruent values expressed in the standards for career-ready practices. Now, connecting all these into a portrait of a graduate would do an important thing. It would create coherence. How do I know this? Because as a member of the Davis...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, I have 10 seconds to finish. As a member of the Davis School Board, we built coherence when we did our graduate profile. So I would encourage you to create coherence and broaden and deepen your definition of student success.
There are 3 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4369. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Fox, calling from San Diego and representing CABE, the California Association for Bilingual Education. CABE's vision is for biliteracy, multicultural competency, and educational equity for all California students. So we see the board's discussions on the California Way as an opportunity to contribute to making that vision a reality. In my own life, my proficiency in multiple languages has opened many doors academically, socially, and in my careers in both the private sector and the public school system. With our 2017 EL Roadmap policy, we are making sure students who have languages other than English in the home are encouraged to maintain and develop their home languages as they gain proficiency in English. To see this vision of multilingualism come true, we must make sure all our policy documents include and explicitly promote bilingual opportunities, multicultural approaches, and other ways to encourage students to treasure and share their home languages and culture, and that coherence that Tom Adams spoke about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Robert Manwaring from Children Now. We're glad to see that the board is pursuing this new policy framework, and as Children Now wanted to bring 4 issues for your consideration as you continue this work. First is we want to make sure that you can address any potential equity barriers that faced by students, communities, and LEAs in terms of accessing the resources that are needed for students to be successful at meeting these graduate profile requirements. Second, engaging local community voices and higher ed institutions and workforce development partners to ensure that the profile skills align in terms of successful college and career readiness and eligibility requirements related to higher education. Third, integrating multilingualism into the model to support the local implementation of English Learner Roadmap. And fourth, thinking about any potential state reimbursable mandate issues that might interact with the implementation of this profile. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6032. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and Honorable State Board members Allison Osorio with Public Advocates. As the board continues its discussion on the California Way and strategies to support innovations in local educational agencies and schools, we appreciate the intentional work of looking at innovations that focus on authentic work and aspirations for all students. We understand the potential for the graduate profiles to set goals and shared understandings for the state and school districts. When the board considers possible next steps, we request that they include a graduate portrait that begins in transitional kindergarten and builds towards expectations for high school graduates. We also recommend that the value of multilingualism for all students be a part of the portrait. These considerations will help ensure that the innovative approaches discussed are comprehensive and support student development from the earliest stages of education. As the board continues to shape a potential model of a graduate portrait, it will be important to ensure that the development of a portrait builds on authentic engagement with students, parents, and community groups. The LCFF Equity Coalition and Public Advocates is ready to engage actively in this development process. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 14.
Thank you very much. And we're going to open up for board discussion. I'd just like to note that the 18 states that have also built these portraits have very similar kinds of, the 5 C's have been mentioned, very similar kinds of traits that are mentioned there. And just to clarify again that what we have discussed thus far is not creating something that is foisted on local districts. We would encourage local districts to continue to develop their own portraits of a graduate, as close to 100 have already done. That it's not, intended to be a mandate. It may be an encouragement, but in fact, we would be using it for our own purpose to look at what we're doing in light of that North Star, to serve as a North Star for us. Similarly, this would not, as we have discussed it thus far, be a set of requirements for students for graduation or for any kind of particular assessment purpose in the state. Now, as we look at our own assessments, we may ask ourselves questions over time about whether they are responsive to the North Star, but this is not intended to be a new set of requirements for students. So just to clarify that the goal of the conversation is really to see if we want to proceed to go ahead and develop sort of a North Star for ourselves. Many other states use it as a sort of a way to evaluate their own policies and programs, to think about what might be needed, to ask the questions as we go forward over the next decade of what it is that we're trying to enable the system to do on behalf of the students. And so the questions that we'd love for you to give us feedback on at this point have to do with whether it is useful to consider developing and adopting a portrait of a graduate, whether there are themes or elements that really resonate with you as important for consideration, and then what particular considerations might we keep in mind for a process that we might use. You have here also in your folder the Kentucky Portrait of a Learner, and just as one example of the way some states have approached it, they created a subcommittee of the board and added to it interest holders from different sectors and sort of stakeholder groups, and then did outreach for public comment over a period of time, and about 6 months later came back with a proposal that the board could consider. So that's one approach that we could consider, but we'd like to get your feedback about both the goals and the process that we might want to pursue. So with that, the floor is yours. Member Escobedo.
Definitely, I think this is a great step to take as a board, and wanted to kind of emphasize the importance of what we have, the assets we have. For example, we have a committee, the California Pathway, and can we use our existing resources, right, to help create these competencies, knowing full well, that the job forces will be changing in the next 3 to 5 years, and how are these competencies helping students be marketable in the future. So really focusing on not only our existing business partnership, but our evolving workforce as well. So how we do that, I think is critical. It's not just finding competencies that are applicable now, but will need to be applicable in the next 5 to 10 years.
And to one of your questions about resources, we do have a comprehensive center that may be able to help us. It's now the American Institutes of Research, and I heard some volunteers for resources in our commentators. So we will be looking at what resources there can be, but I think we will be able to locate the resources to do the necessary outreach if we choose to move forward. Yes, Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
When I was listening to the presentation, I was thinking of how important it is to focus on innovation. I keep thinking of our students and how we get them prepared for the jobs that don't exist yet, right? So I like the comments on the emphasis on multilingualism, because I feel that that's to instill California's cultural values from the beginning. I like that you questioned if the portrait includes early education. And so I feel that that should be something that, since we start at TK, then our portraits should start also at TK all the way up. And just engaging students, families, and communities in developing this essential portrait for it to be more authentic and a model that resonates. Because I always feel that the California way is really the beacon for the entire nation. And that might just be my perspective, but I do feel that our students really embody what I think is the diversity of this country. And by starting with the focus of multilingualism and diversity and innovation is a great start to give that beacon to LEAs to develop their own.
Just note that as we talk about the early learners, that Kentucky did name their effort a portrait of a learner rather than portrait of a graduate to allow for attention all along the age spectrum. So there may be something to think about there for us as well. Other thoughts? Yes, Member Clausen.
Just to respond to that, I do like the portrait of a learner language as well. But whether it does end up being a portrait of a learner, portrait of a graduate, I think it is an important and vital step for this board to take, something that we can return to in shaping policy like a North Star. And just to emphasize the value of student input in the creation, I think this is something that will excite students from across the state. And again, we can tap into existing student advocates and advocacy networks to really, I think this will attract a lot of excitement from students and there will be a lot of input. And I've heard a lot of that input ever since that I saw this was on the agenda. I've been able to speak with students at some events I went to last week. So I just wanted to lift up some of the things that I've heard in just a week. One thing, and a lot of what I heard actually matches some of the findings from Anne's presentation. So one thing that was constantly said by students was confidence, where I see here self-direction, which was reflected on 83% of graduate profiles. So that's confidence moving into the workforce, moving into higher education, but also moving forward on your own path, after graduating high school. Additionally, I see here thinking independently, but also being able to work collaboratively was something that I heard over and over again, and that also matches here with critical thinking. And then another thing that matches as well what I've been hearing is civic engagement, which is reflected on about 61% of graduate profiles. And so I heard in the past week being globally minded and civically engaged. And then to Member Escobedo's point, the world is constantly evolving and changing, but I think these are core skills and abilities that will stand the test of time. So as the world evolves, these will remain, our core values as a state that we can return to as we continue to evolve in policy. Thank you.
You just volunteered for the subcommittee. Comments? Yes, Member Olkin?
Thank you. I was just going to say I like what we're hearing about the idea of sort of engaging students and families as a way to build a sense of what those we're serving want. But I also like what I heard, and I also like what I heard about engaging those who our students will go to next. So the institutes of higher education, the workforce, the businesses, et cetera. I feel like both of those sets of constituents are really important, and we're trying to meet the needs of both, I think. And then the other thing I would say is just in terms of is this important or not, I think we see in current events again and again the importance of education, first of all, and we see the importance of helping students be able to tackle the challenges of tomorrow, and we see the importance of students, their school experience helping them be ready for a world that is multicultural, heterogeneous, one in which we respect people who are different than us. I think there's a lot of importance in this moment in thinking about how do we, educators in the state of California, help create the world that we want. And so that, for me, is a real reason to engage in this work.
Yes, Member Patillo-Brownson, and then Member Yoshimoto Tari.
One of at our last past presentation around portraits, I think the language that I remember one of the speakers using was around a lifelong learner, and what that means, that you build learning skills from age 4 at your point of entry, and that those learning skills continue, deepen, become more adept as you go through life, and that those skills serve you in the workplace as well, to Sharon's point, to bring in workforce representatives as part of the conversation. I also really liked your point, Sharon, around multiculturalism. I'm recalling that as a child of the 80s, a word that I now kind of think of sort of humorously, multicultural tolerance used to be a real turn of phrase, which, I think of lactose intolerance, right? And tolerance is a really low bar. And so it was interesting seeing the language around multicultural awareness, and I would hope that we could aspire for something more like fluency, or something that is a little bit more active and less holding people at arm's length, as part of how we think of that. And I think in that same kind of broader headline or category, that multilingualism is absolutely one of the things that I think of as part of that. Not just as an aspiration for children to learn their home language, but maybe to learn multiple languages, or to learn a language that is not in their home, but to be sort of inclusive of all the variants of that. The other piece, which I also think Sharon touched on, I'm just building off of all of your points. Interestingly, in the Davis example in the deck, there was a reference to, I think, resilience as one of the competencies, and adaptability, and preparing kids for a world in which I think what the stat is, like 60% of the jobs that kids in school today will go into don't exist today, right? And so having resilience and adaptability to think about and stretch and grow comfortably and understand that as part of the process, I think, is also a clear part of what we not just aspire for our kids to be able to do, but also that we need them to be able to do, given how quickly the economy and workplace is changing. And then the last thing that I just was thinking about, and this is not an additional study, but I do think part of what I think could be really helpful for LEAs is to understand what the value proposition is, to actually have a set of examples of this state or this set of school district adopted a portrait of a learner or graduate, and therefore the following things were impacted, the following things were improved. Sort of almost like a if-then set of statements that really illustrates why this could be high impact.
I was thinking about that as you were talking, and you were reflecting on the multicultural, ways of expressing that. But Finland is one of the countries that has been doing a lot of, curriculum rethinking and so on. I happen to be studying some of what they did, and they have a major goal around multicultural, multilingual learning. And in the policy environment, what they ended up, they're a trilingual country anyway. Most kids learn 3 languages. But any school, this is in Helsinki, where there are 2 or more kids who speak a common language, and increasingly Somali and Arabic are the ones that they're adding, they start a culture and language class that everyone can take. So the kids become so multilingual and so multicultural because they have an explicit policy about how to ensure that newcomers create a space that then becomes a curriculum space, so to speak. So I'm not saying that that's, the outcome we would have exactly, but that having a set of goals where you're querying yourself about what would we do to actually achieve that can have a lot of other impacts over time. Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
just briefly wanted to second everything that everybody said so far. I think that the early ed, the multilingual, the business partners, all of that is so important in this. And this is one of the things that makes me most excited about the work that we're doing. And I would say the idea of the local piece being really important, because it's not about having the document or having something for our website, but it's really about how can this be used to really promote a way of assessing is too strong of a word, but those ideals that we want all of us to work towards for our young people. Do we want them to be confident when they're speaking publicly, be able to smile at others, shake hands? And it's even more important, I think, in a digital world where it's become easier to be behind a computer screen or even meet friends and play with friends online and be able to not interact with them. And so I think that that's really helpful. In terms of process, I would be interested in knowing, this was really helpful, the one-pager, in knowing also what were some of the uncommon ideas. Like I think you mentioned, Amy, healthy mind, healthy body. Were there any uncommon ones that we ought to consider as well, as opposed to the common ones? And I think, Linda, you sort of touched on what I was going to ask, which was, have other countries done graduate learner profiles? And if so, do the profiles themselves reflect values that are specific to the places that are developing these profiles? Given that we're such a large economy in the world landscape, I think it would be interesting to know.
Yeah. And you know, it's interesting. We could bring that back in January because there are countries that have done, often they think of them as their competency goals. You know, it's not always called a portrait of a graduate, but yes, and you know, we should be thinking about all of the ways in which we are a member of the global community and what we think is going to be important for us. Yeah. So we could take a look at those. That'd be fun.
Thank you.
So we've gotten a lot of good input, and I think we want to maybe by January bring back some ideas for a process that you could then actually sink your teeth into, right? And so if you have other ideas in the meantime, obviously you can share those with us. We want to create a process. I think what I've heard is we want to create a process that will solicit feedback from across the state, that will include a number of interest holders in the, group that does this. We may want a subcommittee. I would value any input that you have on that, with additional external members potentially. And then how do we get feedback from higher education and business, as well as from parents and community members, and then set some kind of a timeline for bringing back both that feedback and a set of proposals to us. Does that make sense to you? And we'll look for more depth on this in January. Yeah. I see Member Lewis was about to ask a question. No. Oh, no, okay. I saw you getting...
I just would like to add comment that
please.
I just think that this is, it's great direction for us to be going. I'm excited about the discussion that we'll have further and what this looks like in the future for our grads, and I agree with all of the attributes that we would like to see in a graduate that have already been mentioned. I think one of the areas that I was just sitting and thinking about is just, maybe how to interpersonal skills. You know, it sounds soft. I think we've mentioned that in a lot of the comments that have been made, but just, I think about the learner versus the graduate. What does that mean? And to me, I see a graduate as a person who will go out and be that productive member of society and also have the academic background to pursue, their careers and just, but I think one of the focus I would like to see us look at is just developing good interpersonal skills too, communication, how to get along with others, some of the things that have been mentioned, like resilience and those kinds of things. So didn't want to go without adding comment, like I'm not.
Terrific. No.
But it's great listening to all the comment, and nobody said anything that I disagree with, but, and whenever we get to the process of choosing subcommittees, is something I volunteer for. Should be a group effort, but if
Well, we do need some people to do a bunch of work between now and the time it comes back to us. So just to be sure that, those who want to raise their hand are ready to dive in. Vice President Glover Woods.
And I don't know if that raised hand was ready to dive in, but I do have to say, it actually is. It actually is. I appreciate just so much the conversation that we've had this afternoon, and I just want to add my excitement for engaging in a process for the state of California to have a profile or a portrait in place. I'm kind of going back and forth. With the language, is it profile of a graduate, portrait of a learner? I think there's a lot of good conversation on either end of that. And as we're able to engage in a deeper process and get input from our communities and from one another, I think it will definitely help. So I just wanted to add, President Darling Hammond, my excitement for engaging upon this. And I think once we do it, we will have something that will definitely serve as the North Star for our board as we look at our policy decisions moving forward and how to best shape an educational environment where all students in California can thrive.
All right. Well, with that level of consensus and lots of good input, I think we're good with this item, and we have earned our 15-minute break. Can we take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you back at 2:40-ish, and that we'll be ready for our last item. Is the California Community Schools Partnership Program update. We have presentations from the CCSPP State Transformational Assistance Center, the Mills Middle School, and the Children Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. This is an information item only. No specific action is recommended at this time, and the item will be presented by Erica Torres and Hamed Razawi of the CDE. Thank you very much, and please begin. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the State Board of Education. My name is Erica Torres, and I serve as Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? So my name is Erica Torres, and I serve as Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction for the Student Support Services branch. I also serve as Interim Director for our Career and College Transition Division. I'm so honored to be with all of you today so that we can provide you with our annual update on our California Community Schools Partnership Program. We're going to hear from our State Transformation Assistance Center team, our partner from the Children's Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and the Mills Middle School team. I want to express my gratitude to our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, our State Board of Education, our Community Schools Office, our partners, our entire team here at the California Department of Education for your commitment to transforming our education system and creating learning environments where all students can thrive. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Hamed Razawi, our Education Administrator for our Community Schools Office.
President Darling Hammond, members of the board, it's an honor to be back, and I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Torres. As she mentioned, not only she has been a wonderful deputy, but she has always also been our interim director, and she forgot to say that she's also covering one of our offices, so she's also an education administrator. Thank you so much for all your support. It is also an honor because today's presentation will have 4 parts. I will begin, and then we have a wonderful STAC colleagues who are here, and even more of an honor is to have a full house here today. We have Mills Middle School, and then hopefully Dr. Soot will be finished with his other meeting, and he will be joining us from Children Youth Health Behavior Initiative, or CYBHI. As you know, we have been before you a few times. So the historic investments that the state has done with your support, we have done a lot of work so far. I will go very briefly. We have had 2 rounds of planning grants, and we have been before you, and we have had 3 rounds of implementation, and we have come before you in the past. And the last one, which is cohort 4, we will talk about it at the end of this presentation. You have also approved and helped us with our extension grants. The infrastructure in the evaluation of CCSPP, or California Community School Partnership Program, we have our STAC, or State Transformational Assistance Center. They have a contract of $28 million for over 3-year grant cycle. We also have 8 RTAC, or 8 Regional Technical Assistance Centers. Their contracts are for 3 years, and it varies from $12.5 to $22 million. We have coordination grants, and these are at the County Office of Education, or COE level. Any county that has 2 or more grantees, and it's a total of $140 million for a 7-year grant cycle. Lastly, we have an annual formative evaluation that we will talk about a little bit more at the end of this presentation. It is from 2024 through 2032, and it is for an amount of $2.5 million. Finally, it's the dedicated and wonderful people that I get to work with. Our little office is made up of 7 of us, including myself, and that's the CD Community Schools Office. At this point, I would like to acknowledge Ms. Jody Talkington, Deputy Chief of Community Schools from Alameda County Office of Education, and Drs. Karen Hunter-Quartz and Marisa Saunders from UCLA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. I'm Jody Talkington, as Hamed said, from Alameda County Office of Education, and I'm happy to be here with Dr. Hunter Quartz from UCLA Community Schooling. And as you know, we are part of the State Transformational Assistance Center, along with Californians for Justice and National Education Association, too. We are very excited to be before you today as we enter our 3rd year of implementation. In our first 2 years, we were able to really ground ourselves in a California framework, to establish 8 regional RTACs, to develop a capacity building strategies, which is the anchor for our annual progress report. And what we're going to share with you tonight are the findings from our first 2 years of the annual progress report. So with that, I will pass it to Karen.
Thanks, Jody. I'm delighted to be here today. Hello. I'm representing the work of our UCLA data team on the STAC, which is led by my colleague Marisa Saunders, who's also here today. To set the stage for our presentation, let's start with a look at the number and location of the implementation grantees to date. There are 2,023 schools in 3 cohorts, which represents 40% of priority schools in the state, and we know this will increase with the final round of funding. Both of these maps show that grantees are distributed across the state in every county except 3. The map on the left focuses on the percentage of priority schools served, and the map on the right displays the number. On the left, you can see that many of the northern counties are shaded a darker blue, which means that they have a higher proportion of priority schools that are grantees than counties in the south. The second map on the right tells a different story. The number of grantees is higher in the southern counties because they have more priority schools. So looking at the maps together help us inform future planning. So let's turn now to what we know about the development of community schools over the past 2 years. And to do this, we need to start with a little bit of framing. The STAC created this visual to help grantees see the why, how, and what of implementation, what we call the California Way. The why in green are the set of overarching values based on the state's community schools framework. The how in orange are a set of 5 capacity building strategies that we know, based on extensive research and field testing, are essential for coherent school transformation. And the what in gray are the locally determined whole child and family supports and programs that are defined at the school level. With the CD, we've collected data on the how and the what of implementation over the past 2 years. And the data I'm sharing today were collected from cohort 1 and 2 grantees as part of their annual progress report. We also have powerful data from our deep dive sites And today we're sharing some key findings. More detailed analysis is available in a set of data reports we released last week. So let's start with the what of implementation, the type of whole child and family supports that schools are centering in their plans. The annual progress report divides these supports into the 6 categories you see in this chart. At the top of the chart, you can see that 88% of grantees are prioritizing positive and restorative school climate supports. 80% are focusing on collaborative leadership, and so on. You can also see that only 48% of grantees are centering community-based curriculum and pedagogy, which is a topic I'll return to. So next, let's look inside one of these bars, the 78% of grantees who are prioritizing integrated student supports. So we know that all schools provide a variety of integrated supports and services, so we asked grantees to report how the new funding was being used to expand these supports. In this chart, you can see that 52% of grantees are expanding strategic partnerships to offer mental health screening and services, 42% are expanding health screening partnerships, and so on. Grantees are also expanding partnerships to offer other whole child and family supports, and as the quote at the right indicates, these partnerships are starting to make a difference. We also asked grantees to report on the other state funding sources they are integrating to support and sustain their community schools work. And in this chart, you can see that 57% of grantees are using their funds from the state's Expanding Learning Opportunities Program, 21% are using Educator Effectiveness Block Grants, and 19% are using funds from the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative that we're going to hear about. So now let's turn to the how of implementation. This visual shows the 3 phases of growth and development that grantees are using to self-assess their progress on 5 capacity building strategies. In the visioning phase, as it sounds like, community school teams are coming together to develop a vision and working together. The engaging phase signifies that they are developing skills, deepening their knowledge, creating infrastructure for change. And the transforming phase is full implementation guided by continuous improvement. The STAC and RTACs provide TA to support grantees' understanding of these phases, and the annual progress report asks grantees to provide evidence for their self-assessment. So here are the latest data on how cohort 1 and 2 grantees are assessing their implementation across 5 strategies. The light blue bars indicate about half of grantees consider themselves in the visioning phase on most strategies. The medium blue bars show that about 40% report they're engaging, and a small percentage are transforming. Overall, these data tell us that while many schools are just beginning their community schools work, many have been at this for years, right? And there are rich opportunities to learn from the transformational work across our state. This chart also calls out an opportunity to more intentionally center community-based teaching and learning in the work of community schools. In response to this finding, the STAC and RTACs provided targeted learning opportunities, study tours, peer learning networks, and other supports to build the capacity of grantees to center teaching and learning as part of their plan. And this chart is evidence that the TA is paying off for cohort 1. The percentage of schools who reported that they were at the engaging stage increased from 32% in year 1 to 45% in year 2. So the data I've been sharing in this short presentation is powerful evidence that the state funds are being used to advance community schooling. At this early stage of implementation, our focus is on using data for continuous improvement. A member of our UCLA data team, Nadia Bass, has created a visualization using Tableau to help inform learning statewide. And in 2 weeks, we're going to be publicly releasing this visualization. Today, I'm excited to give you a brief tour of the data for one of our deep dive partners in Ontario Montclair School District in the Southern Inland region. So I'm going to try this video and see if Lisa assures me this is going to work. Here we go. I'm clicking on it. Okay, so starting on the landing page, you can click on the capacity building strategies and see that 49% of schools are at their engaging phase. Next, you can filter and look at one of the RTACs, Southern Inland, and we learn that 47% of schools in this region are transforming on this strategy, which is amazing. Now we're going to look at an LEA, Ontario Montclair, and see that 54%, or 15 of their 28 schools, marked themselves as transforming, and they used a local measure of student and family well-being to support this claim. Our team was at a deep dive site visit to Lincoln Elementary School last week in Ontario, Montclair, and saw this in action. They heard from staff members that school connectedness had increased from 59% in 2023 to 81% in 2024. So the message I want to leave you with is, there it is. Schools across the state are collecting and using multiple measures to capture the implementation outcomes of this historic initiative, from measures of school connectedness in Ontario Montclair to student performance assessments in Anaheim Union and the wonderful graduate profiles you were talking about today. We need to collect and pay attention to a variety of local data alongside the California dashboard indicators. To support grantees, our UCLA team is teaching a course on local measurement, and we are inspired by the many educators across the state who, as this quote captures, are gathering the data that will ultimately guide us into transforming. So our next steps, we're going to continue to build a strong evidence base. We're launching the APR visualization, as I said. We're using AI to do a more advanced analysis of the open-ended items on the APR, releasing a Year 2 report in January, collecting a third round of data, engaging with 4 new deep dive partners, and collaborating with the HMRO evaluation team. We are energized by the commitment and passion of this initiative and has created statewide, and we look forward to continuing our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jody and Karen. That was wonderful. Thank you. And now it's my honor to introduce our Mills Middle School guests. And I wanted to specifically acknowledge Kate and Carla's efforts. They have been in touch with me for the past month or so. As you can imagine, organizing a school, families, jobs, students, it's not easy, and it's close to the holidays. But thank you so much for being here. And on behalf of my office, and I think I could speak for everyone who works at CDE, I have to say that this is why we do this job. So it's so wonderful to have so many people from this wonderful middle school. Carla, Kate, you can introduce your team. Please come in.
Hello, I'm Carla Davis, and I lead the Community Schools Initiative in Folsom-Cordova Unified. We have 17 schools in Rancho Cordova, and 9 of those schools have grants. Respectfully, I'm going to skip over slides 1 through 5, and I encourage you to go back and learn some information about our school district. I want to dig right in for you. Partnerships. Partnerships are essential to creating our community schools. And it's not just about organizations giving to our schools. It's also about the reciprocal relationship. I'd like to pause and say thank you for having us, President Darling Hammond and board members. For example, we partner with UC Davis Medical Center, and we have doctors that come and provide sports physicals for over 300 students in just this past few months. And in return, the interns at UC Davis have asked to come into schools and to share their knowledge and their learning. And so we work together to do that. A special relationship that we have are with our labor unions. FCA, our teachers union, and CSEA are a big part of our work. They're part of our steering committee for community schools. We've crafted job descriptions together. We lift to work to lift student voice and ways to create shared decision-making with our staff. In addition, our SCOE RTAC team, led by Navdeep Purewal, has provided real tangible PD and created a network of support so we don't feel alone in this work. Cost. We found that cost is a very important and pivotal system in our community schools. Cost is written into every single one of our grants. Cost is a team of support staff that are empowered to lead, run their own meetings, to review data patterns for behavior, attendance, et cetera, and then to shift how our schoolwork, our classrooms and learning programs then support the need. This team also views referrals from staff to support student needs and to support our families. I'd like to introduce Mills Middle School, two of our community school team members. Mills a year ago was a very different school, and they have worked tirelessly to shift systems. We attribute the success to community schools as well as the cost system. They'll introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Veronica Lane, the parent of 2 scholars who are currently at schools in our district not receiving funding through the Community Schools Initiative, and I see the impact. I live in Rancho Cordova, and I am a community schools leader at Mills Middle School. Bringing the community schools mindset into action has been crucial in transforming how we serve our scholars and families. This transformation is built on creating safe, supportive spaces for all of our partners and making intentional efforts to meet the unique needs of each family. Here are a few examples. In the past, we might have simply sent out flyers or emails about available programs, checking the box of communication. But now, during home visits, we don't wait for families to tell us their needs. We engage them proactively by asking open-ended questions and showing curiosity about their specific challenges. If we identify a need, we either connect them to community resources or provide support through our on-campus services. We don't just provide information, we navigate the systems with our families. In our parent meetings, we sit in a circle, symbolizing that we are all decision makers in our children's education. We approach these meetings with openness, where we discuss challenges without placing blame on individuals. Instead, we focus on identifying the systemic issues and finding solutions together. We believe that families are the true experts of their children. We create grassroots programs that are sustainable and have lasting impact. During home visits, we learned that transportation was a major issue for families. We now provide bikes for scholars to ease their commute to school. This program was recently featured on ABC News. We have Check and Connect to support attendance. Staff members become trusted adults on campus, building relationships with students to help them stay engaged. Adults simply check in for 2 to 5 minutes daily and offer incentives. We also partner with our local Chick-fil-A, who provide free breakfast sandwiches to parents that bring their children to school on time. These incentives are carefully timed to align with critical dates. My partner in change will tell you about classroom impact.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Cecil Spalding, and I am the Student Support Specialist and a Community Schools Leader at Mills Middle School. Prior to becoming a Community Schools Leader, I taught math for 7 years at Mills. After COVID, we struggled with staffing and meeting the intense behavioral and mental health needs of our scholars. We reverted to punitive discipline, and we knew that wasn't working. We needed a change. We needed to find a different way of doing things, and I jumped at the opportunity to become a Community Schools Leader on a team focused on improvement and building on the scholars' strengths. This time last year, our MTSS team was working hard, but we did not have a robust, data-driven process with shared accountability for results. Some weeks, it was simply a game of whack-a-mole. The cost meeting structure allowed us to dig into the root causes and match students with needed supports during the school day. We now offer 6-week behavior academies focused on emotional regulation, hands-off, civility skills, and upstandard skills to reduce bullying. For individualized behavioral support, we have our check-in, check-out program where scholars are paired with a trusted mentor to work on behavior and academic goals, which include daily progress monitoring. And of course, academic interventions are critical to student success. Last year, we started SIPS, which is a Tier 3 reading intervention program that is helping over 90 scholars that are reading at a 2nd, 3rd grade level show increased confidence in their abilities as readers. This growth won't show up on CASP right away, but we see the growth every day. As a result of meeting the needs of our scholars, suspension rates are down by 29%, attendance is up 1.3%, and we have decreased staff turnover by over 70%. But most importantly, our scholars are entering the classroom ready to learn.
Good afternoon, board members. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Arissa Sadler. I am currently a payroll technician with Elk Grove Unified School District. I am a mom of 3 children in Folsom-Cordova Unified Schools. My experience before and after the start of community schools is as different as night and day. Last year, my family, the children missed out on their first day of school for a family funeral service. It was my mother. I was concerned for my middle child. She was starting late, and I was concerned with that and her fitting in. The morning we returned, I was greeted by the CS staff, the teacher, the counselor, all of this on the front lawn, all there to help my daughter better adjust. It felt good knowing my daughter was going to be supported. Recently, my oldest child ran into an unfortunate social situation at school. In the midst of feeling defeated as a parent, I contacted the CS coordinator. She listened and helped me to better understand how the system worked. The outcome didn't change. However, that conversation turned into immediate assistance provided to my student while at school. My daughter and I now, with the support of CS, our experience has just changed significantly. I felt my child was safer at school more than she had ever been this school year thus far. She now has a variety of adults on campus she can talk to and a variety of safe spaces she's welcome to. As a parent, that all felt like a win for me. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Kate Hazarian. I'm Director of Strategic Initiatives and Support Services. Over the last 15 months, we've learned that adding more staff on a campus does not automatically create a cohesive team. We've learned to look in the mirror at our system and to be intentional about how we organize our time and our staff focus. We've also learned that system change is hard, at times exhausting work. But honestly, this work has always been exhausting. The difference is now we're seeing progress. Community schools funding has allowed us to invest in positions that have been critical to our early success. 1/3 of our schools are over 60% unduplicated, but our district receives no LCFF concentration grant funding. It has only been through community schools funding that we've been able to deepen our integrated student supports, family engagement, and shared decision-making efforts. I began my career as an outreach consultant in North Sacramento in a position partially funded through SB 65 dropout prevention funds. Our district also had a thriving Healthy Start Center. When the funding ended, programs held on for a year or two. Then they either ended completely or morphed into something not quite so impactful. This is why we have been planning for sustainability since we received our planning grant. We are exploring CYBHI as a possible funding stream, restarting our education foundation to pursue grant funding, and have begun to jointly fund some positions with supplemental dollars. We are hopeful that our legislature will see community schools as an accelerator for improvement and continue to provide some funding for successful districts beyond the 5-year life of the grant. This brings us to Cordova High School, the only comprehensive high school in Rancho Cordova. CHS has not been prioritized during the last 2 rounds of community schools funding because we are 75% unduplicated, just below that 80% priority. We ask that priority be given to districts that are attempting to finish a community schools network, especially in districts like ours that are showing progress and do not receive concentration grant support. Thank you again for your vision. We are so, so grateful to be on this journey, and our team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much indeed. We are grateful to have you. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. So let me finish the last two slides that I have, and then our deputy will introduce our special guest. So as I said in the beginning, thanks to your support, we have done a lot of work with California Community Schools Partnership Program. The last couple of pieces that I wanted to share is that cohort 4, this is our last cohort. Request for application and RFA was released October 18th, and in fact, a couple of weeks earlier than last year, just so we could have our LEAs spend more time on it. It is due February 7th, 2025, and we look forward to being in front of you again for the last time for the implementation in May. The CDE will prioritize awarding implementation grants to planning grantees, and this is exactly what we have had in the past. The applicants they're required to have school-wide artifacts or evidences, and those are the ones, the community asset mapping and needs and gap analysis, a shared decision-making, and implementation plan. We have a couple of more work that keeps our office quite busy. We also have an STAC RFA or request for application out. The RFA was released October 25th, and it's due December 20th. Our plan is to be before you during your March, if I'm not mistaken, March 5th and 6th meeting. The STAC, as you already know, it acts as a hub for CSPP technical assistance, maintains content and overarching methodology, facilitates community of practice among the 8 RTACs, coordinates and maximizes the areas of expertise, and of course supports CDE to align CCSPP with system of support. And finally, a couple of more of CDE's priority. As Jody and Karen mentioned, we have a formative evaluation. It's with an entity called HUMRO, or Human Resources Research. They have started meeting with the CDE and SBE staff on a regular basis, bi-monthly. The goal is to support LEAs to maintain and manage budgets and also complete annual reporting. That's for our office. We're also, as I mentioned, the cohort 4, we're working on that, and the COE, or County Office of Education Coordination Grant. And then, of course, we maintain and continue contact with our STAC and RTACs, and then collaboration between the CDE and CYBHI has started. I have been privileged enough to be in many of those meetings, and for that, I will have Dr. Torres introduce our special guest.
Thank you so much, Hamed. So it's my pleasure to introduce our amazing partner, Dr. Sohail Sood. He is the director of the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and he's going to be joining us.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're doing well. As was mentioned, my name is Sohail Sood. I am a pediatrician by training. I take care of kids in hospitals, and I have the honor of directing California's Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. And I think with this group, I don't need to underscore too much the nexus between health and education, right? Our fates are interlinked. There was a great study by the American Academy of Pediatrics that essentially said you need to be of sound body and mind to be able to attend school and engage in school. And the more you attend school and when you graduate, you tend to live healthier and you even tend to live longer. So we're in this together. And that's particularly the case in today's day and age around mental health and substance use. And so my predecessor came before you a few years back and provided an update, I believe, to the strategy and thoughts behind the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. My goal today is to provide some status updates with that and to link it closer to the conversations we've been having around community schools. So to start with, the way we're thinking about this multi-year, multi-billion-dollar initiative starts in the traditional healthcare space. And as we all know, we have a shortage of the types of workers we need in this workforce to be able to care for our children and our patients. So we are partnering with training institutions up and down this state to expand the number of social workers that are trained and graduate and land in California every year. the number of the number of psychiatrists in these programs as well, the number of psychiatric nurse practitioners as well. So year upon year, we hope that California will grow its workforce. There are also incentives to get folks where they need to be in those areas that we know are extremely underserved. There are many counties in the state with 0 child psychiatrists, so you can imagine the amounts of commutes that families have to endure to get some of the supports in some ways. But the kids have also said, don't just do more, do better. They have said, we want a workforce that is younger, a workforce that looks like us, a workforce that speaks our language. And in response to that, California has now basically codified a new profession, a certified wellness coach. And the idea behind that is to start younger in that professional journey so that if you have an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree, you can already become a behavioral health specialist of sort. And then you can grow into a licensed clinical social worker or a psychiatrist or a psychologist down the road. And I'm excited to announce that as of today, or actually as of a few weeks ago, we had more than 500 individuals already certified as wellness coaches. And the idea is to continue to grow that. So we're working on giving young individuals scholarships. We're working with institutes of higher education to develop training programs. And we're working with school partners and community partners that work with schools, where we have given $120 million in employer support grants to facilitate the hiring and onboarding of these individuals to be on school campuses going forward. Many other things are happening in the healthcare space. New facilities, inpatient and outpatient facilities, new supports to build up our primary care workforce that often manages these conditions without enough training, so finding out ways to help support them as well. But the youth have also told us we don't live at the doctor's office, right? We live in schools, we live in homes, we live in communities, and we live online. And so we're working to help support all of these other sectors as well. And starting in the online space, we now have 2 virtual service platforms that you may be familiar with. One called Bright Life Kids, which is really geared for parents and caregivers and kids under the age of 12. And then one called Saluna, which is for youth to use independently for ages 13 to 25. And we recognize a digital solution is not for everybody. But I've had the honor of traveling up and down this state in the past few months, and I was surprised to learn even in the small communities, actually I would say especially in certain small communities, some folks have said our community's too small, where our counselor is our kid's neighbor's best friend's mom, and we don't want to share that information with them all the time. So digital solutions, I think, can play a role in this, but not the only role, and we encourage everybody to try these out to see if they can get support. So there's a library of tools that one can access, but the real key with both of these is that you can access a professional. So you can access a coach to start that journey of getting some support, some counseling services along that path. 100% free, English and Spanish, 17 other languages available with phone support, no insurance, no referrals, nothing needed to join. But we also know in-person support, sometimes there is no substitute for that, right? Delivered in a culturally competent, culturally concordant manner, built by communities for communities. So hundreds of millions of dollars have gone to scale programs that happen in communities. Hundreds of organizations have been funded to do this. And we know that healthcare is such a small component of health, actually. So when we talk about this space, this is about parenting programs, early childhood wraparound programs, youth centers and centers of community wellness, stigma reduction work, suicide prevention work that's happening, again, in languages, in communities, for communities, with a focus specifically on reducing disparities. So populations such as Black communities, tribal communities, Asian, Hispanic, LGBTQ communities have been the focus of a lot of the funding and have received disproportionate amounts of funding through these efforts. And while some of these efforts have been grants, we are also highlighting the fact that sometimes what you need is a little bit of a catalytic bolus, something to just get you started to help spur the partnerships that are happening in a community setting. So this is one of our many featured partners in South Orange County, where they have built a youth center with funding from the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, but they didn't stop there. The team said, we're going to need some providers, so let's reach out to UC Irvine and find a pipeline of providers that can help support us. We're also going to need some additional funding, so they reached out to philanthropy. they reached out to CalOptima, the managed care plan in their area, for ongoing support. And they're connecting with schools and other ways to think about sustainable funding sources for the work. So a lot of creativity is happening in communities to think this through with a sustainable manner in mind. And then in schools, we are working with all 58 county offices of education to really bring wellness into the classroom. This group knows well the benefits of social and emotional learning and the importance of that framework to not just help from a mental standpoint, but also from an academic standpoint, right? The evidence is strong there. And so more than 300 schools have become focal schools in partnership around this work. More than 1,400 educators are doing capstone projects to really learn how to deliver this framework in a sequenced, active, focused, and engaged manner. We're also, while my kids are benefiting from that in the classroom, I can attest to that, we also need a campus that supports them. And adults in that space need to learn how to create safe, stable, nurturing relationships. And so we've partnered with the Office of the Surgeon General, and the superintendent has actually written a letter of support for this to support the idea that let's all learn the biology of stress. Let's all learn how to understand toxic stress, intolerable stress, and the differences in how we manifest in those ways. So we've developed a 2-hour asynchronous online course called Safe Spaces, where the status update I have to tell you on that is about 9,000 educators in both the K-12 and the childcare space have engaged with that coursework to date, and those numbers are growing. Very recently, we also have announced some grants to support 8 high schools throughout the state with peer-to-peer support programs. Because, as is the case, I suspect for many, if not all of us, we reach out to our friends before we reach out to professionals for support. And so the idea of peer supporting peers is well known, well established, primarily in the adult literature world. And this is an idea to explore that and understand that more in a high school context. And probably most notably, we're also working to expand access to care services delivered on schools or through schools, so including with community partners. This is called the CYBHI fee schedule. Not the most alluring name, but a really important program. It doesn't necessarily obligate care for schools, but it obligates insurers, meaning commercial and public insurers, it obligates them to cover specified behavioral health services. So that then becomes an ongoing sustainable revenue stream whereby schools and their community partners can bill for the care that they provide. It's healthcare dollars for the healthcare you already provide in many cases. And that is a big lift, so we're working with many partners because you can imagine helping schools understand the billing system involves certainly a third party to help navigate all the different care plans that exist in the country and working when understanding how to collect insurance information and those mechanisms. So we had one cohort start in January of this year with 46 LEAs as a starting point. A second cohort has just been onboarded in August of this year, and we're just announced a third cohort that will start in January of next year. So it's a little bit of building the plane as we fly it, but learning a lot as we're going through this process because it's really unprecedented. No state in the nation has a program like this. And then finally, we also need to tell our youth that they are worthy of accessing these supports, right? We need to elevate that conversation in so many ways. So we have a number of large campaigns going on. This one is focused on adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. And I suspect most of the people in this room are familiar with that, but I also suspect most of our communities are not. So this is about taking the language from the clinics and the libraries and putting it into the streets. And the best way to do that is to have youth talk about their own ACEs and their own experiences. And that's what you can see in some of the pictures here. These are authentic Californian youth talking not just about the adverse childhood experiences that they have that have impacted them, but also how they can live beyond it. So there's lots of science on how to, bust that stress and work through ways to mitigate the impacts of this. So that's one of our campaigns is on adverse childhood experiences. Another one is on suicide prevention. And so this one really tackles the idea that youth have told us they feel like they're a burden when they're talking about these issues because adults in this world have a lot going on as well. So the idea here is to just tackle that head on and say that you're never a bother. And what's been so great about this is the youth have said, talk about suicide, but talk about it with hope. Talk about it with optimism. And that's where you can see here in the color scheme and the graphics. On October 10th, so this past month, we recently launched a partnership with Megan Thee Stallion. For those who are less familiar with her, glad to hear many in this room are familiar with her. Grammy Award-winning artist and a huge advocate for mental health. And so with her partnership in this campaign, she has really helped tell California youth that they're never a bother and build up awareness of this. So her post online, for example, got more than 4 million views, reached more than 2.5 million individuals, hundreds of thousands of likes, tens of thousands of shares, and it increased links and awareness and subscriptions to the pages that we actually want folks to focus on, which is the pages that focus on information, education, awareness. What is 988, as an example? What happens when you turn over your student ID card and see that number? Who's actually on the other line? That's the type of information this campaign helps share. All of what I presented on, we're trying to be as transparent about it as possible. And so this first link here is to see all of the digital resources that are available. And that next link is so that you can search in your own community about what agencies, what community partners have been funded to do what type of work, so you can help build those linkages. And so if you take a given community like Humboldt, for example, where I believe there's over 130,000 people that live there, this is an example of the funding that they have received and the types of work that is available specific to that county. And when you combine it with the statewide resources, this is the scale of change we're hoping to implement. But I would argue this fails, and it falls short if it lives as separate bullet points and silos on a PowerPoint slide, right? What it really needs to look like is an integration of these supports, engagement with families and communities, and leadership that is collaborative in nature. And if those words sound familiar, they are, of course, the pillars of community supports. Pillars of community schools. And so we are working in a multidisciplinary fashion to really understand and unpack the linkages between CYBHI and the community schools effort. And we've developed essentially this as our guiding vision there. So we have 10 principles that we've worked to develop that focus on the areas of really developing an appropriate vision, mindset, and culture around it, the right structure, the right resources for it, thinking about funding, thinking about shared dashboards. And this is what we're working together in a specific activity called Transforming Together, where we have a multidisciplinary collaborative leadership working group at the helm of this. And then we're exploring these concepts in 4 specific counties throughout the state. Humboldt, Fresno, Alameda, and Imperial are the 4 counties we're working with here. And we're taking this, which is the guiding principles, and breaking it down into concrete implementation steps. And so this is the work that is happening throughout this year of identifying really what is the right leadership structure to occur at a county level to help support this. What are the right types of tools and needs assessments that need to occur to help us understand how to better integrate and how to better work together? This, again, is a work in progress, and so I'm happy to take questions and understand it. I will say our approach here is that a one-size-fits-all solution is the wrong solution. And we know there are many existing interagency county-wide leadership structures. And so our goal is to provide some considerations that then each county can run with in different ways and understand how to best implement. So for some, it may be building upon the existing Assembly Bill 2083 structure, right, that focuses much more on foster youth. For others, it may be a de novo structure altogether that they're establishing and building. But ultimately, the goal here is to really, again, reimagine the way behavioral health is delivered in this state, almost to rethink what is a service and a support, and to think more broadly and more critically about that, and to achieve the vision of a healthy California for all kids. So thank you for your time.
Thank everyone who's come. Dr. Sood, I want to just especially thank for coming, schlepping over here, but also because he was a key partner for us during the years of COVID mitigation and was really helping the schools and, carrying that forward into the health community. So it's very exciting to see all of the work that's going on at this point from both the partnership we have with Health and Human Services and in the schools themselves. So thank you. And at this point, I think we want to open the line for public comment, and then we want to ask Member Yoshimoto Tauri if she wants to offer some framing comments for us, and then we can see if there's any clarification comments that you want to ask.
Thank you. As you can tell, I was very enthusiastic about the presentation. I just wanted to say thank you again to our Mills Middle School team from Folsom Unified, Dr. Sood from CYBHI. Thank you. Yes, it's okay to clap. Our STAC team and CDE, our leaders from the community school office as well. This community school effort has been humongous. I don't know if you heard during the break, but some of us were like, why are so many people in the room? Oh, it's the community schools item. So we're, and you could hear in the conversation today in the presentations that it's big because we're talking about workforce development. We're talking about new facilities. We're talking about things like the health and education nexus. But then we're also talking about specific things like, I heard you say stigma, what was the word? Stigma reduction and peer-to-peer supports. And so those are very much some global things and then some very specific things that are very impactful to those communities that we serve and the people in them. So we really, again, wanted to thank you. I think that I just want to highlight the department also. For this particular year, the lift has been huge. We're in the final round of implementation grants. There have been coordination grants that have helped coordinate across the state, including our RTAC contracts, our regional technical assistance, our state contracts. And I want to point out that our state Technical Transformational Assistance Center is a county office, community organization, labor partner, higher education consortium. So that's very unique when we think about distributed leadership and how we do this work. And we also have a formal evaluation through HUMRO, which is beginning, and it's really going to be important for the sustainability of community schools as we look forward down the road. And so it's a very full portfolio of work and an extremely critical one for our students and families that we serve, and really for the future of public education. So I just wanted to thank everybody involved.
And I'm just going to say ditto. I know there's so much to say about all the work that's going on in the community schools. It's nice to see things, coming to fruition. We've been on this journey for the last 3 years, with the planning grants, the implementation grants. I particularly appreciate the ways in which we're seeing coherence, evolving both between and among the health and education systems and within schools as they're really describing how they can turn their aspirations into, a much more coherent experience for students. So with that, I think we want to see if there's public comment. Are there any clarification questions for any of the people who spoke from the middle school or for Dr. Sood? Or seeing none, we'll move ahead with public comment. We'll see if there's public comment in the room.
We have one public commenter in the room who signed up. Please come to the microphone, Lucero Soto.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and State Board members. My name is Lucero Soto, and I am a parent and community organizer with Sacramento ACT, PICO Ed for Lib, and a leader with the California Partnership for the Future of Learning, a statewide alliance of community organizing and advocacy groups that center low-income, Black, Indigenous, Brown, and immigrant student families, communities of color across the state to strengthen our public schools. We appreciate how our ongoing partnership with CDE, SBE, and STAC staff have grown and are positively impacting the development and implementation of the Community Schools Partnership Program. While there are areas of growth, we also see many examples of how input, expertise, and energy of directly impacted student and families, community partners, educators are being integrated into the successful development of implementation at the program. From the classroom to the Capitol, we want to also thank you for the accommodations of providing interpretation for meetings. Two of our parent leaders actually got stuck in traffic who were on their way to make public comments, but we deeply appreciate the accommodation to make it equitable for our diverse community to be part of decision making. Thank you very much.
And we've no more public commenters in the room.
Okay.
Caller with the last four digits, 8600. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, good afternoon. Brianna Bruns calling on behalf of the California County Superintendents and calling in to support item 15 of today's agenda. We are very appreciative of the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education's commitment to this transformational program and for the responsibilities placed on county offices of education to facilitate implementation of CCSPP. County offices of education across the state are committed to the intent of the CCSPP. We understand the importance of our roles within the Technical Assistance Center model as well as county coordination. We are very happy to hear about the successes of the program as highlighted today and look forward to continuing to work with you all to ensure success of the CCSPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6032. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Allison Osorio with Public Advocates. Our California Partnership and allies have worked hard to preserve funding for the Community Schools Partnership Program's final cohort of implementation grants. Unfortunately, based on past rounds of applications, the demand for this opportunity from school communities across the state will likely exceed the supply of available funds, and many students at high-need schools may not have access to this transformative opportunity. Under such circumstances, we strongly support emphasizing equity in the grant distribution process by ensuring access for students at highest need schools are prioritized as mentioned in the RFA. Although we have some concerns that our current state definitions of equity don't consider impacted student groups such as Black students and Indigenous students, we also want to emphasize the importance of a well-designed plan and collaborative community partnership in evaluating the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 7004. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Mi nombre es Nati Vélez, orgullosa madre de un estudiante en Anaheim High School y una líder madre con OCO y California Partnership. Estoy profundamente comprometida con la mejora de nuestras escuelas y actualmente formo parte de varios comités clave a nivel escolar y distrito. A través de mi trabajo en el Comité de Escuelas Comunitarias, he ayudado a asegurar fondos para apoyar la transición de los estudiantes del 12º grado con IEP. Nos dedicamos a apoyar a las familias de los estudiantes del último año con discapacidades, organizando un evento con cena para revisar el progreso hacia la graduación, explorar recursos y conectar a las familias con sistemas de apoyo vitales, creando un espacio donde puedan hacer preguntas y recibir orientación para la transición de la escuela secundaria a los planes postsecundarios. También estamos orgullosos de apoyar el programa Girls Inc., que empodera a las jóvenes a través del aprendizaje colaborativo, experiencias del mundo real y mentoría, ayudándolas a alcanzar su máximo potencial y a tener un impacto duradero en sus comunidades. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Nati Valdez, and I am the proud mother of a student at Anaheim High School and a parent leader with OCCO and the California Partnership. I am deeply committed to improving our schools and currently serve on several key committees at both the school and district levels. Through my work on the Community Schools Committee, I have helped to provide funding to support the transition of senior students with IEPs. We are dedicated to supporting families of senior students with disabilities by hosting a dinner event to review graduation progress, explore resources, and connect families with vital support systems, creating a space where they can ask questions and receive guidance for the transition from high school to post-secondary plans. We are also proud to support the Girls Inc. program, which empowers young women through collaborative learning, real-world experiences, and mentorship, helping them reach their full potential and make a lasting impact in their communities. Together, we are building community schools that offer relevance, opportunity, and a bright future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6050. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosa María Leso y soy una padre líder Conoco, Pico, AD for Lead y la Asociación de California y madre de 2 estudiantes de los distritos de Anaheim Elementary y Anaheim Union. Este año estoy activamente involucrada en comités escolares y actualmente soy la presidenta del PTA de Edison Community School. Junto con nuestra escuela estamos impulsando esfuerzos para promover programas y recursos que no solo enfatizan la importancia de asistir a la escuela, sino que también crear un entorno de apoyo donde los estudiantes y las familias se sientan motivados, empoderados para tener éxito. También me siento increíblemente orgullosa de compartir que apoyamos a mi hija Caroline para que aplicara a la Junta Asesora Estudiantil Estatal, STAC, para las escuelas comunitarias de California y fue seleccionada. Este logro es un testimonio del poder de la participación comunitaria y de los resultados positivos y duraderos que podemos crear cuando trabajamos juntos para elevar a nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Maria Leso, and I am a parent leader with OCCCO, PICO Ed for Lib, and the California Partnership, as well as a mother of 2 students in the Anaheim Elementary and Anaheim Union districts. This year, I am actively involved in school committees, and I am currently the president of the PTA at Edison Community School. Together with our school, we are driving efforts to promote programs and resources that not only emphasize the importance of attending school, but also create a supportive environment where students and families feel motivated and empowered to succeed. I am also incredibly proud to share that we supported my daughter, Coraline, in applying for the State Student Advisory Board, STAC, for California Community Schools, and she was selected. This achievement is a statement to the power of the community involvement and the positive, lasting outcomes we can create when we work together to uplift students.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 2232. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Palafox y soy un líder comunitaria con OCO Pico ID for la California Partnership. Como miembro comprometida de esta comunidad y voluntaria de la Escuela Edison del distrito de Anaheim, donde apoyo a mis sobrinos, he sido testigo de la poderosa transformación que trae consigo el cambio de las escuelas comunitarias. Este cambio me ha mostrado que cada uno de nosotros tiene un papel fundamental en la construcción del futuro de nuestras escuelas. A través de mi participación en PTA, he contribuido activamente a programas que inspiran y motivan a los estudiantes a tener éxito, pero el trabajo no se detiene en mí. Es un esfuerzo colectivo, familias, estudiantes, educadores, socios comunitarios y líderes escolares. Deben unirse para crear un sistema de escuelas comunitarias donde cada estudiante sea visto, valorado, tenga la oportunidad de prosperar. Unámonos para crear un futuro donde todos nuestros estudiantes pertenecen y puedan alcanzar su máximo potencial.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Palafox, and I am a community leader with OCCO, PICO Ed for Lib, and California Partnership. As a dedicated member of this community and a volunteer at Edison School in the Anaheim district, where I support my nephews, I have witnessed firsthand the powerful transformation that comes with the shift to a community school. This change has shown me that every one of us has a role to play in shaping the future of our schools. Through my involvement with the PTA, I've actively contributed to programs that inspire and motivate students to succeed. But this work doesn't stop with me. It's a collective effort. Families, students, educators, community partners, and school leaders must come together to build a system of community schools where every student is seen, valued, and given the opportunity to thrive. Let's unite to create a future where all our students belong and can reach their full potential.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8508. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Marita Bermudez, and I'm a parent leader in the Anaheim Union and Anaheim Elementary District, as well as a community organizer with OCO, PICO, Ed for Live, and the California Partnership. Through our strong partnership with the Anaheim Elementary School District, parent leaders from OCO have played a pivotal role in advancing the district-wide implementation of the community schools approach. Together, we are working to provide transformative professional development opportunities for both families and staff through an empowerment series. This initiative began with parents, but the district quickly recognized the value of extending these trainings to all staff, acknowledging that true change cannot happen in isolation. By creating spaces rooted in care, generosity, and learning, we are bridging and not breaking, fostering environments where every individual is honored as an expert. This collaborative approach is essential for building authentic shared decision-making and ensuring that all voices are heard, respected, and actively shaping the future of our schools. This work is not just about changing systems, it's about creating a culture where everyone has the tools to succeed and contribute meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9176. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Blanca Lascano. Como madre líder con OCO, PICO, Ed for Live y la California Partnership, madre de 2 estudiantes en Anaheim Union, estoy comprometida a construir una comunidad escolar más fuerte. Este año me uní al equipo de la Escuela Comunitaria Gilbert para impulsar los cambios que nuestras familias y estudiantes necesitan. Al involucrarme en este espacio, he sido parte de decisiones que traen recursos esenciales a nuestra escuela, incluyendo el sostenimiento de nuestra despensa de alimentos que provee despensas semanalmente a las familias, el mantenimiento de un closet comunitario y la expansión de oportunidades para que los estudiantes exploren diferentes carreras. Estos apoyos no solo son servicios, son pasos transformadores hacia un entorno educativo más inclusivo y empoderar juntos familias, estudiantes, educadores y organizaciones. Líderes escolares, estamos transformando nuestra comunidad en un lugar de pertenencia, apoyo y oportunidad para todos. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Lascano. As a parent leader with OCO, PICO, Ed for Live, and the California Partnership, and the mother of 2 students in Anaheim Union, I am committed to building a stronger school community. This year, I joined Gilbert Community School Site Team to help drive the changes our family and students need. By stepping into this space, I've been part of decisions that bring essential resources to our school, including sustaining our food pantry that provides weekly groceries to our families, maintaining a community closet, and expanding career exploration opportunities for students. These supports are not just services, they are transformative steps towards a more inclusive, empowering educational environment. Together, families, students, educators, organizations, and school leaders, we are reshaping our community into a place of belonging, support, and opportunity for all.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4262. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Belén Carpio y soy una madre orgullosa con hijos en los distritos de Anaheim Elementary y Anaheim Union High School, así como líder de OCO y el California Partnership. Como madre activa involucrada en los comités escolares, he visto de primera mano cómo nuestras voces, las de los padres y los estudiantes, son escuchadas y marcan una diferencia tangible en las decisiones que afectan directamente los resultados de los estudiantes. A través de OCO y gracias a OCO he aprendido que la equidad significa garantizar que todos los estudiantes tengan acceso a una educación donde se sientan parte, con oportunidades para alcanzar su máximo potencial. Nuestra participación en los comités es clave para crear entornos donde los estudiantes prosperen, vinculando el éxito académico con su salud mental. Manteniéndonos informados y trabajando juntos, podemos ayudar a crear escuelas que satisfagan las necesidades de los estudiantes y los empoderen para tener éxito en todos los aspectos de la vida. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Belén Carpio, and I am a proud mother with children in both Anaheim Elementary and Anaheim Union districts, as well as a leader with OCO and the California Partnership. As an active parent involved in school committees, I've seen firsthand how our voices, those of parents and students, are heard and make a tangible difference in decisions that directly affect student outcomes. Through OCO, I've learned that equity means ensuring all students have access to an education where they feel they belong and have opportunities to reach their full potential. Our involvement in committees is key to creating environments where students thrive, linking academic success with mental health. By staying informed and working together, we can help create schools that meet students' needs and empower them to succeed in all areas of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9308. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Ramírez y soy una madre de estudiantes de los distritos de Anaheim Elementary y Anaheim Junior, padre líder con OCO y la Asociación de California. Estoy verdaderamente agradecida por la oportunidad de ser parte del equipo de escuelas comunitarias en Catella High School este año. Juntos no solo estamos discutiendo, sino activamente formando una visión y un plan para implementar eficazmente los fondos de las escuelas comunitarias. Mientras colaboramos con organizaciones comunitarias para proporcionar el apoyo vital que nuestros estudiantes, familias y personal escolar necesitan. Ser parte de este comité me ha permitido...
Disculpe, ¿puede empezar de nuevo con frases cortas para yo poder interpretar lo que usted está diciendo, por favor?
Está bien, claro que sí. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Ramírez y soy una madre de estudiantes en los distritos de Anaheim Elementary y Anaheim Junior. Padre, líder con
Permítame, señora. Good afternoon. I'm a proud mother with students in the Anaheim School District. Siga, señora.
Okay, y la Asociación de California.
And the Association of California.
Estoy verdaderamente agradecida por la oportunidad de ser parte del equipo de escuelas comunitarias en Catella High School este año.
I'm truly grateful to be part of this committee for this year.
Juntos no solo estamos discutiendo, sino activamente formando una visión y un plan para implementar eficazmente los fondos de las escuelas comunitarias.
Together we are forming a vision and a plan to develop support for the schools.
Mientras colaboramos con organizaciones comunitarias para proporcionar el apoyo vital que nuestros estudiantes, familias y personal escolar necesitan.
So that we could come up with the vital support that our schools, families, and staff need.
Ser parte de este comité me ha permitido ser testigo de primera mano del poder de la colaboración y la participación.
Being part of this committee gives me firsthand to see how this collaboration helps.
Estamos derribando barreras, compartiendo recursos y apoyándonos mutuamente.
We are tearing down walls by supporting each other.
La responsabilidad es nuestra, familias, estudiantes, educadores, socios comunitarios y líderes en todos los niveles.
The responsibility is ours, students, families, and staff in all levels.
Para unirnos y construir un sistema de las escuelas comunitarias que no solo creen oportunidades, sino que aseguran que cada estudiante se sienta visto.
We need to join forces, not only so that students can think, but that they believe that they can succeed.
Valorado y listo para prosperar. Gracias.
Ready to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 5137. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Nunez-Adler. I'm the statewide coordinator for the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. I want to highlight the successful collaboration developing between our statewide alliance and California's system of support. We've seen remarkable collaboration between the STAC, RTAC, county offices, and our local communities. Recently, students, parents, and community schools coordinators from our partners in Humboldt, Anaheim, and Sacramento shared valuable insights about meaningful engagement at the STAC collective learning space. RTACs are actively incorporating community expertise with organizations like Sacramento ACT, training community schools coordinators on building authentic relationships with families to improve student well-being and academic outcomes. Our monthly statewide capacity building series that we launched in October drew nearly 100 participants to learn about conducting listening campaigns. We look forward to growing these authentic partnerships that are key to sustainable and lasting school and district transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 2920. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Amy Arellano Castro y como madre en los distritos de Anaheim Union y Anaheim Elementary y líder con OCO y el California Partnership, estoy completamente comprometida a construir una comunidad escolar más fuerte e inclusiva. Participo activamente en comités de escuelas comunitarias, el Consejo Escolar, el PTA, ILAC y DILAC, donde he sido empoderada para contribuir en la toma de decisiones, compartir mis ideas y trabajar de cerca con el personal escolar. A través de esta colaboración, nuestra directora en la escuela Edison ahora prioriza programar reuniones de toma de decisión, tomando en cuenta la disponibilidad de los padres, no solo la del personal, creando un espacio inclusivo donde todos puedan participar. Esta inclusión sin barreras es el motor por que más padres quieren participar en la escuela. Nos corresponde a todos nosotros, familias, estudiantes, educadores, socios comunitarios y líderes en todos los niveles, unirnos para construir una red de escuelas comunitarias donde todos los estudiantes sientan que pertenecen y tengan la oportunidad de prosperar. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Arellano Castro, and as a parent in Anaheim Union and Anaheim Elementary and a leader of OCO and the California Partnership, I am fully committed to building a stronger, more inclusive school community. I actively serve on community school committees, the School Site Council PTA, and ELAC and DLAC, where I have been empowered to contribute to decision-making, share insights, and work closely with school staff. Through this collaboration, our principal at Edison School now prioritizes scheduling decision-making meetings around parents' availability, not just staff, creating an inclusive space where everyone can participate. This shift has already led to greater parent involvement at our school. It's up to all of us, families, students, educators, community parents, and leaders at every level to join together and build a network of community schools where all students feel they belong and have the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 1368. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juana Reyes y soy un líder con OCO y la Asociación California, y madre de 2 estudiantes en el distrito de Anaheim Union. Como miembro activo de un comité de escuelas comunitarias, entiendo profundamente el poder de nuestras decisiones colectivas, especialmente cuando se trata de moldear programas para nuestros estudiantes. Esta participación ha tenido un impacto profundo en mí. La realidad del día de un estudiante puede transformarse por completo cuando nos conectamos, no solo con palabras, sino con acciones que incluyen un saludo cálido, una sonrisa, soluciones y respeto mutuo. Debemos reconocer que los estudiantes, las familias, los educadores y los socios comunitarios son todos esenciales para crear escuelas que fomenten la alegría, el sentido de pertenencia y oportunidades infinitas para el éxito. Juntos tenemos el poder de construir un futuro donde cada estudiante prospere. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Juana Reyes, and I am a parent leader with OCO and the California Partnership, and a parent of two students in the Anaheim Union High School District. As an active member of the Community Schools Committee, I deeply understand the power of our collective decisions, especially when it comes to shaping programs for our students. This involvement has profoundly impacted me. The reality of a student's day can be completely transformed when we connect, not just through words, but through actions that include a warm greeting, a smile, solutions, and mutual respect. We must recognize that students, families, educators, and community partners are all integral to creating schools that foster joy, belonging, and endless opportunities for success. Together, we hold the power to build a future where every student thrives.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 7655. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María González, un padre líder con OCO, Pico, Effort Leaf y de California Partnership. Tengo hijos en el distrito de las escuelas primarias y también en el distrito de las escuelas secundarias de Anaheim. Estoy agradecida de formar parte del Comité Multilingüe en el Distrito de las Escuelas Primarias y quiero compartir con todos ustedes que ha sido un impacto muy positivo el que ha tenido la implementación de las escuelas comunitarias en nuestros distritos. Como padre líder, apoyo a otros padres a crear y desarrollar su liderazgo y he visto que es impresionante su crecimiento personal. Quiero mencionar que nuestros líderes de OCO están colaborando de una manera increíble en la toma de decisiones en su comunidad escolar. La mayoría de nuestros líderes son parte del Comité de Escuelas Comunitarias. Es impactante cómo nos estamos preparando y educando para seguir creando cambios y gracias a la increíble transformación de escuelas comunitarias. Y esto solo es posible con la colaboración auténtica de nuestros líderes y el gran apoyo de nuestra organización. Sigamos adelante haciendo impacto en nuestra sociedad con nuestras escuelas comunitarias. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Gonzalez, a parent leader with OCO, PICO Ed for Lib, and the California Partnership. I have children in both the elementary and secondary school districts in Anaheim. I am grateful to be part of the multilingual committee in the elementary school district. I want to share with all of you that the implementation of community schools in our district has had a very positive impact. As a parent leader, I support other parents in building and developing their leadership, and I have witnessed their impressive personal growth. I want to mention that our OCO leaders are collaborating in an incredible way in the decision-making with their school communities. Most of our leaders are part of the Community Schools Committee. It's inspiring how we are preparing and educating ourselves to continue creating change, thanks to the incredible transformation of community schools. This is only possible with the authentic collaboration of our leaders and the great support of our organization. Let's continue making an impact in our society with our community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4826. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Armando Salazar, padre, líder de OCO, PICO Ed for Lib, la Asociación de California, y padres de 2 estudiantes en los distritos de Anaheim Elementary y Anaheim Union. Como padre, es profundamente gratificante ver crecer a mis hijos, aunque soy el principal proveedor en mi hogar y sé que mi tiempo es limitado. He aprendido que cuando priorizamos nuestra participación, creamos un efecto multiplicador que impacta directamente en el éxito de nuestros hijos. Al estar presentes y comprometidos, ayudamos a garantizar que nuestros estudiantes no solo asistan a la escuela, sino que prosperen participando en aprendizaje, moldeando su futuro y construyendo una base para el éxito a lo largo de su vida. Es nuestra responsabilidad, familias, estudiantes, educadores, socios comunitarios y líderes escolares, unirnos y crear un sistema en escuelas comunitarias donde cada estudiante no solo pertenezca, sino que esté respaldado y desafiado y empoderado para alcanzar su máximo potencial. Juntos podemos crear un impacto duradero en los resultados de los estudiantes y transformar el futuro de nuestra comunidad.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Salazar, a parent leader with OCO, PICO Ed for Lib, the California Partnership, and a father of 2 students in the Anaheim Elementary and Anaheim Union districts. As a parent, it is deeply fulfilling to watch my children grow. While I am the primary provider for my family and know that my time is limited, I have learned that when we prioritize our involvement, we create a ripple effect that directly impacts the success of our children. By being present and engaged, we help ensure our students are not just attending school, but thriving, participating in their learning, shaping their futures, and building the foundation for lifelong success. It is our responsibility, families, students, educators, community partners, and school leaders, to come together and build a system of community schools where every student not only belongs, but is supported, challenged, and empowered to achieve their full potential. Together, we can create a lasting impact on students' outcomes and transform the future of our community.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 15.
Thank thanks to everyone who called in and everyone who presented. Clearly the enthusiasm for this work is growing and expanding, and we can look forward to the next round of implementation grants going out and to additional reports on the outcomes and effects of the Community Schools Initiative as the data comes in. It's really impressive. I do want to allow some time for board discussion. This is an information item, so if you have any comments, thoughts, questions that you want to communicate to the staff, this is the moment. Member Olken.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank everybody who presented today. This was so uplifting and such a good reminder of the ways we can make a real difference in the lives of students and communities. So thank you for being here. And I have a specific question for Dr. Sood. You want to come back up? Thank you for being here. So you described, and I was going to try and have this slide ready to quote, but hopefully I can get it without it. So you described something that when I was leading an LEA, it was suggested that we try to do, which was seek reimbursement for the mental health supports we were offering on campus. And so I looked into it and couldn't even begin to figure out how to make that happen. So I was really excited to hear that that's something there's a concerted effort around right now. And my understanding is that there are some efforts underway to help LEAs apply for that funding or build the capacity to access that funding. And I just wondered if you could share that both for us here, but also for anyone who might be listening, the work that's being done.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to address that. So what you may be referring to in the past, by the way, was a different program by the Department of Healthcare Services called the Local Education Agency Billing Option Program, LEA BOP. Again, not the best acronym. But that was a program which, in design with federal partners, has a lot more administrative, I would say, bureaucratic hoops to jump through. So I hear you on some of the challenges with that. This is called the fee schedule program. It is a much more streamlined way of obligating coverage in a way that will hopefully become much easier for folks to go through. Like, for example, in the other program, every now and then participants in that had to produce random moment in time studies. So they had to kind of survey every minute of what they were doing and produce reports saying that. Lots of, you can imagine, like bureaucratic hurdles with that. This is very few reasons not to receive reimbursement, right? Essentially, the care wasn't provided to the wrong student, more administrative functions like that. So that's just a little bit of the distinction that I carry some optimism with this being a more successful rollout. That said, you need to build the infrastructure to make it happen, right? Whether that's new personnel, new technology on campus, new relationships you need to build. And so to that point, the Department of Healthcare Services has awarded grants of, in total, $400 million that has been distributed to all 58 county offices of education that is then going to LEAs within those jurisdictions to do just what you mentioned, to build the capacity to really engage with this work. That work is being supervised by DHCS, by the Department of Healthcare Services, but really there's 2 county offices of education that are leading the implementation and support and technical assistance for that, and that's Sacramento and Santa Clara County Offices of Education. So they're supporting those efforts.
Awesome. And is there a deadline or anything that's upcoming that you're aware of for LEAs?
Oh, I'm sorry, not off the top of my head, but I can get back to you. The administrators have basically asked for each LEA to submit a little bit of a plan and a needs assessment related to the funding that they'll be receiving. And there are deadlines for submitting those surveys, but I can get back to you on the dates and times of those.
Great, thank you. That's really exciting.
All right. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods. Anyone else who wants to get in the queue? Member Patillo Bronson.
Well, first of all, again, thank you so much to everyone who presented, and I believe some of the staff from Folsom-Cordova are still here. It just was quite encouraging and exciting to hear the impact that the community schools program has on students and on families, and just appreciated the testimonials that were shared. And also thank you to the doctor from CYBHI. Just phenomenal work, and really just love the way the focus is on getting what students need to them where they need it in a variety of ways. I love that one size does not fit all, and it's quite evident in the work. I have a question that's actually probably for CDE staff about the STAC RFA. So I don't know if there's someone who can answer a quick question on that. Sorry to make you walk up here for a question that will probably be very quick, that you probably could have shouted from your seat. But I just wanted to know, for the RFA that is now out, is the current STAC eligible to apply for that, or are we looking at getting a brand new STAC? I wasn't sure if the current STAC could also apply for the RFA, and I'm seeing head nods that yes, they can. Okay, thank you. Just wondering. Thank you.
But you got your steps in. So
yeah.
Let's see, Member Patillo Bronson.
I had a follow-up question on CYBHI, if that's okay. Sorry to add additional unnecessary steps, but so one of the things I think that's super exciting is that there's all these new funding streams that are coming to bear, that it's not just sort of coming from Prop 98, right? And that these are ostensibly health wraparound services that actually could be billed under Medi-Cal, I think. So, as well as through CYBHI. But what I'm trying to understand, and what I have been hearing conflicting accounts of, is whether the funding is time limited. Because part of, I think, the concern for school districts is to build a huge infrastructure with a time-limited funding structure. So if you could maybe just parse a little bit between how much of this is Cal-AIM, how much of this is CYBHI, and how much of this is time-limited.
Happy to address that. Thanks for the question. So I will say the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative is multi-billion-dollar effort that has 20 different work streams associated with it. Some of those are one-time grants, and some of those are written into statute as permanent changes in the way we cover services. So as it relates to schools, the one-time grants that are maybe the most relevant are the $400 million that we just talked about. So those are one-time grants to really build up the capacity to engage in the fee schedule. And then the other one probably to highlight is the employer support grants that I referenced with regard to wellness coaches, because the intent behind that is help onboard, build up this workforce, and then for both of those, to some degree, maybe not entirely, but to some degree, sustain that by billing for services that you provide on campus through the fee schedule. So that last piece, the fee schedule, is written into statute as a permanent change. Does that help? Yeah.
Just one follow-up question. So for the new designations of wellness coaches, of peer specialist supports, and of community health workers, in your vision of how this will roll out, do you envision those folks as being staff to community nonprofits that partner with schools? Do you envision them as being hired by schools directly, or are these employees of MCOs?
To the points that were raised before, I don't think there's a one-size-that-fits-all here. I've been to some areas of the state where really the only infrastructure that exists is the public school in that community. And so that may take one type of model versus in other areas where they may have tons of really fantastic community partners around them. So the way that the fee schedule is structured is that the school is essentially the center of the universe, and then they can help decide and determine what are the right community partners to bring into that space and how to best adjudicate that. And so the reimbursement mechanisms themselves can happen to services that are provided by employed providers at the school or by affiliated providers at community partner sites.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? I think we're good to, I want to thank everyone for the presentations, for the work that you're doing on the ground that was the source of those presentations, and to say we look forward to, seeing how this unfolds further in the future. So thank you so much. And with that, we're going to move on to our waiver I think we have to have public comment, do we? Did we do that? We did. That's right. We just had so many public comments so many times. We're going to have... We do on waivers. Yeah, we have to have public comment on waivers soon. So, yeah, I know we needed another waiver, another public comment slide. So I'd like to take up the waiver consent items W1 through 13, and we're going to open the phone line for the public comment queue. And we will now ask for in-person public comment. If there are any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
We have no speakers signed up.
Okay. And if you want to make public comment, the number is on the slide and the participant access code. Are there any callers signed up?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. In that case, I think we just at this point need a motion.
So moved.
I was going to give Brenda a chance. Member Lewis moves. Motion from Member Lewis. Is there a second?
Brenda.
You can't second your own motion. Member Olkin? Okay. It's late in the day. It is late in the day.
So
all right, can you please call the roll?
I can. For the record, the motion was made by Member Lewis and with a second by Member Olkin. Member Clausen.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan is away. Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Member Yoshimoto Tari is away. Motion passes.
Great. And as you know, we have lost two of our members, but we're going to move on to reopening item 1.
My apologies. There was a caller that popped up right after we...
Okay. Do you want to go back?
Okay. Okay, caller with the last 4 digits, 1938. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, my name is Helen Loyan, and I work for the Westside Community Development Corporation. I wholeheartedly support the VUSD waiver request and emphasize the need for crafting RFPs that give grassroots and stakeholder-led initiatives a fighting chance. These projects are vital for addressing our community's unique needs, and these initiatives bring unparalleled passion, commitment, and understanding driven by those directly impacted. For example, some of the issues heard about today include enhancing educational experiences for students with special needs, offering greater access to technical careers, and the need for more stakeholder-driven projects. Coincidentally, our own neighborhood group is working on supporting a local special needs job provider's endeavor to transform one of the surplus properties at 2647 Ventura Avenue into a special needs trade school. This project exemplifies stakeholder-led initiatives addressing a specific community need while creating more inclusive community and meaningful job opportunities. By incorporating inclusivity into the RFP, ensures that efforts like ours are given a fair chance to make a difference in our neighborhoods alongside with traditional project developers. I appreciate the chance to provide this public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for waiver items 1 through 13.
Now that supports the vote we just took. So do we need to take the vote again? We're okay. All right. Very good. So we're reopening item 1 to report on our liaison assignments. And I want to invite members to report on their liaison activities that are not related to items that we have had on this agenda. And we're going to begin by calling on board numbers in alphabetical order, starting at the end of the alphabet today. So we're going to start with Member Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a wonderful meeting, and I do have 3 updates to report from the October CTC meeting. First, the Commission voted to send the Child Development Permit Work Group recommendations out for field review. This is an exciting step after years of studies and expert groups examining how to update the CDP matrix, which has remained largely unchanged since 1993. In an alignment with the Master Plan for Early Learning and Care, the recommendations aim to ensure a well-prepared EC workforce to address the evolving needs of children and families, particularly in light of the pandemic's lingering effect on learning readiness. The Commission also approved the Title II report for submission to the U.S. Department of Education. The report showed increases in intern program enrollment, particularly for intern programs run by local educational agencies, and an overall decrease in enrollment for traditional programs over a 5-year time period, though there was an uptick in traditional program enrollment between final reporting years, which may be the result of the recent budget investments, such as the Golden State Teacher Grant. Finally, the Commission heard an item on the work of the new Roadmap to Education Careers Initiative. The presentation described the work of its new career counselors, highly trained individuals providing support to hundreds of teacher candidates every month and thousands since the initiative launched. These individuals draw attention to the CTC's new roadmap to teaching web pages, which describe the different preparation pathways and also provide information on financial resources recently put together by West End. And last but not least, for anyone watching that is or knows a National Board Certified Teacher, the National Board Certification Incentive application is now open for NBCTs to earn $25,000 over 5 years for teaching in a high-needs school. And for teachers who are not yet board certified, the subsidy program application is also live for teachers to receive up to $2,500 to obtain their certification and subsequently be eligible to earn the $25,000 incentive. Please apply today. The windows for both programs close in January. And all of our students deserve a highly qualified teacher. Thank you so much.
Member Patilla Bronson.
All right. On the early learning side, I think I had shared last time that TK enrollment has been growing steadily from 75 to 151,000 students, growing and adding to the Prop 98 base and building the early inroads into their TK-12 trajectory. I've heard anecdotal evidence of continued growth in TK enrollment this fall. We are tracking this trend and hoping to be able to report increased numbers as the school year wraps up later into 25. Of course, you'll note that the eligibility is almost fully complete. We're at 75% of 4-year-olds currently eligible to be served under the multi-year implementation plan, and by next school year, 25-26, we will be at full implementation for all 4-year-olds. I'll note also, and this was in a report by the illustrious LPI, one of the exciting metrics that has actually been reached is just an increase overall, not just in TK enrollment, but of 4-year-olds across the board in state preschool programs, in Head Start programs, and subsidized childcare. So different families have different needs, different schedules, and what we really want is to make sure that they have high quality early learning experiences that prepare them to enter kindergarten ready to go. And so we're seeing growth across the system. Pre-pandemic, we were at 34% of all 4-year-olds in California being served, and we are now at a whopping 55%. So that is fast growth over a relatively short period of time. Also on the 20th, next week, the Early Childhood Policy Council will be meeting to hear report outs on the Rate and Quality Advisory Panel update. This is a series of recommendations for the non-LEA side of the House for reimbursement rates for community-based partners that also play a vital role in bringing children along in their educational journeys, not just for 4-year-olds, but in the 0 to 3 space. And then the last thing I will mention is that the 2025 applications are now open for the California Summer School for the Arts. The deadline is February 28th, so I will piggyback on Ide's comments and say you can apply now. And that concludes my report.
Roscoe Gonzalez.
Thank you. Well, we continuously discuss assessments in every single meeting that we've had. But finally, the October 15th to 17th California Assessment Conference happened last month, and it brought together 900 educators statewide. The theme of it was empowering educators, leveraging assessment data and tools for classroom success. And this event offered over 80 sessions, and it was so enticing to go to all these sessions as an educator, as in the classroom, and as a data lead in my school, and continuously having conversations at my LEA level of how to improve student scores. It was so difficult to choose some, but the ones that I did attend, which were not only completely engaging, I was so impressed with all the content that they had. For instance, they had engaging English learners in the assessment process, tools for teachers forum, and I particularly went to that one because I wanted to see, it was, by the way, all these sessions were packed. I mean, teachers couldn't get in of how they wanted to attend that one in particular, the Dashboard 101. And then there was one that was really interesting. It was the Rincon Valley's Unified School District Local Assessment Approach, which is presented by the California Collaborative for Education Excellence. The Rincon Valley shared how they redesigned their assessment system to emphasize formative assessments, math progressions. They provided a toolkit with templates for data meetings, walkthroughs, and surveys to support data-informed instruction. And so every time I go to these conferences, I always say, what are the gems and the takeaways from these sessions is that we don't have enough of them. The fact that the toolkit, it was so interesting to me because even though I bring it up every time we have a meeting here at the state level, and I always highlight the toolkit that we have, the California toolkit, teachers do not know about it. It was the first time some of them had ever even heard of it. So it reminds me that LEAs need to have structured professional learning time to allow teachers to explore the tools for teachers collaboratively, follow a model like the Rincon Valley's to more effectively integrate these resources into their instruction. The CDE has a lot of how-to videos on YouTube, and I think those are really key and helpful to guide the process of how to navigate the tools for teachers. But in the end, I think that it's really important to what I thought the Rincon Valley Unified School District did, and I know that Montebello follows that same model, is that they bargain for time where schools bank minutes so that they can have allocated structured time to do their data meetings. And they do it once a month, but I know in Montebello we do it every week. And I think that shortening one day, a minimum day, to allow, we extend the instructional day so that one day can be a little shorter so that teachers can have that collaborative time. And this would be a perfect opportunity to look at some of the tools that we have at the CDE and the resources that they can use to navigate some of these resources because they're so helpful. So again, the conference highlighted valuable tools and insights to enhance our assessment practices, but really focusing on professional learning and collaboration. And I don't stress that enough because that's how we will be able to target the needs of our students, is to have teachers be part of that conversation of how we can move forward. So thank you.
Member Olken.
Thank you. So in preparation for my liaison report today, I was thinking about, trying to think how I could tie it to our conversation about the portrait of a learner. And I think I have a couple of topics that are on my liaison areas that really suit that well. So one is being the liaison for AI, artificial intelligence, and the other is being the liaison for environmental literacy. Because I think they're both areas, if we think about helping prepare students to be leaders in the future, they're both areas being technologically savvy, to be using technology in a way that makes us stronger. I think that one's a pretty clear indicator, a clear example. And then also environmental literacy, making sure that our students, when they graduate, feel committed to being part of the solution in terms of climate and have the tools to do so. So I wanted to just highlight a couple of resources that exist already that and sort of tie them to the portrait of a learner idea. So the first, the way I was thinking about it, if we want to build the future we want, we have to identify that, right? And so to give an example with environmental literacy, the Environmental Literacy Initiative promotes bold plans to achieve environmental literacy, social and emotional well-being, and sustainable client resilient campuses and students. We envision a healthy planet, economic prosperity, and equitable communities. And in the blueprint for environmental literacy, there's a specific description of what an environmentally literate student or graduate looks like. So it's somebody who has the capacity to act individually and with others to support ecologically sound, economically prosperous, and equitable communities for present and future generations. So that's really sort of an example of, what is what are we trying to build toward? And then an example of how that ties to policy. So if we have, what's the future we want to build? What does that mean for our students and graduates? And then how does that tie to policy? The California Environmental Literacy Initiative worked with county offices to create an implementation guide to help schools develop programs in which students can earn the state's seal of civic engagement for work focused on environmental literacy, right? So you see this tie between the future we want, what we hope what we're trying to prepare our students for, and the policy that we can help grow and enact. So I thought that was a really fun example. And then the other one, just to point out, is in terms of AI, on the CDE website, there's a webinar series called Learning with AI about AI that is intended to help educators think about the promise and the challenges of AI in the classroom, so that we can help our students be smart users, powerful users, and to mitigate the risks and maximize all the power. So that's my report for today.
Member Lewis.
Okay, I'll provide an update on the upcoming November IQC meeting. And just as a note, Vice President Glover Woods also serves as a liaison to the IQC, along with myself. So at last month's board meeting, we provided an update on the topics that would be covered during the September meeting, but that meeting was postponed, so those agenda items were carried over for our meeting that will occur next week on November 20th and the 21st. And during that meeting, the CDE will welcome the new student commissioner, and her name is Catherine Verando, and this will be her first IQC meeting, and she will serve through June of 2025. The meeting is going to take place over 2 days, as I said, and on the agenda, there are two primary items that will kick off the upcoming instructional materials adoption for math. So the key topics on the agenda include, during the first day, the commissioners will receive an overview of the 2025 mathematics instructional materials adoption process, as well as the timeline. And they will also hear a presentation from a process by the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee to review the CDE recommendations for instructional materials reviewers and the content review experts. And the application period ended in September, and the CD reported that they received nearly 200 applications for those positions. And on the second day of the meetings, the mathematics subject matter committee will make the final recommendations for those instructional material reviewers and the content review experts to the SBE, to the state board. And there will also be 2 informal presentations, and these presentations were supposed to occur at the September meeting, but they were rolled over to November. And the first meeting, the first presentation will be regarding the California Preschool Transitional Kindergarten Learning Foundations Overview and Updates. And that presentation will be presented by the CDE's Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resource Division, and also the Early Education Division. There will also be a presentation regarding Southeast Asian and Native American Studies Model Curriculum Updates, Overview, and also the rollout activities pertaining to those model curriculums. So that would, unless Vice President Glover Woods has something else to add, that will conclude our report.
And Vice President Glover Woods?
Thank you, Member Lewis, for sharing that IQC update, and I'd like to just provide everyone with another quick update about the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, also affectionately known as CCEE. A lot of great work continues to happen that CCEE is facilitating. I'd first like to share that the statewide system of support lead agency convening took place in October. There were over 150 participants that were there, and this is the first time that all of the state-funded initiatives with the statewide impact worked on integrated goals. That statewide system of support is so critical to differentiated assistance and the support we provide to LEAs. We were quite excited to see that convening, and a lot of good work was done at that space. Also, the Community Engagement Initiative is starting its 5th cohort, and December 5th through 6th, there will be a PLN in San Jose for cohort 5 teams. They're anticipating approximately 750 participants representing over 83 LEAs. And I will tell you, in early 2025, there's going to be another convening of cohorts 4 and 5, so there are going to be over 1,000 participants at that one. The Community Engagement Initiative has a lot of support and has been doing a lot of great things in our LEA areas. The last couple of things I'd like to share with you is that the California Collaborative for Learning Acceleration is having their 3rd annual summit on January 16th and 17th, and so registration is also open for that. The October 22nd, there was a learning network that brought together county offices, differentiated assistance teams. We don't talk a lot about differentiated assistance, but we do have county office differentiated assistance teams who were working collectively, sharing strategies. There were 19 county offices that participated in that work. And along support for our students with special needs, the strategies for a successful and collaborative IEP meeting was released, the Resource Hub highlight for that. And what was released was a new section of the High Quality IEP Toolkit, Special Education Provider Edition, which covers a lot of very important areas as it relates to student-centered and asset-based IEPs. And that concludes a report for CCEE. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Escobedo.
I want to share that NASB had a great annual conference in October 23 through the 26th, I believe. It was at Kentucky. It was truly a home run. They went to see the museum of, I guess they have a slugger museum there, and the topics are pretty engaging. From preschool, who governs preschool? Many states, no one governs preschool. So they were talking about systems of governance. They were talking about creating pipelines for teachers in many states, including ours. There's a lack of credentialed teachers. There was an interesting one on transforming tribal education in the state of Washington and how they're recreating a meaningful experience for the tribes in Washington. And then there are many, and I'll send everyone through Brooks the resource library that you can just review the many sessions that they went over. But one that was interesting that would have loved to attend was implementing AI in state education agencies and how AI can help us perhaps do our work. Like, for example, looking at the profile of a graduate, how can we access and leverage AI to help us, research certain aspects of some of the research and studies we're looking at. But anyway, it was a great session. Also, helping them out in the next article, they're going to feature California, specifically community schools in California. It's going to be a great article that will be shared nationally as well. And that is my report. I just enjoyed many days with my team here interviewing, looking at so many applications, but it was so worthwhile.
But who's counting?
Next time we see each other will be 2025.
Yes, it will. How did
Wish
that happen?
everyone a great happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays, and I'm telling you, it's such a privilege being this amazing team. Thank you. You really have added so much in my life and the lives of so many students in California. So thank you.
I wish we could end on that note. However, Member Clausen.
Thank you so much. So over the past 2 months, I have continued to meet with, engage with, and learn about so many different students in California, from engaging with district councils, speaking with youth advocacy groups, and then most recently participating in the California Association of Student Councils Student Advisory Board on Education, which was a fantastic experience. And I feel really privileged to meet from these students and learn from them. I was also a speaker at the 2024 Summit for Student Leaders with Children Now, and that was a great opportunity to engage with students from across California and to promote this position, but also other opportunities to get involved in education policy. I had my orientation and my first meeting with the statewide Model Curriculum Coordinating Council, working specifically now on the Native American Studies curriculum. I was able to see the work that has been done so far with the other curricula, and now I'm beginning the process of providing feedback for the current drafts of the Native American Studies curriculum. And I'd like to commend the council, the West Ed team, and then both the Humboldt and San Diego County Offices of Education for all the work that they've done. And I feel privileged to be able to jump in kind of at the end. And I look forward to seeing the final result. And also I feel very privileged to be a part of that process to make curriculum more inclusive. I had the opportunity to attend the National Association of State Boards of Education, or NASB, the new Student Member Institute, where I learned so much from fellow state student members from across the nation, former student board members such as my predecessor, Naomi Porter, and I learned more about federal education policy and what's happening on the national landscape. And then after that, I joined the NASB Student Advisory Council, which is the High School Transformation State Network, where I am really excited to work with a group of other state student members to look at creating systemic change in our high school, specifically in innovating high school policy, both in California and on the national level. And I look forward to my first council meeting next week. And then finally, this month, I officially launched the California State Board of Education student board members' social media accounts. And I hope to use this account to make policy more accessible, to illustrate ways to get involved at the local and state levels and to uplift those opportunities and applications, to highlight incredible students and educators who are doing great work across the state, to gather feedback from students on issues, and to really just use social media as a tool to connect with students in every corner of the state, especially those students who aren't involved in leadership opportunities as of now. Social media is a great way to connect with students in kind of untapped groups. Already, it's been less than a week, and we've reached more than 3,000 students. And I will continue to grow the account to engage more students throughout the rest of my term. And when my term is over, I hope that my successor will take over to continue to utilize technology and social media to engage with more students. And that concludes my report.
Very exciting. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to piggyback on that in my report just to say that the NASB, the National Association of School Boards of Education, is going to convene a set of states to also be part of a state network around high school transformation, and I received a notice about that they're going to be sending out information for those who want to apply soon. So that may be something that we want to engage with, which sounds like it will be articulating with the student voice, which would be really terrific and would fit with our portrait of a graduate activity that we're engaged in. I sent a welcome set of remarks to the assessment conference that member Roscoe Gonzalez was there. I got a lot of positive feedback from people about the achievement level descriptors from Smarter Balanced, that they were really eager to be able to use those. So that is something to look forward to as we go back next year. Maybe we'll have something to build on there. I also spoke to the California Reading Summit, which is actually happening today, so I had to send a video for them. But I got some feedback today about how excited people are about the screener that is coming online. We will be hearing about that in January. We'll be able to adopt the list, and about the instructional materials adoption that is pending as soon as we get an appropriation. And finally, I'm just excited about the Black Student Achievement webinar that Superintendent Thurman mentioned earlier on Friday. It's one of the issues I kind of tried to put on the table with data early on in 2019 as we we've been struggling as a state. And this is really the first year that we're seeing major gains in a number of grade levels for Black students. And I think we've got to figure out what is going on that's positive. And of course, so much has been done. We need to be able to track that and then, to build on that. So I think we're moving positively in a lot of directions. And I want to just echo the words of Member Escobedo about all of us having a happy, healthy holiday before we see each other again. But we still have one more thing. We have general public comment. So let's see if there's any. I will put that comment slide up again, and we'll see if there are any folks who want to make comment about anything that was not on the agenda for this meeting.
We have no public commenters in the room.
We have almost no people in the room.
And there are no callers in the queue.
All right. With that confirmation, I look forward to seeing you in 2025 for our January meeting. Woo! At 4:46 p.m.